that does. Boop. You're live. Okay. Said I'm live. Why am I not live? Boop. Alright, yeah, we sound fine. Hey, everybody. Another land battle tournament stream. This one is not Vermin League. It's not mine. I am a guest host. And in such, we will behave ourselves. These headphones are fucked up. But that's fine. I'll get over it. So, it is the ODM series, Challengers of the Grail. They host this over on their Discord, the ODM community Discord. Hanedins does a lot of this management stuff. Good dude, good times. They try to do it once a week. We try to coordinate together and not have them at the exact same time as each other. So, yeah. Hey, Shetland Apache's playing. I haven't seen that guy play in a while. Let's fucking go, Shetland. Hope you crush it today. I will be playing seriously today. That doesn't mean I'll play just Chaos and Skirmish Cav. It just means I'll play my best, so I'm not going to meme around. The builds you'll see on today's stream will be serious. Even if the factions aren't particularly meta. I don't know. I'm not super... Like, there's two reasons I don't play meta. One is because the current meta bores me. It's like Skirmish Cav, which has never been my playstyle. And two, I'm also not, like... I'm just not that good at Chaos and Skirmish Cav and stuff, so it's never been my playstyle, so I probably won't play it, but yeah, I'll be playing serious today. Which is also why on the main screen I had a blocker up, is, you know, when I play serious and actually want to win, I put a blocker up just so that I know I'm not getting stream sniped, and even if my opponent isn't stream sniping, if you load in and there's a supremely counter build, then it just sucks, and if I have a blocker, at least I know my opponent didn't cheat, so I can't blame him for that. We're live. Good luck. Have fun. Okay. I got a buy round. Rip. Alright, we'll try to catch Shetland, Apache, and Bowman. That'd be fun to watch. Strat Game and Yumi are before me. Those are two tough opponents. Let's see. How can I do today? I don't know Shetland's skill level. I can probably beat Bowman to be tough. I can beat Green One, but he's probably favored. I can beat Trigger. We're probably about equivalent. I can beat Dr. Jellyfish, probably about equivalent. I have never seen Varax. I can probably beat Coops. I think last time I played the Phoenix King, I beat them. That was a long time ago, and they've been grinding, so maybe they're favored there. I don't know. Never heard of Zyma. Strat Game usually beats me, but I can do it. I can beat Yumi. We're about the same. I don't know. Swarv's weird. Swarv sometimes plays out of his mind and sometimes doesn't play that great. So it depends on which Swarv is faced today. I can probably beat Alea. Golden Floof, about even. Whatever dude can probably win. Zep can probably win. Raced about even, maybe race favorite. And Cal Harmon's back, so if he's playing like Cal Harmon I remember, nope. I ain't beating that. Tournament favorites for the day, probably Green One or Cal Harmon. Those would be my two picks. Dark Horse, if I had to pick a third. Ooh, Trigger or Strat Game. Trigger or Strat Game. Or Phoenix King, honestly. But Hume Boy, you have to pick one. I mean, Trigger got to finals yesterday versus Void, so sure. My two tournament favorites are Green One and Cal Harmon. Dark Horse, Trigger. Let's go. Ow, that tea is hot. I burned my mouth. Oh. Okay. Dark Jellyfish is going to be a little late, but they have a bye round, so it happens. All right, Shetland Apache versus Bowman Beast Slayer. We're in. I have a blocker up? Yes, I do. So I am playing in today's tournament, but I have a bye round, so I'm going to cast a quick best of 3 first. Did you start before the time, Jeremy? Yeah, I did. Originally, I wasn't going to start till the tournament was live, but then I got bored and decided to just start anyway. Alrighty. Shetland Apache. Versus Bowman. ODM R Bowman. ODM R means I think he's a recruit. Alright, let's bring this in a little bit so we can fit this all in one thing. How about that? Okay, and since I haven't looked, what's the pick ban system for today? Like I said, I'm a guest caster. I didn't set this up. Global ban 1 each. Pick 1, ban 2. Tiebreakers, pick 3, ban 1. Okay. Extra rules. Medusa, Hellebron, and Death Hag shrines are banned for Dark Elves. And that's it. Okay. Easy peasy. So Swarv is like Harkin? Ha! Luther Harkin? Yeah. Well, stream did a spinny circle of death and then I refreshed it and it's fine. Alea the Everland, bless you, my Empire friends. It's weird seeing Shetland playing again. I welcome it. Human, I no longer believe in your predictions about favorites. It's just a fun thing I do, Giyama. It's not meant to be taken so seriously. Mads with the $5 donation. Thank you. Thank you, sir. It's very generous. I don't know what I did to deserve it, but I will gladly take it. As I sip my tea. Why I'm Harkin, Swarv? Because sometimes you play really good, sometimes you play really bad. And we don't know what the difference is. There's top tier elite gamer Swarv. I don't know. My opponent hates elves, global banned dark elves, banned high elves, and mortal elves. Coops, who are you fighting? Vrax? You'll have to tell me how Vrax is. I haven't seen them before. And yesterday they signed up for the Chieftain through Grey Seer tournament and got knocked out round 1, so I think they're a newer player that just didn't know there was 3 different skill tiers of tournaments. What up, Zap Spartan? How you doing? How you doing? IDK either. Well, Swarv, just win today. Just beat everyone. Oh, shit. If you win and then I win, I'm gonna have to fight you. Okay, beat everyone besides me, Swarv. Alright. Both our players are building their armies right now, so it looks like this is the actual matchup we are getting. We have Beastmen versus Bretonnia. The meta here in Warhammer 2, I haven't actually seen it a lot in Warhammer 3, but the meta here in Warhammer 2 was Taurox and then a Traderkin caster, a bunch of Centaurs, some with throwing axes, basic Ungors, and Razor Pigs. That was about it, but Traderkin back then was much better versus Cavalry than it is versus them now. Now it's okay versus Cavalry, but it's actually better against single entities, apparently. I actually haven't played too much Beastmen since that change, so I don't know by feel, I just know by what people have told me. That could make it a little more difficult, but honestly, the Beastmen had a lot of advantages in this matchup without Traderkin. Like, Traderkin sealed the deal on this being a bad matchup for Bretonnia, don't get me wrong, but like, slightly nerfing Traderkin isn't like, oh, it's even now. Because the Beastmen got benefit from, they have armor-piercing skirmish cav in the throwing axes. They have armor-piercing 600 gold dog units in the Razor Gore herds. So those paired with Centigores could really dominate a mobile game. And Bretonnia's strength is its heavy cav and its archers. Well, Beastmen are excellent at shutting down archers. And then they had specifically pretty good stuff versus Bretonian cav. And then Taurox could actually kill the Fey Enchantress, was a problem for Bretonnia. And then Bretonia's Duelist Lords lost to Taurox as well, so it was like any Lord choice you have is going to get run down by Taurox. So Bretonnia just had a actually really tough time answering the Beastmen in any form. Because also another trick was that the Beastmen infantry were winning. So it's like, oh. Oh no. Beastmen went across the board. And it's not like Bretonnia sucks and Beastmen are great. Beastmen were top tier at the end of Warhammer 2, so they did have a little bit of an advantage as like far as meta goes. But also it's just that Bretonnia's strengths are... Bretonnia's strengths are weak to Beastmen's strengths. Their strengths are archers and heavy cav, and the Beastmen's strengths are taking out heavy cav and archers. So, rip. I'm fine. How are you today, Spart? I'm good, dude. I'm good. I'm chilling. I just woke up, got some tea, had quick breakfast, and now we're casting things. Brett struggled to get rid of Bastigors, Razor Herds. Yeah, maybe Hippo Knights with the buffed healing can actually pull it off now. Maybe. I am loath to ever bet on Hippogriff Knights. Getting into it. Also, the poll you see, those are the four of the factions I feel like playing today. So, vote on whichever one you want to see, and I'll pick them. That's just who I want. That's who I want to play. That's what I feel like doing. I've also been playing a lot of Empire and Vampire Coast, and I've been playing a good amount of Tomb Kings because they're strong, but I've been losing with them a lot, so I probably won't play them today. We'll see. I used to bring the Green Knight because most people took Traderkin, not Spirit Leech. Yeah, the Green Knight was a good take. It was pretty funny to occasionally, like, just surprise him. But what was extra funny about that, Coops, is there were a lot of times where Taurox would still beat the Green Knight, and it's like, all right, come on, man. He's an armor-piercing, ethereal duelist character with healing, and Taurox is like, I don't give a shit, and just beats the shit out of him. Alright, for Bowman, we have 4 Knights of the Realm. We have 1 Grail Guardians unit. This is not the Grail Knights. They have no anti-large, but they do have 58 melee defense, 20% physical resistance, perfect vigor, immune to psychology, and magical attacks. Huzzahs. Alright, Fey Enchantress, Dwellers Below, and Earthblood. Pretty common stuff for her. And we have Henri le Massif. He is just an armor-piercing version of a paladin, so he can be a good take, though he is slightly more spendy. We have Gotrek Garnison, gonna try and hunt down Taurox. But Taurox isn't here, but shush. Hunt down Taurox, beat his big bull ass. 4 men-at-arms, 5 peasant mobs, and instead of stationary archers that could easily get shut down, we have 2 mounted yeoman archers. Lower DPS, but slightly safer because they can run back to their knights. It's a good build. Gotrek's risky. He's risky, but he can do good work if your opponent fucks up. On the side of Shetland Apache and the Beastmen, we have a Bray Shaman of Shadows with Enfeebling Foe and Melkoths, Mystifying Miasma. Chaos Warhounds of Poison paired with some Razor Gore Herds, Ungor Spearmen, Gore Herds, Ungor Spearmen, so frontline mix of those. Then in the woods, a whole bunch of Centaurs, some with great weapons, some without. More Caspar Hounds of Poison. And we have the Sons of Goros ROR, which is smart to take in case of, like Coops was saying, the Green Knight. These guys do have magic damage, so at least they can do a little bit there. Kavzrik One Eye, naked, but on his chariot. I don't see any of his special abilities. So a naked Kavzrik One Eye as well. I wonder with the buffed trader, not buffed, the changed traderkin, if the Green Knight would be a bad pick here because it does more damage to single entities and it's magic damage? I don't know, but regardless, Sons of Goros is a fine take. Also, we have even more Gore and Ungor herds than I discussed. So Shetland Apache is doing very wide infantry and cav push. I worry he's going to get out attrition by the Knights. Because we don't have Pit of Shades or Traderkin or anything like that to take out the Knights. Just Melkoth, which will do damage over time, but not like insane amounts of damage. So I'm going to... And no Centaurs or Throwing Axes also really worries me for Shetland's army. Those are two things I would say about the Beastmen is... I worry we're going to get down to the Fey Enchantress and 5 Knights, and they're going to cycle charge their way to victory. Yeah. I don't think he's as good as Torox, I agree. Ooh, Bowman charges forward. Since the Beastman took very little damage on the charge, I actually don't think that was a charge order. I think he was just moving forwards, and these guys appeared out of nowhere, and he accidentally took some axes for that, but he is backing off now. Victor, good to see you, good to see you. So the Beastmen are closing in. They have some stocked units running up, but unfortunately for them, there are no archers to flank, so they'll just calmly walk up to peasants and beat the shit out of them. I think the Bretonnian peasants are doomed. The Bretonnian peasants are mega doomed. There's so many Beastmen, and they're so much better than you at everything. But we'll see what Bowman can get out of his 5 Knight units. They're going to have to carry this game pretty hard. They do start off with a nice sideways charge onto the Blackhorn's Ravagers. Blackhorn's Ravagers are rather good combatants with 44 melee defense. I really like this unit in almost all Beastmen armies. They just generally pay for themselves and do quite well. Centaur is taking a charge onto peasant mobs, just trying to lower them down. I worry this is a little over-aggressive in case they get countercharged or something, because it's not like peasant mobs really need to be whittled down. All your Beastmen infantry could just walk up and beat the shit out of them without much help. Knights of the Realm fighting the Razor Pigs, and now you're seeing a little bit of what I talked about, how even without Traderkin, this might be a bad matchup. Look at those Razor Pigs just going to town on the Knights of the Realm, and now they are surrounded by 2 different piggy models, and it's all going very poorly for the Ladies Champion. Elsewhere, the Knights are doing their best. Enfeebling Foe is cast onto the Grail Guardians, lowering their stats to 12 and 34, but I don't think they'll be that threatened by an Ungor Spearman herd, and it looks like the Hero Corps of Bretonnia is just going to pound through some Beastmen infantry, but the Beastmen are off to an early lead in the damage value. 1 Knights of the Realm already pushed off another Knights of the Realm, again surrounded by great weapon Centaurs and armor-piercing pigs. Ooh. Oof, oof, oof. We did mention that those Knights are not going to have a good time versus all that armor-piercing, and they are, in fact, dying horrifically. Right flank going heavily in favor of the Beastmen. The center is a bit more of a fight, and the left flank does not seem to be going well for them at all, and unfortunately for them, the left flank is where their important units are. Fey Enchantress trying to keep her Grail Guardians alive, gives them Favor of the Fey, 76 melee attack, and Kazrik is not loving it. Neither is his Braciaman of Shadows. Centaurs are routed off, and that means that the 2 heroes stand alone with no support. They are going to take all the attacks thrown at them. This could be really bad for Shetland Apache, as a quick Grail Chalice whatever does more damage to the men-at-arms than it did to the routing Ungor Spearman herd, but sometimes them's the breaks. Beastmen vastly overwhelming the pitiful Bretonnian army, but the Lord Snipe is real. Kazrik is going to rout here in just a second. There he goes, and without him, the Braciaman of Shadows is also just meat to the slaughter. And that maybe is enough to turn this back around. Bretonnia is very favored on the balance of power right now, just because losing your Lord as the Beastman is that brutal. But I worry, man. I do worry a little bit, because Bretonnia's 3 single entities are healthy, their Grail Guardians aren't looking so hot, and everything else is really suffering. Out of those 4 Knights of the Realm, I only see 1 left on the battlefield, and it's just about dead. So it is down to this Hero Corps. Now, we don't have any Centaurs with throwing axes. So it's not like they can just muck up the Fey Enchantress in chaff and throw axes at her and kill her off. They're going to have to somehow get these Centaurs and stuff to kill her, which I think is unlikely. So I do think Bretonnia is probably going to win based off the Hero Corps. But if the Beastmen had a couple throwing axes in this situation, I think they would be totally fine with what's going on. Because they killed everything on the map except for the Hero Core. And Kazric / the Shadows Caster getting caught out like that is just brutal. Which is also why we talked about Pit of Shades. Pit of Shades would have been very nice there. And not because, haha, Pit of Shades just deletes everything, man. Pit of Shades is so good, bro. It's like, if you're in a bad situation, your caster gets caught, you can throw Pit of Shades at your feet, and either those Grail Guardians sit there and take an obscene amount of damage, or they back the fuck off. And when they back off, you can run. You know what I mean? But they didn't have that kind of blob deterrent spell, so they were just stuck. They were stuck in these Grail Guardians, they couldn't move, and they all died. So that's why, if you're facing a faction that tends to bring a lot of, like, heavy cav or something, you need some sort of Dwellers Below, Pit of Shades, piercing bolts of ruin from the fire, the Lord of Fire or whatever. You just need some form of armor piercing blob punishment spell to get your lord out of a bad spot, is usually why people take those things. Tourney is now playing the run around and route them game, as the only units they have left are a half health Grail Guardian and 3 heroes, but that's all the units they need, boys. Everything else for Tourney is dead. It's very funny. Norska, why did that send alone? I had a whole message. Oh, I'm sorry, Zep. Who needs Marauder Horsemen? Weaklings, full infantry army is the way. Yeah, Pit of Personal Space. Yeah, I mean, Shetland Apache, he had 2 good spells. Like, Melkoth is a really nice spell. I've seen a lot of top tier players using it recently. It's kind of like a pseudo Spirit Leech with a slow a bit. And Enfeebling Foe is great. He just didn't have Pit, and it's like, he took 2 good cheap spells to spam over the course of the game rather than Pit, because, like, in his defense, now not just like, oh, why don't you take Pit of Shades, idiot? In his defense, like, there's only 1 frickin' knight left on this battlefield, and it's at half HP. And he didn't have Pit of Shades. Like, he was counting on his Razor Gore Herds and his Centigores to kill all this stuff, which he played really well with. Like, he got a great surround, killed the entire Bretonnian army very quickly, dispatched all the knights in the realm super fast. So he, like, maybe in his mind he didn't need Pit of Shades. There was just one situation where, oh fuck, I got caught. It'd be nice if I had Pit of Shades right now. But like, if Kazric and his Shadows Caster hadn't gotten caught right there, this would be a wildly different game. Which is like, duh, obviously, if you don't lose your Lord and Caster right away, it's a different game. I'm just saying, like, it's not pick Pit of Shades and win the game. It's like, oh well, Pit of Shades is nice for covering mistakes. Funny how when Norska is actually decent, I'm playing like 0 multiplayer. Yeah. Rip, Mr. Casual. Rusty, I agree. I think Shetland was microing his right side really well and just not exactly paying attention to the left side. And then Kazric and the Shadows Caster got murked. Because they were both on chariots, so after they got surrounded, they couldn't really move. Alright. Hero and Caster didn't get a lot of value. Centigores didn't get a lot of value, but the Razor Pigs did. Goreherds did fine. Dogs and Ungors did okay, but there wasn't a lot for them to do. Centigores with great weapons did nicely as well. Fey Enchantress, great value. Gotrek, not really. Henry, not really. Grail Guardians, excellent value. Knights of the Realm all got punked, so they didn't really get to do too much. But the Mounted Yeoman Archers from Bowman did great, and the Peasants all got punked. Also not able to do very much. GG, well played. I really like the Lore of Wilds lately. Devolve is such a cost-effective debuff. Kazric Naked is also a weird pick. His whip's nice. Oh... yeah, I don't know. I'm not the best Beastman player, so I don't actually know when Kazric is and isn't a good choice. When I play Beastman, I kind of default to the brain dead. Morgr good because regen and tanky. Torok's good to duel people. I know good stuff, but like, when Doombull is better than Torox, when Kazrak is better than either of them, when Malagor is better than either of them. I actually don't know those things. Because like Razel, for example, you might be in, you know, your first instinct might be like, well, that's because Morgar and Torox are the best. I don't know, man. Razel's a better Beastman player than I'll ever be. And Razel takes the Beast Lord sometimes. He had this like I don't want to say stupid as in bad, but stupid as in just ridiculous. He had this stupid like 3 or 4 Minotaur rush build with a Beast Lord. And he was versus dwarves or something? I don't remember what it was, but it was on stream. The game started, he ran forward, and legitimately within like 45 seconds of gameplay, his opponent FF'd because the Beast Lord threw out Call of the Wild or whatever with the 24 melee attack bonus, and then Apocalyptic Visions, which is another melee attack bonus. So his Minotaurs just weren't missing, and their charge was so amped up that they just like sprinted into whatever frontline it was, like on the charge, routed units, and then the front line was gone, and they just started piling towards the archers, and his opponent surrendered because he's like, oh fuck, I mean, I don't have anything left. It was hilarious. So I don't know. Razel's got some dark technology where he likes the basic Beast Lord. I don't think he's good over the other options. Yeah. I don't know what Kazrak brings, but... Wait, why is Bowman playing Bretonnia again? Hold on, I'm just gonna make sure that he knows you can't play twice. I asked Bowman, why are you playing Bretonnia again? And he's like, I'm not. And I look over at his Shetland Apache. That's my bad. I just like, my brain assumed that no one besides Bowman would play Bretonnia. I'm full of stupid and dumb. Shetland is Brett now? Yeah. I'm sorry, Bird. Kazrak secretly became B tier during the last patch of Game 2, and Chariots went ballistic in Game 3 hasn't undone that yet. Okay. Beast Lord is pretty good buff abilities. Beast Lord triple Mino versus Dwarves has been fairly good since I first began play. Shadow of the Brass Bull is gaudy and classless, but also large. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. What up, Bird? How you doing? You're a Bretonnia main? Yeah. I know. I haven't seen you play in a long time, Bird. Bretonnian mains have been few and far between these days. Bretonnia's been feeling rough. Feeling rough. Not bad, but like rough. There's a difference. Like Khorne feels bad, right? Nurgle, in my opinion, feels bad. Bretonnia just feels rough. Like, they have some matchups where they're still good. There's a lot of matchups where they can win. It's just you're playing at, like, a slight disadvantage. But they're kind of in that spot right now where they're not bad, but you kind of need to be a main to play them well. They're not a faction, in my opinion, right now that you can just pick up and expect to do well because they're, like... their base power level is really low. And by that I mean, like, you know, there are strong factions where your base units are so strong they cover up some mistakes. Like Slaanesh last patch. Slaanesh now is still good in the right hands, but Slaanesh last patch, do you remember the Devoted Marauders? Where they were like super cheap and you just spam as many of them as you could and you would probably win games? That's what I'm talking about. Or like, you know, And that's also what makes a faction OP, is if their stats are slightly too large. You see them all the time because people who aren't as good at them, the stat buffs get them through that. But also, at the top tiers, if everybody's playing like super perfectly, then it's a huge advantage to have like statistically better units. So that's why you see a lot of the top tier players playing the same stuff every patch. Is like, you know, if you and I are both really fucking good at this game, but my units are 5% more effective, I'm going to win 5% more games. You're doing pretty okay, busy with school and stuff. Playing a match a week. How are you? I'm good, dude. I'm good. My work sucks right now. Work blows. But I'm getting through it. I'm leaving this job in January. Gonna have to find another job for a bit. And then Grace and I are moving somewhere. We don't know yet. Somewhere more permanent to settle down and have kids and shit, so don't know. Been applying for jobs in the board game industry because it's really interesting, but it's hard to get into. Yeah, just kind of in an awkward transition period. Also, the economy might tank right now, which is great timing for me, you know, as you hate your job and you're trying to leave it and start a new career, and maybe possibly the economy's going to crater out on you. It's a great time. You don't mind Brett right now? Never minded playing disfavored matchup, so I'm biased. Yeah, I mean, me either, you know. I'm not a top tier player, so there's that, but I've always just kind of played what I liked and enjoyed myself. Got into the game playing Skaven, lost a shitload of tournament matches, and eventually got good at Skaven, so nah. People don't practice their good matchups. You can often throw a curveball and catch them off guard. I wanted Trigger to do that yesterday. In yesterday's finals, it's Trigger versus Voidlaws. Trigger was down a game. And in his pick 3, he had Warriors of Chaos, something, and High Elves. And then Void picked Slaanesh, banned something. So it was a choice between Warriors of Chaos and High Elves. And I really wanted Trigger to go High Elves, just to maybe throw Void off kilter. Because I doubt Void is as practiced in Slaanesh versus High Elves as Slaanesh versus Warriors of Chaos, and I'm like, Void is just a better... Not trying to be a dick to Trigger, but like, Void is just a better player than you, in my opinion. And Slaanesh versus Warriors of Chaos is almost a mirror match. So you guys are going to be playing the same game, and you're just skill checking Void balls, and that's not a great way to win. So I was hoping he would maybe go High Elves and try to like put Void a little off foot, but he didn't. He went Chaos, and then it was like 4 Hellstriders and 4 Skirmish Cav versus 4 Hellstriders and 6 Skirmish Cav. And even though Void was down 2 Skirmish Cav, he just like completely outplayed Trigger and won the game. And there's a part of me that's like, I wish you'd gone High Elves, man. Moving to a different state of town or just a different house in Rochester? We're thinking either the Twin Cities, or if I can find a job in the board game industry, that'd be great. But a lot of those jobs are in the Twin Cities, Denver, and Seattle. So those are like the 3 cities we're looking at. I currently have I've applied to like 10 jobs, but I got some no's. So the ones that are still pending are 2 in Colorado, 1 in Seattle, and 1 in the Twin Cities. And at the first of every month, I check for new job postings. Because I'm also kind of in an awkward spot where I can't leave this job until January. And then Grace and I aren't ready to move at the drop of a hat. We'd like to wait till summer, but we'll see. Like, if the dream job comes up, I'll move sooner than that, but I don't know. Right now, I'm just kind of feeling out the space. It's kind of awkward. If I did get a job right now, it's like, oh, well, can this position wait until February? And then can I work remote until summer, or no? But we'll figure it out. Doesn't hurt to apply and see what your options are, you know. Game 2. Not a top tier player. You're the Human Boy Cleo, the best, greatest player for Warhammer 3. Aw. Yeah, sure. Just as long as I don't fight anybody, as long as I don't fight Hanadins or Voidlaws or the Green One or Alfredino or Evenstar or Crabling, yeah, I'm gonna be great. High Elf Seaguard spam is actually pretty good versus Slaanesh. The rest of the roster is perfect in every way. Yeah. I mean, like, it's a slight advantage, right? I'm not saying, like, Void won't know what to do in the matchup. I'm just saying that, like, it's probably better than meeting him in a matchup he definitely knows. I hope it goes well. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. What year... Well, that's a dumb question. Don't answer that. I hope university is going well. All right. What are we doing? What's going on? Bretonnia's still setting up, so I'm going to cover this army because this army is a lot smaller and easier to look at. We have double Dark Riders, quadruple Cold One Knight. Yes, quadruple Cold One Knight, 2 Dark Riders, Repeater Crossbows, 2 Scourge Runner Chariots, Malekith up in the sky with only Soul Stealer as a spell, and we have the Knights of the Ebon Claw, Cold One Dread Knights, with Primal Instincts and Murderous Mastery. Okay. On the other side, for Shetland Apache and Bretonnia, we have a wild deployment that I'm trying to figure out right now. Because he's going to move stuff around and I'll miss some things, but whatever. In the back corner, we have triple Knights Errant. On the back line, double Field Trebuchet, very spaced out. I think when he sees his opponent's army is tiny, he wanted to space out so like he can't get blobbed on. So like if everything from the Dark Elves runs at this Field Trebuchet, the other one can turn and shoot. It's a good strategy in certain cases. Is there a third Trebuchet or is the second one moving? This is exactly why I was worried when everything wasn't already deployed. All right, second one's just moving. We have Royal Pegasus Knights, not just Pegasus Knights, Royal Pegasus Knights, with Perfect Vigor, a little bit of physical resistance, and magic damage. Okay. We have Royal Hippogriff Knights with their armor piercing. Alberic de Bordelot, up in the sky, giving charge bonus and bonus versus large. Some peasant mobs and spearmen at arms, wildly spaced out to really draw the Dark Elves around. Some mounted yeomen archers, and a Damsel of Life with Earthblood and Regrowth. Okay. Oh, that's why he's deployed like that. Shetland's looking for any stocked like shades or something in the corner because he doesn't want something to pop up and wreck his trebs. The green one and Handons are pretty beatable. Oh yeah, they're very beatable, just not for me right now. I haven't been playing particularly great. I've been playing like poop. Mounted Yeoman gonna surprise attack the Scourge Runner Chariots, but it won't come to much and they will just run away. Plus Void has fallen to some dastardly trickster builds a few times. Only PSO college, PSEO so far is going pretty well. Might allow me to take a year off of college in a couple years though. Nice. Imperial Intelligence, app humans, and the British can be classified stuff. Alright. We are off. It's a little bit of skirmish from the Dark Elves plus heavy cav versus artillery, skirmish, and flying heavy cav on the other side. Though these Hippogriff Knights and Royal Pegasus Knights do have to be careful about Scourge Runners. This is an interesting decision from Shetland Apache, and I don't actually hate it. His mounted yeomen are just sprinting up to the Scourge Runner Chariots, trying to waste some of their ammunition, I think. Where, like, if they have fire at will on while they're in melee combat, they're going to shoot the mounted yeomans, and that is objectively a waste of their ammunition. But that's, like, the point I think Shetland's trying to get across. So, that's smart. You know, it's only a 400 gold unit. They don't even take that much damage before they just tear right off from Malekith, so I like that. Meanwhile, Royal Pegasus Knights get engaged with Cold One Knights and actually do a lot more damage than I would have thought. Holy crap. Maybe they were supported by Trebs and I didn't see that or something, but that is a lot of damage off Cold One Knights. But, ooh! Oh, the return fire. A nice regrowth cast here from Shetland Apache, healing them up before they lose any models, but they took a ton of damage from those Scourge Runners and Repeater Crossbows. They're not having a good time at all. Royal Pegasus Knights still chasing down the Cold One Knights. Get him, Pegasus, get him! That's pretty great. Malekith lands in some Mounted Yeomen and Mounted Yeomen Archers. Plus his Cold One Knights get these Mounted Yeomen Archers, so that is a bunch of Mounted Peasants all eating the dirt. But now it looks like Malekith and the Royal Hippogriff Knights are all pathing towards Malekith, and he can't quite get off the ground as this one Mounted Yeoman is poking him. Go, one Mounted Yeoman, keep poking him. All right, he is stuck on the ground. Royal Hippogriffs and Alberic landing. They're going to try to get some good damage, but you know what else is going to get good damage? Fucking Scourge Runners. They're rolling up, and they're like, yes, please land on the ground, and a huge Soul Stealer is going to hit a crap ton of units. That's going to be a lot of damage, and we'll need Earthbloods or Regrowths or something onto these Hippogriff Knights, or they're going to start to lose models very quickly. Dark Riders Repeater Crossbows were chased off by Peasant Mobs and the Royal Hippogriff Knights, so it looks like they were not able to tee off onto this big old blob of units. But Malekith's still here. He's full health because he just healed himself, and Royal Hippogriff Knights land onto the Scourge Runner Chariots. Now, Bowman Beastslayer is up. in the damage value pretty significantly, but we'll see if that can last. Meanwhile, Cold Knights catch some Knights Errant sleeping just a little bit because Shetland Apache's micro is elsewhere. Cold Knights supporting Malekith are having a bad time. There is a giant blob of Mounted Yeomen and Peasants all on Malekith, but there are some Royal Hippogriff Knights and Alberic in here doing actual damage. Meanwhile, the Royal Pegasus Knights do manage to goon out the Scourge Runner Chariots. Haven't killed a model yet, and these guys are almost out of ammunition, so maybe it's not the worst loss for the Dark Elves, but it is still a loss that they... Nobody wants their Scourge Runner Chariots to get that fucked up. Malekith went down to half HP after his heal. Now he has plenty more heals to get, unless Alberic and the Royal Pegasus Knights can truly just chase him off. We have Knights of the Ebon Claw coming in, and they will wreck Alberic and these Royal Hippogriff Knights, so they're gonna have to be careful. Malekith already gets another fucking Soul Stealer. That is one change of the Winds of Magic that pisses me off so much when fighting Dark Elves, is how quickly they can get off Soul Stealers, because you can store more than 30 Winds of Magic at a time. Meaning at the start of the game, you get up to 30, and then you keep climbing, so you can get off like 1 or 2 or 3 quick Soul Stealers in a row. It's so annoying to try and snipe out anything. Royal Hippogriff Knights do get a nice rear charge from Shetland Apache. He goes up into the air, waits for them to charge Alberic, and then charge down on the side. Getting a lot of damage done, honestly, along with some Trebuchet support, but Alberic is now stuck fighting Malekith alone, and while they're trading about even blow for blow, Malekith has more health and stronger weapon strength, so Alberic is not winning that whatsoever. Damage value has evened up since we saw it last, which is nice, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough, as Malekith is going to body Alberic. Does he shatter, or is the regrowth actually going to come in time? Oh, he takes another huge shot. Does he shatter, or does he hold while the regrowth heals him up? It looks like he is going to hold and just naturally rout. Mounted Yeomans try and slow down Malekith, get Alberic some time to get a little bit of distance and maybe even recover. Scourge Runner Chariots are running straight through Mounted Yeoman and now trying to stop Trebuchets from firing. Bounce power goes against Bretonnian, I would tend to agree. We have some Spearmen at Arms just chilling, staring off into the distance. Staring into the sun, even. But, on the same token, Bowman does have a full health Cold Knight that finished chasing something off and is forgotten. Another full health Cold Knight is just starting to join the fight now. Now Alberic is back. He lands on the ground in the Mounted Yeoman Archers, but another fucking Soul Stealer gets cast. I told you, they come out so fast. That's 3 Soul Stealers in 5 minutes. You can't tell me that's not fast. Oh my god. I don't know if that one even landed, though. I think he like cast it and then canceled it. I don't know, because I didn't see it heal him up at all. But anyway, so many Soul Stealers. Without Alberic, Bretonnia's leadership is going to falter, and they've lost their biggest duelist against Malekith, who probably has another Soul Stealer coming soon. And then he will heal himself up even more. Balance power shifts more heavily against them. We still have 2 heavy Coldwood Knights on the field. We do still have 2 repeater crossbows with tons of ammunition, and Malekith. What does Bretonnia have? Some decently healthy Royal Pegasus Knights, honestly. And where are those Hippogriffs? Do they even still exist, or are they all dead? Looks like they're all dead. Dead. Are we just giant citizens? Or we could just grant citizens rights to tea, and bam, they'd be represented. Yeah. Why so much Brett? I don't know. People like Brett. Bowman is a Brett main. I don't know what Shetland plays mostly, but it looks like a lot of Brett too. Royal Pegasus Knights going all in as another Soul Stealer is going to heal Malekith up. Royal Pegasus Knights are just trying one last desperate attempt to Lord Snipe, but I don't think it's going to be enough, as in fact they are going to rout, and when they rout we might honestly go into army losses. Yep, there it is. So many Soul Stealers! So do Blade Singers hard counter Soul Stealer, or no? No, they don't. Why would they? No, they don't. Why would they? For Shetland, the build was Chad. We appreciated the build. Royal Pegasus Knights actually did quite well, and he played very well with them. The Royal Hippogriff Knights unfortunately just got shot a bunch. Alberic did okay for being Alberic. He did fine. Lifecaster did well. Knights Errant really didn't get anything done. Trebuchets just put pressure on the opponent but didn't get a ton done. Mounted Yeoman and Mounted Yeoman Archers did fine. The Peasant Mobs and Spearmen didn't have a lot to do. On the other side, Malekith did fucking Malekith things. Turns out if you can get 3 or 4 Soul Stealers off in an 8-minute game, it's kind of strong. You can almost heal cap a Dragon Lord 8 minutes into a game. It's kind of strong. Just saying. Fuck Soul Stealer. Anyway, I'm not mad, but fuck Soul Stealer. But I'm not mad. I'm not. Do you see how not mad I am right now? Cold Knights didn't get great value, but 2 of them are still literally full HP, so Scourge and Cherries did awesome. Repeater crossbows still had a ton of ammunition and health, so they were doing all right. And Dark Riders, one did great, one did not. Doomsage, ha, I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that. All right, Bowman is advanced. Strat Game and Yumi are still fighting. So here's the bracket. We have more people than at the start, so some of you haven't seen the bracket. I am in the tournament. I just had a bye round, so I was casting this for fun. Because I hadn't seen Shetland play in a while, and I wanted to watch. Because he's a fun dude. Strat Game and Yumi, whoever wins that will come face me. The human boy. And my tournament favorites for this one, I said, were Kel Harmon, the green one, and then Dark Horse Trigger. Hey! All right, I'm up as soon as I get here. Cool. I'll message Yumi. Where am I going again? You. Oh, is it clear? Yumi, what's your name in this server? Whatever. I know where to find him. I'll just message him on my server. All right. So we'll get Yumi in here. What's the first map? Vulture Ridge. Ooh, my first pick. God damn it, I'm first pick on Vulture Ridge. No! I don't mind this map. I think it's a good map. It's just not a good map for my factions. Because it's almost the exact same map as Northern Chaos Wastes from Warhammer 2. So it's like, there's a hill in the middle. But it's not like, there's one of the maps that's literally just a gigantic hill in the middle and then it's flat on either side and it's kind of like a donut-shaped map. This one is more of like a gradual hill in the middle. So it's like, oh, but it means a lot of my shooting factions can't see. So I'm going to have to play Rush on this map. Shetland, you played well. The Royal Hippogriff was Chad. The Royal Pegasus Knight was more Chad. You did great. Depth card just saved you, Coops? Yeah, depth card have been doing pretty good. And I don't hate that, you know? I don't hate elite infantry being good. Yumi entered the code I gave them and they couldn't get in this game, and I just checked, it's the same code. So, maybe they'll have to host. You got this? Thanks. I'm going to put a blocker up when I build my builds because this is a try-hard tournament and I am going to try hard. Can't stick around, but I support y'all. Thanks, Ad Mortem. Don't send me any more ads, please. Kicking yourself for that Beastman game? That was a pretty, like, I don't want to say sad game as in it was, like, bad. It was just like, man, you killed 90% of the army really well, but that 10% is actually going to win the whole game. It's just the Fey Enchantress and her Grail Guardians just walked around and slowly routed off the rest of your army. It's like, oh, God. That one should have at least been close. I mean, it was close. You just didn't have the tools to finish off that last little bit. Bowman in the chat completely BM, beating up on his opponent after he won the game. Bowman, you should be ashamed of yourself. Ugh. I'm kidding. Sorry. Yumi couldn't join my lobby, so no. I'm wondering if they're gonna host or if I need to host a new one. So sorry for the delay. What's the poll at? Oh wow, it's pretty even. Kislev and Lizardman are currently ahead. Okay. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep from this ridicule moment. Good. Good. I love starting drama. Drama gets viewership. Must cause drama. I will never fight a brother Bretonian. Virtual Mage, I see my favorite rap boy is streaming. My immediate question to that is, do you have multiple? Global ban Warriors of Chaos. No, Grand Cathay. Versus Yumi. Yumi. Boop, boop, boop. Where's the poll at these days? You're the only one? Hell yeah! No competition. Beastman, Kislev, and Lizardman all tied. Okay. And Scapin are honestly pretty close too. So I global banned Grand Cathay. We're now waiting on Yumi's global ban. They're typing. They're typing. Why wasn't Dowie in that poll? I don't know. I don't feel like playing Dowie today. I could. I just listed some factions that I felt like playing. And again, I said at the start of the stream, but there's only 10 people then. I am tryharding today. I don't have any meta factions listed. I'll play them if I need to, but also I'm not particularly good at Chaos or Slanesh. So those are just meta factions that I'm actually not that good at. And any build I do play, I will be taking seriously. So if you see something that you think is a meme, it means I thought it was good, and if it sucks, then I suck. So too bad. Yumi bans Vampire Coast. Okay. So we're even on all accounts. They have vampire counts. I have an idea. So I'm going to go... Oh, Kislev took the lead. So we're going to go Kislev. Kislev ban 2. Alrighty. Kislev ban Warriors of Chaos and Slanesh. Because the only way to play Kislev versus Slanesh is not fun in any capacity. So I'm not going to do that. Ooh, wait. I don't want to ban Tomb Kings. Yeah, I'm banning Tomb Kings. Or should I ban Tomb Kings? Have fun, Bubba! Goodbye. You can leave the door open if you're leaving. Yeah. Tomb Kings... Double Little Grom is good in that matchup versus Tomb Kings. But this map sucks for double Little Groms. That's why I'm thinking I might want to just ban it. No, you know what? Fuck it. I'll fight Tomb Kings if I have to. Let's ban Slanesh. I don't feel like doing a bear blob right now. What does Kislev have to kill Blood Knights? I was curious if they would take vampire counts, but then the bear blob would be pretty good against them. Bye, Butcher. Thanks for the good luck. They have vampire counts. I have an idea. My money is on the vampire counts. Boris and Warsled seemed decent when I played VC into Kislev. Yeah. I mean, counts don't have the best blob punishment tools other than just blobbing on you, and Kislev can do that actually pretty well. I usually like taking sub-faction colors, but with Kislev, honestly, the main faction is my favorite color scheme. The royal blue is nice. I don't really like the teal, and the all gray Kislev just feels pretty meh. And the Ungol Kindred, I have a lore reason for not liking them. The Ungol's fucking piss me off in the lore. They're just the worst, so I don't really want to play as them. So Yumi's thinking. Oh, right. Oh, stretch. I suppose if I'm just sitting here, I could build a build versus vampire counts if that's what they feel like they're going to do. And then adjust it if necessary. Hi, puppy! Or we could get distracted by the puppy that has come here to say hi. Hi, puppy. Did your mom leave to run errands and now you're like, Dad, she's leaving forever. Because she always leaves forever. She never comes back. Every time she leaves, it's the last time. It's the last time. She's not coming back, is she, little puppy? No. It's just you and me now. It's just you and me now. For the rest of time. For the rest of time, puppy. But then what happens when I go to work after this tournament? Will you be all alone forever? Alright, they are going Tomb Kings. So I'm going to have to deal with this without Little Grom. Double Little Groms. I'm not going to be able to... Hi, little puppy! Not going to be able to see anything. Hi, pup. You got to get down now. I gotta try to beat some Tomb Kings, okay? I got to try to beat some Tomb Kings. Good lady. I love the Hazel Basil. Is Mortis not a game ender? Not for Kislev, not really. Okay. So beating Tomb Kings as Kislev. Go Isles Bring Sisters, the end. I am already stuck with Kislev. Go Isles Bring Sisters, the end. I am already stuck with Kislev, so that's not going to work. Sorry, I'm busy thinking. Doing the big things. That could be fine. What's your health pool? Not great. Yeah, not great. You... Okay. Seems fine. Why don't the Griffin Legion or Wing Lancers have anti-large? These are the questions I want to know. That annoys me to no end. Get that, get some of these. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not being the most talkative. I'm thinking. Doing the big things. How far is that range? Effect range. That could be something. Alright, we'll try it. 750. Meh. It's an awkward amount of gold. If I cut one of you, I can get 3 of those. Well, that's pretty good. Ha! Alright, well, let's see. 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, 12. Sure, we'll try this. A real Skaven would bring sisters anyway and damn the consequences. Why don't Heavy Cav have AP with giant lances? Dude, I don't know. I don't know why the Kislev, I don't know why the Kislev cavalry besides Bear Cav have no, like, combat modifier stats, I guess I'll call them. Like, they have no armor piercing, no anti-infantry, no anti-large. They're just flat damage. And it's like, oh, okay. Well then, what's the point of taking you? Because versus Undead, I mean, if I'm going to compromise Ushapti Great Bows with Winged Lancers or the Griffin Legion, they're not going to do that much damage because they don't have anti-large or armor piercing. And they're just going to... The Ushapti Great Bows are going to just walk away from me over time and I won't get that much damage out. Is what I'm worried about. Now, I could be wrong. You know? Because there's a lot of really good Kislev players that actually take Winged Lancers. Griffin Legion, not so much, but I do see a lot of Winged Lancer play. Now, I don't always see it work out, which is part of my concern, but I do see a lot of it. I'm not going to turn guard mode on, because I will turn guard mode on the Streltsy, but the Kossars I actually do want to fight. If they get caught, I want them to just fight. Enemy troop count is a lot of infantry, so we'll see. So the idea of this build is twofold. One, I know Yumi has been talking a lot in my Discord server about just spamming the shit out of Tomb Guard and grinding through your opponent. So I'm going to see if they do that. Which could mean I could get a mobile advantage and then kite them and use my archers and stuff to do good work. Slash Streltsy can shoot Ushapti Great Bows, etc. Brought a Foot Lord because Tomb Kings are famously not that great at killing Foot Lords, besides Spirit Leech, and I'll put her right next to Patriarchs. Patriarch can kind of heal her up through that stuff. We have one Heavy War Sled to roll dirty through infinite amounts of Tomb Guard in the late game if Yumi is going for their Tomb Guard spam. And then we have Cosified Dervishes as some unbreakable cheap cav on the sides in case they do bring a good amount of cavalry. I'll just try to muck them up in my cheap cav and then shoot them with archers, but yeah, I think double Little Grom is better, but not on this map. Like, I can't see. If you zoom in, you'll see why I didn't take double Little Grom. I can't see anything. I'd have to get all the way up here to even use double Little Grom, and then I'll be in range of the Ushapti Great Bows, so I don't want to do that. Griffin Legion is such a cool unit that I want to take them, but it's just a disappointment every time. I agree. I originally took Heart of Winter, but I wondered about Frostblades giving me melee damage on my Kossovite Dervishes to win against Nehakara Horsemen. So I'm going to try that. I am curious how that works. Though, unfortunately, I did put her on foot because she's less snipeable, but that does also mean I can't get to the side fights to help out, so I'll have to cast that close to my own line. Which, I'll probably fuck up the micro and not do it correctly, but oh well. It's an idea, worth a shot. Anyway, I have 12 ranged units, so I maxed out on that. Ready, good luck, have fun. I'm not sure about this build, but in theory, it would be good. Run up here, you pop this for the Winds of Magic recharge. And let's get going. You guys stay safe until the late game. until I see what's going on. Because if it's a bunch of Shopty Great Bows, I'm going to have to let infantry eat those shots for you. Infantry, move up to about here. And we'll see what they're doing. Are you shielded? You're not shielded. So back off. Back off, let the infantry deal with the skirmishers. It is, in fact, just Tomb Guard spam. We are not shocked. Alright, so Tomb Guard spam means my chariots can go nuts. So go nuts, chariots, go nuts. Streltsy, back off. I don't want to summon that yet, because I'm pretty sure Yumi will just walk away. So instead we'll pop this. And you guys got stuck on nothing, which is pretty cool. Now things are getting a little crazier. Maybe we can throw out a quick Snow Leopard to go get Arkin. You guys are taking forever. Do another one of these. Okay, you guys are stuck in melee combat, which isn't the worst thing in the world. You guys are trying to kite out some Tomb Guard. You guys are trying to kite out some Tomb Guard. You're shooting, but it doesn't look like you're doing that much damage, which is kind of pissing me off. You guys went really far because I clicked wrong because I'm stupid. Give you guys some melee attack buffs. You're still fighting up here. Where are my bears? Where are my barriers? Okay. Overcast do armor piercing? Nope. Let's keep undercasting it. You come here. You come here. You stand next to the Patriarch, but try not to get damaged anymore. You come with me. Streltsy are free. These Streltsy are running away from your Ushapti summons. So you're going to shoot that Ushapti summon because it is going to catch me, and I don't want that to happen. How's your next heal coming? Not quite. Shoot the summon so this Streltsy can get freed up. You guys are having a really tough time getting anywhere. So force path, force path, force path, force path. Check that out. Throw down a heal for all these units. Armored Kossars and Patriarch try to hit Arkin. Meanwhile, we are getting hit again. Cast Frostblades there. Okay. You guys run over there. You guys come back this way. Where are my Barriots? Barriots are trapped in infinite amounts of cavalry! But, yeah. The Spirit Leech spam is proving to be a problem. On to Our Lady. And crumbling is still crumbling. Boop. I was kind of hoping the Snow Leopard would do more than he ended up doing, which was pretty disappointing. Like, the fact that he just, like, died next to Arkin was really annoying. And they did have a lot of cav and not just Tomb Guards. My 4 cost fight dervishes weren't really enough to do very much, unfortunately. Yeah. I should have taken Heart of Winter, not Ice Maiden's Kiss or whatever, because that really I was casting it all game, and it didn't do any damage, so I could have just Heart of Wintered this blob, and it would have been better. But, oh well. Rip! Just take Heart of Winter! Bear Slids did okay. They got stuck a lot. Streltsy spent their entire game running, which sucks. Armored Cossars did alright. Cossar Spears did okay. Kosovo Dervishes got their shit kicked in because they're outnumbered and by better cav. So it was 6-4. And Nakar Horsemen did very, very well. Tomb Guard Span was alright. But honestly, their values weren't that good. It was the Nakar Horsemen that carried the entire game. And Arc and Spirit Leech onto my lord. Damn. GG, well played. You had a nice Cavalry on one flank, Rat Lloyd had one worthless flank and one overrun one. Yeah. Well, Kosovo Dervishes couldn't do much for Nekar Horsemen. So next time, I don't know, Guardian's Call was also... I was hoping that a Snow Leopard following Arkin around would be better, but it just got ganked right away. So I think I could cut the Patriarch and that lady, get just Castalton, honestly. Urson's Ward. Blaze of Devotion. So combine those two units into just him. And then put him on a bear to give him more health. So Spirit Leech is less effective on him. It saves me 450 gold overall. Could do that. The Warbears were fine. I think the Streltsy were necessary if I'm not going to take the double Little Grom on this map. But cut some of the Kossars and then invest in a better Cav Core. So get rid of these. Maybe Winged Lancers will beat Nakar Horsemen? Maybe? I don't know. My Lord getting Spirit Leeched, and then the Guardian's Call kind of sucked. Oh, I don't have a caster right now. Okay. How much is just Heart of Winter on you? $100 gold. I can get that back. I think that might be better. Maybe. Even cut another Streltsy and get a better front line. Something like that. Armored Kossars were doing work. They were doing alright. I just lost the flanks too hard. And my Lord got Spirit Leech out. Alright, they're going Skaven, ban Warriors of Chaos, and Dark Elves. Skaven, ban Warriors of Chaos, and Dark Elves. That's an interesting ban. Slaanesh is traditionally good into Skaven doing that kind of thing. Could go Slaanesh. Slaanesh. Too much range and not enough to protect, yeah. I thought they were doing their dumb Tomb Guard blob, which they kind of did, but they also had a lot of cav. That could affect all my range. I was wondering if it was a Tomb Guard blob with Ushaptis in the middle, or a Tomb Guard blob with the cav, and it was a Tomb Guard blob with the cav. Looks like a hard matchup for Kislev. I think on that map it's difficult, because the other thing, like, is double Little Grom is super good versus Tomb Kings, but that map was bad for it. Slaanesh versus Skavinos. Did I save that build I liked? Nope. I just realized Hellstriders of Slanesh cause fear. Why do they cause fear? That's fucked up. They don't need to cause fear. That's funny. Okay, do that, do that, do that. What else do I need? I feel like I'm overlooking something, but this is all looking also pretty solid, so I don't know. Could get some of these, I suppose. Sure. Oh, I have an awkward 50 gold. What do I spend it on? Chevs, baby, I guess. 3, 0. 0 gold spend! That's a win. Who are you and what have you done to Rat Boy? I don't know. Some fucking casual. About to get 0-2'd? Though, today is my last day of work and then I have 2 weeks off. So I will get more time to actually play. And get good at video games again. Ready for a Skaven Blob? I forget who I was playing, but someone actually had a pretty interesting build for this matchup, and they made it pretty close. If you're out there, let me know, because I forgot who you were, and I'm sorry about that. But they played, like, Gutter Runners and then full Molder Rush, so they went, like, Wolf Rats, Rat Ogres, Throt, a bunch of Gutter and Night Runners. And while it sounds like that would get rode down by Hellstriders, which it did, I ended up winning that game, but it was super close. You know, took me off guard. Because I had a very similar build to what I have now, if not exactly what I had now. I was trying to remember it offhand. But that type of build made my Marauders worthless. Like, they just wandered around trying to find a fight all game, and they couldn't quite get what they wanted. Now, a smart person would have pulled back my mobile assets into the infantry, but in the heat of the moment, I panicked, and I was like, what's going on? Jesus Christ! So, I took the flank fights anyway. When I was outnumbered. And I did end up winning, barely, but barely is the key word there. Like, I abandoned one of my flanks and just accepted 2 Hellstriders were gonna die. And I sent a Zazel over to the other side, and I got a, like, gigantic 6-unit Phantasmagoria thing. Minus 16 leadership and can't move, and then I popped his Discourage Blade thing. So they got minus 32 leadership when he charged in, and then they all terror routed, and I rode them off the map. So I lost one flank, but the other person lost more. But even from then, it was actually kind of a difficult game, because they were just cycle charging my infantry a bunch, and I only had 2 Hellstriders and a Horseman left. So it was a neat build. Don't know if that's what they're going to do. Enemy troop count 907. That's not what they're going to do. That is a tiny troop count. All right. So we'll play careful. We'll play careful. I'm going to put my skirmish cab on skirmish mode in case one of them gets attacked while I'm not looking. Or something. Vacation or stopped? Vacation. Thought you continued till January? I do. Gun runners are stupid hard to run down. Poison their slow aura. Yeah. Marauders! Ready, ready. Good luck, have fun. So we'll see. I did bring Lash of Slanesh just in case of, like, a Storm Vermin box, because Lash does have 100% AP. It's not incredible versus them, but over time it'll get the job done. That's a blob. Alright, do they have any supreme range? No. So I can set my I can take my time setting up. Because they don't have any long range that's going to force me to move fast, so. My infantry and my monstrous infantry can chill for a bit. And we can walk up. So we have Ikit, who has just the Flensing Ruin ability. We're just setting up a full surround. Ikit's trying to shoot my Forsaken, which is honestly fine. I'll put Chaos Spawn close enough that if he actually charges in, he's gonna regret it. But let's pull back slightly on the front line because we just want to wait for a hot second. Okay, we're slightly in range of that, so back off. I'm gonna need my Marauder Horseman to hit the Hell Pit Abomination later, but for now... everybody commit! What does Overcasting do? Extended effect duration. Okay, I don't need that per se. Okay. So we'll do this, round off a bunch of stuff. Why can't I move Azazel? Oh, it's that that warp grinder thing. Okay. Path through to that. Azazel, try to get through. Alright. So everything's routing. Azazel's almost dead, which is really annoying. Can't quite get out. There, you guys block up Ikit and Azazel's gonna fly away. Okay. So now Azazel's gonna be a support lord for the rest of the game, but that's alright. That happens. Okay. Now that you have gotten Azazel to freedom, run away. But we're very far behind on the balance of power, which is annoying. Oh wait, no, don't do that. Do this. You guys come back, Hellstriders can chase. Okay. So we spent that thing on Azazel, and it is going to do some damage, but at least it wasn't on my blobbed up units, so I guess we'll take that. You guys kite away. Net him down and shoot him, honestly. Hellstriders, you're not going to get that much damage done. I thought I said shoot him, not run into melee with him like a fucking dumbass. So maybe don't do that. Oh, Azazel crumbled away like an asshole because he's a demon. Okay. So we're chasing off anything that routes. I guess we have to try and fight Ikit, but without our lord, this is pretty bad. That's gonna be GG. Rip. Couldn't quite get Azazel out of the blob, which was annoying. Ikit really stayed on him. And also we didn't route those storm vermin at the back when we got a rear charge on him and gave him all of our debuffs. So that was pretty brutal. The Blightscab's Plague Pack giving an AoE ITP aura definitely helped because it couldn't terror out stuff. Should have taken Slicing Shards or Pit of Shades or something, but I don't know. It's a lot of Winds of Magic to commit to, especially because if they didn't blob, then Slicing Shards would be useless, but it would have been great here, so. Got cheesed, lost, rip. Maybe get some cav on the front side as well. I don't see what they would have done, though. Did you bring Slicing Shards? No. I didn't think that the box would be that boxy, so I should have brought it, but I brought Lash in case of, like, Storm Vermin spam, but there just wasn't enough time to do everything. We routed off most things, but Ikit, like, insta-sniping Azazel, because I couldn't get, like, I couldn't move around, so I lost my Lord right away. That sucks, because he's supposed to do a lot more cycle charging, but he just got, like, stuck in things and couldn't move. So, rip. Rip. Yumi loves those blob builds, dude. Chase down the routing units? What do you mean? Been a while since I saw some land battles from Oz. Yeah, we always do land battles. Alright, so we need our next game. Whatever dude and Zep are still going? That's interesting. I'll message Golden Floof and see what he's doing. So here comes the first big hit. And then we route stuff. So I'm not netted here, but I just can't get out. And I try to route these Storm Vermin, but they have ITP right now, so they're not gonna tear a route. And then I get stuck on like the Hell Pit and the Assassin, and they're hitting every shot, which is pretty brutal. I even throw out a Lash of Slanesh. Look how low these guys' leadership gets, and now they actually start to tear her out. But I'm still stuck, and I just like can't move. And I'm not netted, I just like couldn't move for a while, so Ikit and the Assassin are getting a big damage onto Azazel, which is brutal. So that was the big thing, is like, if Azazel had been able to dive in and then get out, he would have been fine, but he just like, he lost all of his health because the Hell Pit hit, you know, Ikit hit. So shit sucks. Everything having ITP from these bastards. AoE ITP aura. So that's what that was about. That's one of those times where like you know, like, when you have this, like, perfect plan, you're like, man, I'm gonna do this, like, I'm gonna give... Because I used to do this a lot, was, like, I had to have these weird builds where you give Morse Katar's Hellion, like, 200 melee attack. And it's like, and then for sure he's gonna snipe the Tomb King's Lord, and then he gets up there and he just T-poses. And you're like, oh, this plan hinged on you fucking swinging. That was the opposite of that, where I'm like, oh, Azazel can dive in and get out as long as they don't hit every attack, and as long as they get stuck on each other. And somehow Ikit Claw and his Doom Wheel, and a Hell Pit Abomination, both being gigantic, and a foot character and an assassin, all three of them were like, handshake, none of us get in each other's way, all of us are gonna hit all of our attacks, fuck yeah. And then they just delete Azazel, and it's like, oh, well, them's the breaks, bruh. Oh well, shit happens. So this is a little concerning that we've done 2 best of 3s and whatever dude versus Zep still isn't done. That definitely needs to move forward. Oh, Yumi hasn't reported our scores yet. There you go. Go fight Swerve. But this needs to get moving. So we'll see. Coops is advanced to fight the Phoenix King. Phoenix King advanced over Zyma. Yumi beat Strat Game and myself. Swarv advanced over Alea. And Cal Harmon beat Raced. Bowman we saw beat Chandler Apache is currently fighting ODM's The Green One. Should blame CA for faction's bad design. Which faction's bad design? What up, cute, and how's it going? I didn't want to engage with Hellstriders first because then my infantry couldn't get through the Hellstriders. I wanted the Hellstriders to engage second, or to chase off anything that routed. So there's a difference. I also didn't bring Slicing Shards to punish the blob enough. I thought the leadership debuff would be enough, and clearly it wasn't. So then that's just that, but... yeah. Rip. Partially didn't have the right spell kit, partially just unlucky. And not like, GG, unlucky, but like... I definitely made mistakes too, but like the Hell Pit, Ikit, and Assassin all hitting all of their attacks onto Azazel, not a single one of them T-posing or getting caught at all, definitely is unlucky. Like, because there's so much jank in this game of like units not hitting, but then when all of them hit, it's like, oh, Azazel went from full health to like dead instantly because all of the units hit. Like, so it's a mix of bad luck and not having. I prepared for a blob, but I didn't prepare for that much of a blob. So. Partially build mistake, partially just bad RNG. And then the Hellstriders piling in, I don't know if them piling in at the same time as everybody else would have been a good idea or a bad idea. Because it feels like they would all just get caught and get hit with more of the blob punishment spells. Kind of wanted to leave them off till the end. But we'll see. Yumi, I'm still curious what you mean about bad faction design. Was it, are you talking about Slaanesh or Skaven? That was pretty good. Sorry, I'm just watching a bug replay that someone sent me. But that was a great rampage. All right, our next game is going to be ready soon. Sounds like whatever dude advanced, and he's gonna fight Golden Floof in just a moment. I don't think the Skaven Blob is particularly good, though. It's just like... it is a correct way to play in a certain aspect, whereas Slaanesh versus Skaven is a really bad matchup for Skaven, so taking it with like an honest build, like, I'm just gonna take a couple globes and some Skaven slaves and some Brad Ogres and have like a standard balanced build, you're gonna lose. So you do want to go all in on something. Like at the very start of the game, I talked about a build I liked a lot that someone took into me, was like all Molder Rush with a bunch of Gutter Runner Kite. Like that's the kind of stuff you have to do in a bad matchup. Because if you just play a stock standard build, you're gonna lose. But I think if I had prepared for a blob effectively, the blob build isn't that good. I fast-forwarded through the bug because I wanted to see what they were talking about, but this time I'm going to take it slower. That Pit of Shades, though. Oof, too many units blobbed up. That is way too many units popped off in Bellicor. God. Wee! Rampaging! Wee! Rampaging! Wee! Rampaging! He's just running around. That's pretty good. Alright, let's go find Golden Floof and whatever, dude. Multiplayer lobbies. Floof versus blank is what we're looking for. 1, 2, 3. And then go over to my streaming software and put up the blocker. Golden Floof versus whatever, dude. Coops, you're right, though. Should have brought slicing shards. I should have known Yumi was gonna super blob like that. They always fucking do. God damn it. I could have got debated because the Tomb Kings game, they actually didn't blob for once. So then I was like, oh, maybe they changed their playstyle, but I should have known it would always go back to a blob. Damn it. Go whatever, dude? Nah, dude, go Floofster. We love the Floofster. We love whatever, dude, too, but I root for him a lot. I'm gonna root for the Floofster this time. Floof's a homie. Whatever dude does play Skaven, though, so. We'll see. Again, I've been swindled. Hey, Black Knight. How you doing? You seem happy. Breakfast and Human Boy on a Sunday. I guess that's good for my soul. That's fair. Black Knight, you just gotta wake up early for the ODM tourney. Alrighty, Vampire Coast versus Dark Elves. We saw whatever dude play this as the Vampire Coast yesterday, I think. Yeah, just yesterday. He is taking a very similar build today. I hope he is going to be much more conservative with his dogs and with his Knights Errant summon. Yesterday we saw him, unfortunately, throw them. He threw his dogs against Dark Riders immediately and threw his Knights Errant against... He summoned them right away and sprinted them at the enemy lines, and they just hit some Bleak Swords and then eventually disintegrated. So, I hope he's more conservative with those things. Other than that, his build is solid. Spliff, French Toast and Bacon plus Human Boy Tourney. It's not my tourney, it's an ODM tourney, and I am a guest casting their games. Sir, get it right. So for whatever dude, we're seeing the same build, I think. Yep. 4 dogs, a bunch of depth guard with pole arms. I think he either has 3 or 2 and then 1 regular depth guard. Nope, just 2 depth guard with pole arms this time, 2 zombie mobs with pokey sticks, 5 zombie mobs with slashy slash, 4 animated hulks, 4 dogs, 1 Mourngull. Then we have Celostra Deerfon with Damn Knights Errant Summon, Tide Call, and Song of Enthrallment, sorry. And then a Vampire Caster with the Summon and the Invocation deck. He does have the Army passive, but before any of you say anything about the bug, The bug cannot happen because there's no ranged units here. There's none. The bug where the army passive will cause ranged units to get infinite ammunition doesn't apply when you have no ranged units, so it's fine. It's fine. Shush. 12:40 here. What time is it for you? It's 11:40 here, Black Knight. I thought you were West Coast. Why are you awake so late? Jesus Christ. Yeah, tournament's at 10 for me. I just got my ass out of bed and did it. Anyway, I digress. For the Dark Elves, quadruple harpies, one of which is the Crows of Cain. We have Malice Darkblade with his usual kit. Sorceress of Death with Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech. Fate of Buna is an interesting take, but I guess it could really wreck the depth guard, so I wonder how that'll go. Dread Spears and Bleak Swords frontline. Shitload of Dark Shards, 5 of them, none of them are shielded. We have 2 Dark Riders and 1 Manticore. It's a pretty good build. I'm curious about the 4 Harpies. Maybe they're to avoid Gunbat Cheese, but I feel like 2 would achieve that plus all your Dark Shards. I don't know. I also wonder about the Manticore. I haven't been as impressed with Manticores on Ultra unit size. And versus Vampire Coast, they might struggle to get a lot done, so I don't know. Really like the front line, like the Dark Shards, Malice, and the Deathcaster, both good picks too. So hard to complain. But I will find a way. Bitching is my specialty. Dark Elves are pulling back as their cavalry and harpies are advancing. I wonder why they're backing up. I guess they don't want to get caught advancing up the hill. They don't want to take a fight while the coast is running downhill at them, so they want to get to the bottom of the hill. But the hill kind of stretches like all the way to the white line, so it's not really going to work, but oh well. They do catch some dogs out, and the dogs are going to try to surround them, but I mean, this is like a 6 versus 3. It will be hard for the dogs to get a lot of good value. Now we do have Mourngulls stalking in. Those were not in the Dark Elf calculations, but will they be enough, and will they be in time to really help out? We have 4 Scurvy Dogs committed to the fight, and Dark Riders and Harpies are going to try and tear them apart, and it looks like 2 games in a row of this specific matchup, Whatever Dude might lose all of his dogs at the very start of the game. God damn it, Whatever Dude, why do you hate your dogs so much? Very silly. This one was like a nice wraparound, but dogs are just like not that good in melee combat, so the Harpies and Dark Riders will just outgrind them. That dog is dead. Mourngulls are here, and Mourngulls are going to do all right, so I would hope the Dark Elves would pull away pretty soon here. Dark Shards are advancing. Now to start trying to get some poke as the Undead Horde walks over towards this mobile fight to try and get some infantry on the tail end of it. We'll see how much that really matters. That is all 4 dogs dead, though. If the Mourngulls can route something, though, this fight was taken so close to the white line that honestly anything that routes, if it routes the correct direction, is going to go straight off the map. So that's 1 Harpy routing. And the rest are going to eke out an escape. Do these Dark Riders break or not? They're so close. They're fine. Last dog is still crumbling. Can it rally? Can we have 1 dog left on the battlefield? I don't know. Meanwhile, in the middle, the Damn Knight's Errant Summon comes out later than it did last time, which is a good improvement. I like it. And immediately gets onto some Dark Shards. It is going to probably take that unit out and then can run over to another Dark Shard. Yes! Improvement! Whatever Dude holding his Damn Knight's Errant Summon until the front lines collide is correct. I'm very happy about this. 1 Dark Shard is shut down and routing. Another Dark Shard soon meets the same fate. As the Manticore is now chasing around the Vampire Fleet captain. That could be a problem if she stays too far away from her Depth Guard or her Animated Hulks, who have fallen behind the charge. They didn't want to... I understand why they didn't want to run the Animated Hulks in before the front line got there, but it looks like they were minorly forgotten and now trying to join a little bit late. Spirit Leech plus the Manticore dive plus Harpies jumping down to this Vampire Fleet captain might actually go down, leaving Celostra as, sure, a spellcaster, but there's going to be no healing for the rest of the game, and she herself is rather squishy if she can't get any healing to help out. But the Damn Knights Errant have taken out 2 different Dark Shard units, and they are now sprinting over to even shut down a 3rd for a little bit. They have 15 seconds to do as much damage as they can. That is a great use of that summon, and I really commend Whatever Dude for rapid improvement from the last time we saw it. But the dogs still need a little bit of work. Invocation of Heck is cast onto Celostra, not onto this caster. That's how much she cares about her lord, is she will save her lord before herself, as she is going to finish getting sniped. The Manticore dives under her, gets a huge chunk. She's going to start crumbling a little bit, and I imagine Malice Darkblade will soon turn around and finish her off. Now Taunt trying to lower Malice's stats, and Animated Hulk's pushing straight through the Bleak Swords to block him up and stop him at last, but the Manticore takes a chunk, takes a bite out of Crime, and Crime is going to crumble away. And the Dark Elves are getting pushed off. A lot of their Dark Swords are shut down. We went from 5 to just like 2. 2 online. The rest are wounded and or running. Though without dogs, it is going to be hard to finish chasing them down. So maybe they'll rally in the back and start shooting. Don't know. Animated Hulks are running towards them now, so we'll see. Vampire Caster is dead and gone. Malice is surrounded by Depth Guard and Animated Hulks, but the Spirit Leech of the Gods is coming out. Celestra has a tiny, tiny health pool. That'll do a lot to her. I think like 3 more and she's dead. Golden Floof does take a slight lead on the damage value. Can the Coast grind it out? Manticore dives in. He's going to try to chomp Celestra. She does have 35 melee defense, so not a lot, honestly. But Manticore could get spooked rather easily. Go away. All right. Nice job, the Phoenix King. Good heads up on the Slaanesh bots. Animated Hulks chase Dark Shards for a bit, but now they are going to get swamped and killed in Dark Riders and Harpies. Dark Riders are not routing towards the nearest edge of the map, so they might rally in time. Don't know. They could run all the way off, but their leadership's already positive, so I wouldn't be shocked if they rallied on the far side. Malice Darkblade's still out here fighting, but he can transform into Zarkan, so I think the Dark Elves are feeling pretty good about the situation in this game. Where is the second Depth Guard? There they are. Both the Depth Guard are rather healthy, but Celestra's low health pool at this moment, and generally the Vampire Coast just running out of steam is rather concerning. One way the Coast could get back into this game is if that lady sat in those Depth Guard for very long, but she didn't. She got out pretty quickly. And Animated Hulks are still running forwards onto those Dark Shards. I don't know, though. Malice plus Tazarkan being healthy at this point. Spirit Leech Caster is still doing all right. I think the Dark Elves will be able to clutch it out just on their single entities alone. And they still have a healthy Dark Shard off in the distance. It's looking spookers. I think Golden Floof's gonna take it. Manticores and Spirit Leeches are just gonna follow Celestra around for the rest of the game, it looks like. As a Frenzy does push the Feral Manticore to fight Animated Hulks. Ooh boy. And Spirit Leech. And the Rampaging Manticore says, fuck you, Animated Hulks, I'm going for my original target. What the hell? Rampage, this unit cannot be controlled. It might do something stupid like dive into pole arms and elite halberds and Animated Hulks. Meanwhile, nah. And it just fucking leaves and attacks the Lord. That is great. That's awesome. I mean, that sucks for whatever, dude, but that is pretty funny to watch. Jesus Christ. Golden Floof's Harpies didn't get too much value, remembering that they each cost 600, only like one paid for itself, but I guess they were there in case of gunnery mobs or gun bats. Manticore got incredible value sniping out the caster, and then Celestra, it needed to be swamped in Animated Hulks, rampaged and killed, but that just didn't quite happen. Dark Shards spent most of the game running away. Only one of them got its value back, but they are key in this matchup because like whatever dude had to commit so many resources trying to shut them down that he couldn't protect his lord and whatever. So, yeah. Bleak Swords, Dread Spears did their work. Dark Riders also did quite well. Celestra, I liked her a lot in this matchup. The Damn Knight's Errant took out 2.5 Dark Shards all by itself, so she was really good. But the Vampire Caster and Celestra getting way ahead of the rest of the army, diving in deep and then getting surrounded and killed was definitely a big problem. I like the build overall. Morngulls did fine. Depth Guard, they were still extremely healthy towards the end, so they're clearly great. Animated Hulks were key in pushing through the front line. It's just the early play of YOLOing the dogs, and then they weren't there to chase down any of the archers, so then the Animated Hulks had to do it instead of defending the Lord, and then the Lords died, causing the army to break. Like, it was kind of like a Jenga effect. So dogs just, they need to like chill out until the front lines collide and then get involved. And unfortunately, we've seen 2 out of 2 games. Now, whatever dude did like clutch out the other game with some good plays after that, but it seems like he really wants to use his dogs right away, and it's just not working out because the Dark Elves will beat them in the mobile game. What up, Strat dude? How you doing? Zombies did zombie things. They're just gonna die. The Floofster will go up 1-0. Moral of the story, don't bring dogs, invest in a nice big crab. Keck. I think the nice big crab would be a pincushion for dark shards. Strat game, I did not avenge you. I did not. All right, we'll do a quick poll. You and boy, we Eskimo losers. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. All right, I put up a poll for who we're going to watch next. Kind of be quick about your votes, because if Trigger and Dr. Jellyfish finish up and they get ready to fight the green one, I have to message them and tell them to wait for us. Or, you know, if Cal Harmon gets the votes, then we'll just follow whoever wins this into fighting Cal Harmon. So, yeah, try to be quick about your votes in case I have to message somebody. I'm going to grab a drink quick. BRB. Looks like we have Kislev versus Vampire Counts. Let's go. This was the matchup I was trying to bait Yumi into, but they didn't take it, so I wonder how Golden Floof will play it out. I had some ideas for what I wanted to do here. Okay. Where are we at? What's the play in this matchup? I feel VC just steamrolls Kislev. Kislev can do some pretty degenerate bear blobs with a bunch of healing that could be tough for the vampire counts. I also wonder if there's some kite where you go like double war sled, some of those Kosovo Dervish horse archer people, and then maybe Little Groms. I feel like Little Groms will get run down. I don't know. I was thinking a Heart of Winter. Heart of Winter plus Bears plus Boris Ursus and a Patriarch, and then around that I was just going to feel out maybe some Barriots or something, but Heart of Winter can be brutal against vampire counts if they make a micro mistake and end up with like 2 or 3 Graveguard / zombies all in the same area, then you go and they all die. You could also go wide. mean, that's not unheard of. With Kislev, get an armored Kossar front line, get some archers. VC probably goes more to Scriptors and Blood Dragon. Yeah, see, if they do that build, going wide would actually be really good. So that's, I don't know. I haven't seen this matchup a bunch and I haven't gotten to play it, but in theory, there's some give and take. Now, there's sometimes you just have to play matchups and really get a feel for how they go. Like, we saw, what was it? We saw Slaanesh into Tomb Kings. We only saw it once, so it could have just been a mismatch or whatever, but we saw Pink Pony Knight versus somebody. Deadly Dude? Yeah, it was Deadly Dude. And it just looked so one-sided, you know? Like, Slaanesh just rolled him. Tomb Kings didn't feel like they could do anything. And that's only one. It's a sample size of one. So it's not sure about the matchup. But there are things like that where on paper you're like, oh, Tomb Kings feel like they could do this, this, and this. And then you see it happen and they just get fucking steamrolled. And you're like, oh, all right, never mind. Oh, God. Okay, I guess I was just wrong about that. So, like, it could be the same here. Where on paper, oh, this sounds good for Kislev and Vampire Counts just steamroll. Never seen it. My first time with the matchup. All right, 15 votes. Trigger or Jelly versus Green One won the vote. So I'm going to message the Green One and say wait for the stream. Okay, we're getting into game. I messaged the Green One. He knows to wait for us. So our next series will be the Green One versus Trigger or Dr. Jellyfish, whoever wins. I had a Festus Blob. Festus Blob versus Kugath Blob? What are you guys doing over there? Uh-oh. Bug Lobby. Both players are ready and it's going nowhere. All right. They have to make a new lobby. Their build phase should be pretty short because they both know what build they're going to bring. So. Just a second. I'm so curious what the patch is going to bring. Is it... People have said the 18th, so it's Tuesday. That'll be interesting. I'm planning a Faction War tournament. We could probably do it on patch day. Or the Wednesday. Don't know. Because we'll do one of those... So the plan right now is... The Faction War tournament where, like... If you haven't played in one, it's hard to describe, but, like, you declare a single faction... Like, let's say I go Skaven, right? You know, single faction tournament, anybody could play. I go Skaven. And then, whoever gets the furthest in the tournament as each faction, I message them and invite them to, like, a big tournament thing. So then, if I got the furthest as Skaven, it'd be like, I would invite me to play as Skaven in the actual faction war, and then you have one tournament of, like, one representative of each faction fighting best of one against the other representatives of each faction. You see which one wins. So I'll probably do the qualifier where anybody can sign up Wednesday of this week. And then the next week, I'll try to set up a time for the actual faction war. But it's tough, because most people want to do the faction war on a weekend. But weekends are full, man. There's always a shit ton of tournaments on the weekend. So I might do replays. Might just like make a bracket and then play your first game in this number of days, play your second game in this number of days, and then cast all the replays and do like the finals live. Don't know. I'm gonna player slot? No, I'm not. Shush. When is patch day again? The 18th? Yeah, it's Tuesday. Strat game, I know. You're after the delay. When I shouted strat game, I know, you just typed that. So. But yeah. So faction wars are usually pretty popular. We'll see how they do. I asked Turin ahead of time, and as far as he told me, he's probably done with faction wars for land battles for the foreseeable future, and he'll let me know when he comes back, but he's like, feel free to do them. So I did ask. I'm not just poaching his content. I asked. All right. We're back. We do have Castalton, triple bury it. Big ROR bear. Is the limit 3 heavy war slots? That just seems like a lot. Where am I in the alphabet? K, Norska, Lizardman, Kislev. Yeah. You're limited to 2 Barriets. That's going to be a problem. Dealing with that. In the meantime, I'll talk about the Vampire Counts build. 2 Crypt Horrors, 3 Crypt Horrors. We have 1 Blood Knight, Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. We do have a Rod Stroker with his Unholy Lodestone cart. Skeleton Warriors across the front line with a bunch of zombies. No Graveguard today, and we have the Dia Pack. Okay. So, whatever dude said, it's fine that his opponent has 3 Barriets. Now, if this, like, normally the easy thing to do is say put 1 in the corner and just don't use it, but it's a 1350 gold thing, so it's pretty significant. So I just asked whatever dude if he cares. I'm going to message Golden Floof now and let him know for, like, the future, but for this game, it's fine. Alright, so we're good. The game will proceed. On Golden Floof's side, it looks like we have 4 armored Cossars, 1 regular Cossar archer, triple Barriet, the Oath Brothers of Tor Werebear Riders. We have Castalton as well with his buffs, including the Vigor buff, which is an interesting one to take. But he also has the flaming attacks and melee attack. This one I don't know about. It's only enabled if you're less than 50% health, which your whole plan is to like heal up everything around you, so I don't know. And it only affects himself, I think? Yeah, the Brazier Mace of Urson only affects Castalton, and it only works if he's lower than 50% health, which he's gonna heal cap and then die, so I don't know. Oh, wait, his Urson's Ward self-regeneration only works if he's less than 25%. Okay, then it's a better item than I thought. I thought his thing went constantly like a Patriarch, but it only worked on him. Yeah, he's fine. And then we have an ice switch of ice with Ice Sheet for the slow and Heart of Winter for damage. Big damage. Most of the infantry are just hiding in the trees. They don't want to be attacked, and meanwhile, Golden Floof is going to try and force his opponent to deal with the Bear Blob. Now, one way this can go wrong is if your Bear Blob gets stuck in a bunch of Crypt Horrors and Blood Knights, and the Blood Dragon Lord flies in with his Helm of Discord and, you know, deletes you off the face of the map, and then you have no supporting units to take any of the damage for you, or no supporting units to shoot in, so it is kind of all-in strategy. But not necessarily a bad one. It depends. Okay. I had to check a Discord message to see if it was about this. It's not. But for future reference, know that you can only take 2 Barriots. In case you're watching this and you're like, this is a good idea, remember, you can only take 2. You're gonna have to spend that 1350 gold elsewhere. Alright. Both Brothers of Tor think about charge again, and then think against it, and they're gonna run away. Crypt Horrors are running up. We have the Dire Pack and Blood Knights. Ooh, double Blood Knights. I missed another one somewhere. Must have been hiding in some trees. Barriots are shooting, technically. They're just really slow about reloading. In case you were like, he's not attacking! They're just reloading. They have a long fucking time between that. You can see this guy shot, and he hasn't shot since then. So he's just reloading. I think Grace is home. That or someone's breaking into my house, and I'm being very casual about it. Barriots doing their best to kite, though I don't know. I haven't been super impressed with their missile strength. It's only like 34. I'm sure they get multiple shots off, but I don't know. It's not like War Wagons, where War Wagons can delete some stuff if you let them kite you. These are just kind of... meh. It's okay. They're mostly useful in melee. So I don't think the vampire counts are too upset with this. In fact, they're getting a nice surround and even maybe going to rope these guys in and then push them off the map. Kislev has an unbreakable passive that pops. She needs lunch, yeah. Me? When I'm done with the stream, so probably around like 3 or 4. We have plenty of food. You just have to get creative. Just eat pickles. Okay. Anyway. Kislev's still kiting around, trying to get out. Something's going to have to be committed here. Either Crypt Horrors or Blood Knights are going to have to be committed to stop these guys from running around you if you really wanted to push them up against the white line like this. So we'll see. But, ooh, this could be a big pick. Dire Pack trying to catch the Frostmaid of Ice, and if they can catch up to her, they'll do a lot of damage. Because she currently has 60 armor due to the lore passive somewhere. There it is. So she only actually has 45 armor, and now they are going to catch her. The Blood Dragon Lord that's even diving in, and Golden Floof is about to have a huge loss if he loses his caster with the Heart of Winter, which is the main blob punishment tool. So that could be bad. The Oath Brothers of Tor are charging back, trying to do something about this, but they'll run straight into Crypt Horrors, which they are individually good against, but not if, you know, they get surrounded on all sides, and Blood Knights even rush into support, and this is looking like a pretty quick GG, unless Kislev pull out some weird shit, because the Frost Mage is getting deleted! She is gone! As soon as that Kislev passive wears off, that lady is shattering 100%. She's even just dead. She overcasts something somewhere and just dies. That, or there was another attack I didn't see, but both Brothers of Tor used their Soul Fiber Bombardment type ability, and whatever dude gets a huge pick off onto the Kislev caster. Now he's not committing to go fight the Oath Brothers of Tor. I don't think that's necessarily a mistake, as Blood Knights and the dogs are going to chase down some heavy war sleds. They are both faster, so they should be able to get them, and the Oath Brothers of Tor aren't nearby to help out with this at all. Now, Blood Knights don't have armor piercing, but they do have anti-large, so they will whittle down these war wagons eventually. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is just straight up going to dive in. None of his buffs are currently popped. He's trying to get some poke on the Assault, but that might be a mistake next to the bear, the big bear blob. His heavy war sleds are not having a good time. And Van Hell's Dan's Macabre upgraded his cast on everything in this area, getting a huge melee attack buff, and you can see the Oath Brothers of Tor and Castalton are just getting completely torn apart, and they are not going to be able to carry this entire game today. No, sir, not this game. Heavy war sleds are still doing their best. They roll dirty through some skeleton warriors and get decent damage, but it's not going to matter compared to the horrific slaughter that has happened to over here. I didn't even know the Oath Brothers already popped their Buyer Blood passive, so that's even worse. They're already routing, so they're not fighting anymore, because Dalton's all on his own. He is trying to regen up. Once you get his health low, he regens and gets some stat bonuses, and he's currently putting the Wrath of God on the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. But the Blood Dragon Lord can back up, cast Invocation to Heck, and then dive back in with some of his buffs and get the charge bonus back, which you probably should do. You probably shouldn't just sit in combat with Dalton. Blood Dragon Lord actually has melee stats. If he sits and fights, 54, 36 is really not that good. So he should back off and get his charge back. For sure. Golden Floof's Triple Chariots are all still rolling dirty, running around. Dire Pack have had a hard time like keeping up with them, and that's one of the reasons people want War Wagons to be nerfed, is War Wagons feel really strong, but it's mostly because of this. It's because of the janky attack animations where a faster unit can catch up to a chariot, but then they just like don't attack it, and they walk alongside it because the hitbox is all fucked up. So that just happens. It's largely why those Barriots are so healthy, even when Blood Knights and Dogs hit them. It's just they didn't actually hit them. They caught up to them and then said hello. This is going about how well it goes when I attempt to kite. Yeah. Kiting's tough, man. These Blood Knights should probably leave. The Blood Dragon Lord can handle Castalton, and they're needed elsewhere. Castalton is close to shattering, honestly, but I think they're going to go all the way for the kill and just try and get the we killed him debuff. Dire Pack's here, though. I guess they're trying to just chase him off the map. I don't know if they can kill him while he's regenning. Maybe, maybe not. Now the infantry of Kislev have engaged, but the vampire counts have a gigantic advantage on the balance of power, and I tend to agree because Dalton's even running off, and the Dire Pack drop their attack orders. Can he rally? Can he rally? When they drop their attack orders, he runs into a tree. Ah, he does run off. All right, calculated. They didn't drop their attack orders. They just knew that they were fine. I much prefer being the kite E to the kiter. I don't prefer, personally, I don't prefer either. Being kited or kiting, but that's just me. All right. Don't know how this is gonna go. The heavy war slides have no healing at all. Now they are still relatively healthy, but so are some of the Crypt Horrors and Blood Knights. Ooh, Blood Knight's getting a fat frontal charge. And not doing a whole lot of damage to the Barriots. Barriots are strong here. That is definitely one of the ways to play this matchup, though, is because the Vampire Count's clearly having an issue with non-armor-piercing cavalry. Just walking into Barriots. But the Bear Bob being separated from the infantry, unfortunately, did not work out. Barriots got some good kills, didn't get a lot of value though, because I mean you're killing skellies and such. Bears and Gestalten got okay value, but also died, and this lady got snapped out. Day 14, asking for more Human Boy variety content. I'm busy, platypus! I'm busy! Also, my variety content gets like 1/10, nah, not 1/10, like 1/5 the views of Warhammer content, so it's tough. I've been on vacation and stuff. Well, not vacation. I've been running around doing conventions and stuff, so there was a week where I only streamed once. So when I come back and stream, it's hard not to stream Warhammer for the people. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, massive value. Blood Knights, pretty good value considering how healthy they were. Cryptors did what Cryptors have to do. Zombies and Skellies did what Zombies and Skellies have to do. I will do some variety content in these 2 weeks I have off. Though next weekend I'm going to a cabin for my friend's birthday, so I'll be gone probably Thursday night, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday morning. So I'll probably stream on Thursday midday and then leave. Don't get killed at the cabin? No! No promises. Okay. I told Green One and Jellyfish to play game 1 without us, since we are going to game 3 here. But, yeah. No, the reason it's been all Warhammer recently is... I mean, I technically did a Dark Tide stream once, but viewership on that was extremely limited. But, yeah, I think I've done... Before the Vermin League Saturday, I think I did 4 streams in 2 weeks. So that's on average 2 a week. And then it was, like, really hard to justify not hosting a tournament or not doing some fun event for the Warhammer community and then, like, come back and, like... I know you guys haven't seen me in 5 days, but Darkest Dungeon. So. Yeah. Smash like Loopy? No. It's illegal. I got blocked by my opponent? Oh. Is the series over or what? Holy shit. Golden Floof's hovering Skaven, Skaven mirror, Skaven mirror, Skaven mirror. Actually, no. That's pretty shit. But Skaven mirror, Skaven mirror. No, I don't really want to watch Skaven mirror. Skaven mirror, Skaven mirror. More Skaven. Oh, Skaven. Coops, you're surprised you're still in this? Why would you be surprised? You're a Chad. You have the Chad energy. I suppose I could allow people to see the bracket. I bequeath this upon you. Green One beat Bowman since we last checked. Dr. Jellyfish did defeat Trigger in a 2-1 series, so there goes my dark horse. But both of my main predictions for who's going to win are still in it. Coops defeated Phoenix King. That is an upset. That is an upset. Yumi and Swarv are still playing, though Yumi's in the chat talking about Swarv maybe... I don't know. That series might be done. The score might not be repeated. I don't know. Otherwise, why would Yumi be here? We'll see. And Floof and Whatever Dude are still fighting, though it sounds like Whatever Dude had a minor delay at the start of the tournament, so we'll see. We have Tomb Kings versus Skaven. This used to be, in general, a Tomb King's favorite matchup in Warhammer 2, but I had a couple builds I liked versus Tomb Kings a lot, so for me it was kind of even, but I had played like a shitload of this matchup. Then, in Game 3, Tomb Kings and Undead in general got some buffs, but Skaven got a couple buffs, not nearly as many as the Undead, but the buffs they got were really good versus Tomb Kings. So I still don't know about this matchup. I'm figuring it out. I've played it 3 times in Game 3. Won 2, lost 1, and the one I lost was a Trader GG, who's like a better player than me, so I don't know how much of that was the matchup and how much of that was just facing a better player and getting my shit kicked in, you know? So, still figuring it out. Don't quite know what to think about this matchup yet. The buffs Skaven got that I said that are like really good for this matchup specifically is the Rat Ogre cost decrease. 4 Rat Ogres is almost always going to be great in this matchup. It's awesome. Ikit Claw buffs were huge. He's really good here as well. Tretch Craventail buffs were nice. He is fine here if they take Cetra, but the problem is like because the Hekara War passive is bugged and it got banned, everyone's taking Arcan, and then Tretch is really bad into Arcan Spirit Leech spam. But usually people would take Arcan sometimes, but Cetra a slight majority of the time, and then Tretch would be really good there. So without that bug, Tretch could be pretty meta here and would be good. But yeah, those were good buffs. Giselle changes were fine. They're still pretty good in this matchup. And Ultra unit size helps Skaven overall because it makes their front line slightly harder to kill. And Skaven have never had an issue killing any front line of any size. They just need time to do it. So an increase of time for melee fights to resolve benefits Skaven, like across the board. So, I don't know. The buffs they got into Game 3 are really good versus Tomb King specifically. And we're off. So sad Snitch died to 4 Spirit Leeches. Yup. Whatever did a small emergency. Well, hopefully it's resolved and hopefully he's doing okay. Losing the caster in the last one early hurt a lot, but shouldn't have tried to save with the Bear Blob. Whatever is also a good Skaven player, he should kind of know what to do. But he's not the one playing Skaven. Golden Floof is. I know. I got confused, scared, and alarmed too. But ever since I asked Bowman why he was playing Bretonnia twice in a row, when it was actually Shetland Apache that was playing a game too, I looked at who's playing what's faction, because I learned my lesson. So it's Golden Floof on the Skaven versus whatever dudes Tomb Kings. Skaven are going to set up, so I'll let them do that. Tomb Kings look like they have a little bit more of their shit together. For the Tomb Kings, we have a frontline mix of Nehekara warriors and skeleton warriors. We have 4 carrion in the sky, 2, 3, 4 skeleton horsemen, not the Nehekara horsemen. These are the shittier variant, but they are like essentially dog units. Triple Ushapti Greatbow, Arc in the Black on his chariot with Spirit Leech, and double Screaming Skull catapult. On the other side for the Skaven, we have a Grey Seer of Plague with Pestilent Breath and Vermintide, plus the Dreaded 13th, so 3 spells. That's alright. If you play Skaven, you should know what to do against it. Maybe. Maybe. I have found that, like, in theory that's true, but then when I play certain things, it's like the muscle memory of knowing what to do is much more important than, knowing factually what to do, but can't hurt. Then he beat me in return with the tiebreaker. I see. Sorry. Covering the Skaven build, and then I'll talk to chat more. Clan Rats, Skaven Slave frontline mixed throughout. That's pretty standard. We do have the Council Guard Storm Vermin. We already talked about the Plagues here. We only have 3 Rat Ogres, not 4, but 3 is fine. I thought it was 2 originally. I was like, ugh. 2 Poison Globes, Avalanche Mortars, and double Jezzails, one of which is the Natabu Sharpshooters. Also might be heavily biased in whatever's favor. Yeah. I mean, whatever's a cool guy. He's friendly. He's always around the Discord playing games. Good dude. I also think that Skaven are, like, a little slept on. I don't think they're OP, but I think they're probably A tier. I think Skaven are probably A tier. A or B+. They're just not S tier. And they are countered by a lot of the currently strong factions, but, like, once you get out of the currently strong factions, like Slaanesh and Chaos, like, I don't know. They have a lot of really good matchups. I think they're, like, not Noob Stomper as in players, but, like, Noob Stompers. If all the factions went to a high school, the Skaven is the insecure bully, where Skaven punch down on anybody lower than them in, like, the meta, but they really struggle against anyone higher than them in the meta. But when I say, like, really punch down, really punch down. If you're below them in, like, the current tier list of land battles, it feels like Skaven just dominate you. But if you're above them, they do struggle. I feel like Skaven just lacks some strong ability to be S tier. That is true, but I also think that's their faction identity, and I don't really want it to get fixed. I don't want Skaven to be good at the mobile game, because they're not supposed to be. Anyway. I would still think Slaanesh is a counter Zep to Skaven, but that might just be personal. And they fuck up Cathay. They do fuck up Cathay. I honestly keep forgetting Cathay is in land battles because they are banned so frequently I never see them. Which is honestly alright. Their current playstyle is pretty boring. Alright. As for this Skaven build, the only thing I worry about is having a very expensive Death Globe mortar that could get Overcast Spirit Leech twice by Arc in the Black, plus with some Screaming Skull catapults, it is probably going to get killed off. And did they outrange Ushapti Greatbows? No. So Ushapti Greatbows are going to be able to shoot them if they're going to be able to shoot at the front line. So I worry that these guys are going to get sniped out, and they are a 1,500 gold piece, so that's kind of like... It's like the price of some lords. That's like an entire Sigvald's worth of price. Anyway. Jezzails are going to have their work cut out for them. They need to shoot the Ushapti Greatbows and the Screaming Skull catapults. I would personally focus on the Ushapti first to save the Avalanche Mortars, because right now the Avalanche Mortars are just getting kind of fucked on. Spirit Leech caster. Spirit Leeches against the Grayseer isn't the most efficient thing in the world because he does have a decently large health pool and he has a little bit of magic resist, but I found that spamming Spirit Leech onto the Grayseer still eventually works, but probably want to spend it on the weapons teams this game. Particularly the 3 longer ranged ones rather than the Poison Globes. We'll see what they end up wanting to do. Arkin is charging in. He just wanted to throw out a Skeleton Summon and then get the hell out of here, which is fine, and Poison Globes are going to get a little bit of damage over time onto their own Skaven Slaves, so that's fun. That's neat and silly. The Shafty Great Bows are all now firing at the Poison Wind Globes, but they are firing slightly through trees, so there might be a little bit of RNGesus that could save the Skaven, but I largely think that the Avalanche Mortars are going to be in big trouble. Avalanche Mortars are trying to counterfire against artillery. It's fine. It's not my favorite use of them. I think they should just kill some Nekar Warriors, but it's fine. It's not the worst thing. I think the only objectively bad decision would be having them shoot at the Shafty Great Bows, because that's not going to do any damage. Carrion are now streaking in. Streaking. Does he have Buna? I don't think. I thought he only has... Yeah, he only has Spirit Leech. Carrion are flying in. They are going to attack the Avalanche Mortars, and while they will get attacked by Rat Ogres, sometimes these guys can be protected by their 46 melee defense, which is very large. And now Jezzails are turning to fire. But as long as the Jezzails are firing at Carrion, they're not firing at the Ushapta Great Bows or catapults that are trying to take them out. And one of the catapults is almost dead. It is crumbling away to nothingness, but that happens. Skeleton Horsemen are going to charge in. They won't do very much damage. They're just here to disrupt the Poison Globes. The only thing I'm concerned about is whatever dude's doing all this, but nothing else is advancing. Like, now that Nekar Warriors are coming, but all your distractions are in here, but they're not going to kill anything. Like, the Carrion aren't killing very much. The the Skeleton Horsemen aren't killing very much. Like, nothing's dying, and your front line isn't here to capitalize on the distraction that's happening. They're just starting to move in now. So, I worry that that was a little bit broken up in the advance. Avalanche Mortars finally teeing off on the Nekar Warriors, already take out half health off of one. Narc in the Black is trying to get in here and do some stuff, distract some things. But Ushapta Great Bows plus the Carrion do manage to rout off the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters. The other Warp Block Jezzails are also very low, and the Avalanche Mortars are also quite low. So the Skaven could lose a lot of carry potential quite quickly if we get some, if we get a couple more routes in here, because I was gonna say the Tomb Kings own the mobile game, but honestly, if they lose too many of their mobile elements during the distraction phase, they won't have anything to actually chase off the Skaven. Looks like these Skeleton Horsemen thought about going in, now they're getting out. Hopefully they just chase down the Natty Boobo Sharpshooters and call it a day. These other Skeleton Horsemen snuck their way into the formation, and now if they get attack orders from whatever dude, they could get on the Avalanche Mortars, but it looks like a brief lapse in micro, and they will stand there and get caught by some Skaven sleeves. More Spirit Leeches going on to the Grayseer. And the Ushapta Great Bows are running a little low on ammunition, so I wonder if the Tomb Kings will be able to grind this out or if they'll run out of juice. Ushapti Summon comes out already. It's on to the last Warp Block Jezzail. Globes are routing for the Skeleton Horsemen and Screaming Skull Catapults, but the Avalanche Mortars have managed to squeak, slide, slip, and dive around the Skaven formation and stay alive here for Golden Fluke, so they will get back and start firing once again at the Nekar Warriors, who are defeating the front line rather handedly if Globes are still getting their vengeance on them in the meantime. Somehow some Clan Rats managed to catch these Skeleton Horsemen. That shouldn't be allowed to happen. They should chase off both these Jezzails without much problem, and these other Skeleton Horsemen are now going out and around the lake, but they should come back here and really disrupt these two units and stop them from coming back again. Meanwhile, the Ushapta Summon goes after the last weapons team that is healthy and catch those Poison Globes napping. Now, balance of power does go in the favor of the Skaven. I would tend to agree, but I don't think it's over yet by any means. If these Skeleton Horsemen can rally from whatever dude and keep these Warplock Jezzails running, and if, again, these ones, like we said, come around the back and keep these guys moving. The Skaven are running out of staying power. The only problem is if they can rally. So, the ball's in whatever's juice courts. Ushapti Great Bows are running out of ammunition. Now they should use the rest of their ammunition either on the Avalanche Mortars or on the Grayseer. If they're shooting anything else, that's a big waste of their ammo, and firing through a forest is also not helping them in any way. They're not firing at these Rat Ogres, but it's not important, unfortunately. Ark in the Black will rout off these Warp Blocks, probably hand it off to a Skeleton Horseman, and he'll get back to the fight elsewhere. Routing. One Poison Wind Globe is back, though that honestly doesn't matter that much at this point. There's not a lot of infantry left, and that is a big problem for the Tomb Kings. I don't know if they have enough left in them, because they have to kill the Council Guard and this Grayseer. A lot of ammunition going into those Rat Ogres. Now we have 1 volley, 0, and 4. Shopty's turning onto the globes. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. Skeleton horsies fighting Skaven slaves. Whatever dude will back out. Shouldn't the focus be on the Stormvermin now, going for an endgame Ushopty win condition? Maybe, but he had to get the Lord Snipe done. Couldn't quite do it. Ushopty Great Bows firing all game. I think I can tell which two were behind the trees. I think the trees blocked a lot more of these than we were able to see, because there's no way they fired that much and got no value. So they must have been hitting trees. The one that wasn't was doing all right. Catapults did fine. Netcar Warriors got mostly punked. Skeleton Horsemen got mostly punked, except for one that actually got on the weapons teams. And Carrion did their best, but they were a distraction. Nothing more. Greyseer did support stuff. He was fine. Avalanche Mortars paid for themselves. Count's Guard were around. Gisele's got shut down pretty well. Basic Globes were largely able to throw and just about paid for them. Well, not just about. Just overpaid for themselves, so good for them. They still had a little bit of love to give in late game, and Rat Ogres were around. But those two Shopty shooting in the trees was clearly an issue. Rip in peace. All right, we had ODM, the green one, and Dr. Jellyfish play their first round without us, so I am now asking them what the score is. But we're on our way over there. Dr. Jellyfish versus ODM's the green one. This is one of my tournament favorites besides Cal Harmon. We'll see if you can do it. I don't know who has the point yet, so give me a second. ODM's the green one. Well played to whatever dude in Golden Floof. Best of luck versus Cal Harmon, though I'm betting Cal Harmon is going to beat you, Golden Floof. If he's anything in form. That could be your chance, is that he, maybe, I don't know what he's been playing with his clanmates, but he might be out of practice. Don't know. If he is out of practice, Golden Floof has a shot. Golden Floof has pretty good meta knowledge, and he's a fine player. He's just not an incredible player like Cal Harmon was. But if Cal's on form, I don't think Floof stands much of a chance. Cal is like Void Law's level when he's in form. All right, green one is down a game. Dr. Jellyfish is up 1-0. He just came back. Then Floof might have a pretty solid shot. I don't know if it was Cathay versus Chaos and Cathay won, or if this is the game 2. We'll have to see. Any other things progress while we were waiting? No, not really. So the only two games going right now is this one and then Golden Floof versus Cal Harmon, because Yumi prevailed over Swarv, Koops prevailed over the Phoenix Kings, so they're both waiting in the semifinals for us. Green one has switched to Vampire Count, so I think Warriors of Chaos and was the last game. Wait. Hold on. What the fuck? What happened? So it was Warriors of Chaos versus something, and Dr. Jellyfish won. And now we have Vampire Counts versus Cathay. So Warriors of Chaos, Vampire Counts, and Cathay. I have one question. What the fuck did you people ban? What were the bans? The Vampire Counts, Warriors of Chaos, and Cathay got through. What was global banned in this series? I global ban Beastmen. I global ban Dwarves. Alright, fuck it. That's very funny. Oh god, I don't see this one ending well for either side. Cathay, the ultimate boxers versus Counts, the ultimate blob fighters. This is gonna be a thing. All right, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. That's very funny. Tomb Kings and Zine should be good. Slaanesh and Dowie, maybe. It's just funny that like 3 of the OP factions got through. Because I would say like S tier would probably be Counts and Cathay. And then like right behind them would be Warriors of Chaos, Tzeentch, and Dark Elves. And Tomb Kings maybe. Coast maybe. But yeah, it's just funny. They're like a B at best. Slaanesh is really good in the right hands. They're really good in the right hands. Like Void was playing the shit out of them in the Chieftain versus Greyseer tournament, but they're beatable. They're just very skill expressive. So if you're like really good at skirmish cav and cav management, like light cav management in general, Hellstriders and Marauder Horsemen can carry a whole game for you. And if you make any mistakes, they're punished pretty hard. Which is why I think Sigvald's weird for that faction. Because he's the antithesis of it. Like we saw in my game, Azazel got caught one time and he like straight up died. And that's kind of supposed to be Slaanesh's identity. And then there's Sigvald, where it's like this foot lord with a ton of healing and tankiness, and he just walks around and does damage, and he'll eventually win the game. So that's really weird. I think if like Sigvald wasn't good, or was more with his faction's identity of being squishy but hard hitting, Slaanesh wouldn't be as annoying. Because their lord options used to suck. Like before Sigvald, before IE got added, Slaanesh was kind of a meme because their lords were terrible. And they didn't have Marauder Horsemen, obviously. But, yeah. I don't know. I think people wouldn't have as much of a problem with Slaanesh if, like, Azazel and Nikari were their only 2 legendary lords. Trigger! Trigger, you were my dark horse to win today's tournament. I said green one, Cal Harmon, and then you. And Dr. Jellyfish upset you. And that makes me sad. Dr. Jellyfish is a friend of the channel. He's a good dude. But that doesn't mean I can't also enjoy Trigger. Sad to see you go. Hope to see you in the future ones, buddy. Sigvald plus Mortis tank is the true Slaanesh identity. Dude, I don't think the Mortis engine for Slaanesh is very good. I think that shit was super overhyped and then just completely died off. No one gave a shit about the Mortis engine after a while. I haven't seen it win. Same with like Festus. When Festus was really strong, I only saw Festus win when he was versus another Festus or when he was versus someone who just blob fought Festus. Like, I know that sounds stupid, but hear me out. So like, whenever there was Spirit Leech, Fireball, basic archers, skirmish cav, or artillery, Festus lost every game I saw. Now, I'm not saying he lost every game in the world, just every game I saw. The only times I saw Festus win, even when he was OP, is when both sides just like went, I have 4 elite infantry, Festus, and an exalted hero. And the other side goes, yeah, well, I have 5 elite infantry, 2 elite cavalry, and a healing lord as well. And then they walked into each other, and then Festus out-blobbed them. And he was like, GG, I guess. And the enemy's like, man, Festus is so OP. And I'm like, what? He just walks into a blob, and he wins a blob fight. Just don't handshake that. Just don't blob against him. So the only time I saw Festus win is people tried to out-blob him, and it just didn't work. And then after the nerfs, I haven't seen Festus at all. Strat Game said he played him. That's the first time I even heard of anybody playing him. It's super strong. Every time I've seen the Slaanesh Mortis engine, it just gets shot. Because it's really tall. It's really easy to shoot. It takes a long time to charge up its Mortis effect. Like, a lot of stuff needs to die around it. to get its Mortis effect going. In the meantime, we just get shot. Oh. I'm ready to be wrong. I just haven't seen it, and when I do see it, it dies. VC can outblob him, which is funny. They can now, but when Festus first released, I don't think VC could outblob him. Like Festus versus Helm and Gorst blobs were very boring to watch, but I think I saw VC lose that 2 times, and they only won it once. But the time they won it, the Vargulfs, double Vargulf just walked up and beat the shit out of Festus, and his exalted heroes were fucking off. I think, yeah, that build, he only had 1 exalted hero, and it was walking after a corpse cart, which is like, I kind of get it, but like, either walk after Helm and Gorst or just stand next to Festus and protect him from the Vargulf. So whoever was playing that ran their exalted hero after a base, like a corpse cart, just a corpse cart, not Gorst. And sure, it had a Necromancer on it, all right. But it's like, okay, you're trading your Lord, Healer, and Mortis Engine in Festus for the enemy's one of their 2 healing auras. That's not a worthwhile trade. And then he lost the game from there, so it's like, meh. That one was a misplay over a build. I think Slash is very good at getting rid of archers and has 1100 HP, which is hard to kill with archers and it heals. 2 factions I've always been going against each other. Yeah, Golden Floof, I agree. Well, so we walked in, and there was Warriors of Chaos, and now it's Vampires of Chaos. Vampire Counts versus Cathay. So I already did the, like, what was banned here. Or what's that meme? It's like, what happened here? Yeah, this is how I feel right now. All right. We in. So, will Cathay clutch it out versus the Vampire Counts, and then Dr. Jellyfish will advance 2-0 to go fight Coops, or will ODM, the green one, start the reverse sweep? Those are the only 2 options. Human Boy, what if green one wins this one and Dr. Jellyfish wins the next one? It's literally impossible. Shut up. I worry Cathay is going to be very strong here, but never doubt the Vampire Count's ability to blob and grind. That being said, I am very scared of Cathay's ability to box and grind. Last time I looked at Jellyfish build behind the blocker when I was just talking to you guys, I saw a double Terracotta Sentinel and Xiaoming. I don't know if he switched from Xiaoming to Miao Ying for the healing or what, but it looks like we're getting double Terracotta Sentinel, which could be rough. I mean, Vampire Counts in theory have Crypt Horrors and Blood Knights, but man, let me tell you, I fought Cathay with Lizardmen, and that's a winnable matchup. It's actually fine for the Lizardmen, but I did take Croxagors. They're armor piercing, and they surrounded the Terracotta Sentinels, and they didn't do jack shit. They didn't do anything. I got a full surround on Terracotta Sentinel with Croxagors. They fought them until the Croxagors died, and they had like 216 value at the end of the game or some shit like that. It was wild. And it's like, all right, so maybe armor piercing monstrous infantry isn't the way to do this. But Crypt Horrors have 39 melee attack? What the hell is this shit? Why are Croxagors such garbage? Hold on, no, we're getting to the bottom of this. Look at that. Look at that. 39 melee attack for Crypt Horrors? Oh, hey, they're like 800 gold, human boy. Look at the fucking Croxagors. They're 1,000. They have 26 melee stats. This is horse shit. Why are Croxagors so bad? Oh my god. Wait, how are other monsters infantry? Now I have to know. How are trolls? Trolls are 34, 32. Why are Croxagors so shit? 36 on Chaos Spawn? Oh my god. What are animated hulks? 32! These fuckers are half the cost. Croxagors, what the shit? Alright, I'm so bad. Anyway, I'm paying attention. I'm focused. I got pinged. What's it about? Okay, I'll deal with that later. Croxagors have more entities. They're still garbage. Like, Outside of campaign. In campaign, you can make anything work, but in multiplayer, Croc scores are hot garbage. Anyway. So what do we have? For Dr. Jellyfish, it's a blob. It's a blob. As we figured in this matchup, it's going to be one Grand Cannon. It's honestly kind of deployed in an awkward spot where it's not going to be able to see very much over the hill. So might want to be a little further up, but Jellyfish wants to be as far back as possible. Crowds are supposed to rely on their bonus versus infantry, I guess, but they don't struggle versus infantry. They struggle against anything else. Yeah, I'll deal with that thing later. Aside from that, we have Peasant Long Spearman and Jade Warriors all in a super tight blob. This Iron Hail Gunner is also here. I guess that's fine, but they're honestly so close to their friends they might have trouble shooting. Like, they might get obstructed right away, so we'll see. We do have an Astromancer on his War Compass to give spell resistance and melee defense to everybody around him. Plus, if he's not in combat, he can give some Winds of Magic regen, and he gets 2 for uses of Celestial Lightning and Comet of Cassandora. We did get Miao Yang for Earthblood, Regrowth, and Talons of Night to heal up double Terracotta Sentinel, and that's it for the whole build. It's just a blob of very overpowered infantry stats. I think VC is going to remove Harmony and fuck up Cathay. That is a good point, that the only Harmony bonus is here from the Cannon and the Iron Hails, and Harmony is, like, pretty fucking key. If anybody, by the way, if anybody wonders why Cathay is so strong in land battles, look at this fucking Harmony buff. 12 leadership, 12 melee defense, and 8 melee attack as long as you're standing next to a ranged unit. Huh, what does that encourage you to do? Stand in a blob? Wait, why did Cathay always blob? Because if you're near a ranged unit, you get, like, what is it without that? Minus 12. So that's 41. You get a 25% increase in melee defense and about a 25, more like a 30% increase in your melee attack if you're standing in a blob versus not. Why would you not do that? Sentinels will carry, Sentinels will shit. Dude, Sentinels recently have been carrying pretty hard against me. It's not even good. I'm betting that Gunner's just there for Harmony, not even shoot. Yeah, Celestial Dragon Crossbows could be good here. I just worry that Iron Hail Gunner is going to be pretty easy to route. With 72 leadership, by the way. I do think they're easy to route because of their low armor and relatively low health, but still, 72 leadership because of all the blobbing, but it's just stupid. It's just a stupid, stupid thing. Harmony was not thought through. At all. Hey guys, what do you think's gonna happen if we have this cool Harmony mechanic? What's the mechanic? If you stand next to somebody, you get crazy fucking stats, bro! Do you think they're gonna blob and just stand around? No! Why would they do that? They're gonna spread out and play like a real army and like walk up. Oh no. Then they wouldn't have the stats. Oh no. This is just a blob faction now. And another 5 melee defense from the wizard. True. Meow also has a melee attack debuff. I forgot that. Where is it? The Disdain of Dragons, -8 melee attack. Yeah. No. Cathay, like... The design choice of Cathay was already questionable, and then the way they doubled down on the unfun parts and did nothing to help the fun parts of Cathay just made them, like, complete cancer to deal with, which is why most people hate them. Like, Cathay isn't even that OP compared to other OP factions. They're just not fun. Like, there's no fun redeeming qualities about fighting against Cathay, which is why the hatred of them is, like, doubled. It's the hatred of things that are strong plus the hatred of things that are boring. And Cathay can be played in a fun way. They can be, but they usually aren't, because it's not the strongest way to play them. Like, the faction heavily incentivized playing an unfun style. I don't think I ever covered the Vampire Count's army. We have a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. We have a bunch of Vargeists, a Corpse Cart, some Crypt Horrors, and Skeleton Warriors and Zombies advancing. Some Graveguard as well, and it looks like just one Vargolf plus a lot of dogs. I'm wondering why the Corpse Cart's so far back. It won't quite get here for the frontline fight, but I don't know. Maybe he just didn't want it to get sniped by the cannon or whatever. A quick zombie summon plus the Vargeist dive in. We're trying to take out the Iron Hail Gunners and the cannon, but it's not quite going to be that way because they have boosted leadership stats, and also they're in the middle of their blobs. They're going to be just fine. Jade Warriors taking a nasty breath attack, almost takes them out. They are going to rally, it looks like, and I don't think they have ITP. Their leadership's just stupid high, but they could actually terror out from this guy being above them. And then if they run away from their own box, then they'll get murdered. Vargolf and dogs trying to charge in. Another zombie summon is out onto the cannon, keeping it honest. I don't like playing Cathay because it's so boring. Yeah, I need a tourney where you only bring artillery and you can only manually fire. Yeah. All right, the cannon is almost routing. Where's the Iron Hail Gunner? Iron Hail Gunner's fine. And I almost think that Vampire Count should maybe bring Pit of Shades against Cathay. That could be pretty strong. What's going on here? It is the Helm of Discord currently getting cast. Lower the melee stats of everything around. And the Grand Cannon crew is terror routing, but not naturally routing. Now they're naturally routing. So they should walk out of the formation, and the Vampire Count should try not to attack them. Just let them walk out, and then when they get out here, use your dogs to run them down. I think the green one will do that, because he is a very, very good player, and probably has that on lock. Meanwhile, Vargeist get a rear charge under Jaded Warriors, trying to get up some regeneration by being in melee combat. Or do they just have the hunger? Yeah, it's only in melee. So they're attacking Jade Warriors both with a rear charge to make them rout and to get some regen. Iron Hail Gunners are actually leaving the melee blob. Maybe if the micro is perfect right now, you could get dogs in there, kill these Iron Hail Gunners real quick, and get the Harmony debuff, Harmony buff taken off the entire front line. But oh, the Iron Hail Gunners are too far away. The peasant spearmen are mortal. The peasant spearmen are mortal. Kill them now. With only 20 melee attack and 24 melee defense, these guys are not nearly as scary with only 15 armor, and they will actually start to get worked down. Meanwhile, the front line, Corpse Cart's trying to buff up some Crypt Horrors and Vargeists, who did rout off Peasant Long Spearmen, and I think a Jade Warrior also routed in here. There they are. And Vargolf is going to dive in on the Iron Hail Gunners. Dogs are right on top of those Grand Cannons. They are gone, and they are doing just fine. Green one is behind on the damage value, but that's not that shocking, since the Vampire Counts mostly want to blob up and heal. That is interesting. We don't have an Unholy Lodestone on this thing, so there's no passive healing aura for the Vampire Counts in this game. They didn't bring one, which I find a little sus. They probably should have put an Unholy Lodestone on that bad boy. Iron Hail Gunners are terror routing. Dogs need to get on them. It looks like they are. The dogs are perfectly on top of this. The Harmony buff is gone for the entire blob, which is pretty huge. I know you're going to see that one, but there, it faded. Now we see stuff start to terror out, run away. Losing 12 leadership across the board is kind of a big deal. Like 12 leadership across the board. That's an entire Discouraged Aura. That's an entire Phantasmagoria, pretty much. That 16 Winds of Magic Slanesh spell. That was pretty much constant on all these guys, and now it's getting cast on all of them, so that's pretty good. We have more Jade Warriors they're maybe going to terror out, and once these guys leave the box, they're not nearly as scary. That does leave still 2 healthy Jade Warriors, 3 healthy Jade Warriors. Miao Ying and both the Terracotta Sentinels are also doing quite well, and it looks like we have another Helm of Discord cast. Miao Ying gets dove on. She doesn't take any damage because she's in her foot form right now, so she's not really going to take too much. And the Terracotta Sentinel staggers instead of taking damage, because I guess he also needed that animation type instead of, just actually taking damage like a real human being. Vargolf staggers and takes no damage because it's the very well-designed single entities versus each other. What if we give a giant single entity stagger animations instead of taking damage? You know what, Chuck? You're a good game designer. We're happy to have you on board. More Jade Warriors are routing. Looks like only 2 are still standing their ground. Blood Dragon Lord comes in for another cycle charge, pieces out of it real quick, realizing he maybe doesn't want to sit next to 4 single entities. Not like that. The Undead Blob is still routing off things. I just wonder if they can keep it up. Doesn't Terror only apply when units land? No. It works all the time. I'm pretty sure it works even when the dragon's just above some stuff. He's lining up for breath attack, but I'm worried he's going to do more friendly fire than opponent fire at this point. Like, look at where all the red models are. It's going to be hard to hit them and not hit your own units, so I don't know about that one, Chief. Breath attack might be better if you just go directly above something. Looks like that might be what he's doing. There's only 2. Okay, there's 2. There's 2 Jade Warriors left fighting, but they're getting really low. Ronan, you tuned into Warriors of Chaos, Vampire Counts versus Cathay. Somehow these 2 factions were left up, and you're getting exactly what you deserve for playing that matchup. Getting degeneracy of all kinds. The last 2 Jade Warriors are routing. Come on, there you go. That's it. We're down to 4 single entities for Cathay. Everything else is routing. I don't expect them to come back. These Jade Warriors are probably going to get pounced on by some Vargeists. And dogs are somewhere. There are these dogs. These dogs are going to chase those Peasant Long Spearmen. Ooh, wait, those are Jade Warriors. Ah, okay, those Jade Warriors might come back for a brief second, but the Vargeists just toast these other Jade Warriors. And you see how quickly the box fell apart once the Harmony fell off. Like, that's huge. Terra needs melee? Are you sure? Because I have had Grom Terra route from Luther Harkin flying over him before, but I could be wrong. Anyway. Blood Dragon Lord dives in, but he still just can't quite connect onto Miao Ying at all, and he is going to have to path out of here. Terracotta Sentinel tried to swing at him, but I think it just attacked other stuff instead. Jade Warriors are getting routed towards other Jade Warriors. Zombies and dogs are going to chase them, but I wonder if they can route these guys without some Vargheists support. These Vargheists lost their attack orders onto those Jade Warriors for some reason, so I don't really know what's going on over there. But it's clear most of Green One's micro is on his Lord cycle charging. He probably needs to take out this Astromancer as the easiest person to get rid of next. And he is giving everybody in the blob like +5 more melee defense, which isn't a huge deal, but it's something. Jade Warrior's rallying, but he noticed now that these guys rallied without his attention, so he is going to dive into Blood Dragon Lord and just get rid of them real right quick. So Cryptors are doing great, but they aren't getting... That's the big problem here. Oh, wow, they have regeneration. I honestly didn't know Cryptors had their own regeneration. I thought they needed a corpse card for it. And this is maybe why we wanted to get rid of that Celestial Dragon guy rather than Miao Ying. Oof, that's a big damage onto those Graveguard, and they don't have passive healing. It's not a passive healing corpse card. It's a normal corpse card. Jade Warriors are all routing again. Vargheists are going to take care of that one, and this time that one will shatter. Even when it just breaks, they don't need to finish it off. But these Vargheists and Blood Dragon Lord are needed elsewhere. They're taking a lot of damage in the blob while their Lord is gone, which is unfortunate. Counts are up in the damage value. Counts also have plenty of healing. Not as much as you would like, though. At least they attacked each other. It's more than Marauder Horseman factions for each other. True. At least they could have brought a fun balance build and chose the Borisol. Talons of Night, plus that free Comet really punishing these Graveguard, but the Graveguard aren't the biggest problem. They don't have armor piercing, so it's not a huge deal. Another Helm of Discord cast as Vargulf, Vargheists, and the Blood Dragon Lord are all diving in onto the Terracotta Sentinels, and dogs finish chasing off everything. So we are down to Cathay's 16 models, down to 4. 4 models versus 750. And balance power is about even. That tracks. I much prefer watching kite games. Yeah, I would rather watch kite games than double blob, but sometimes that's the world you live in, I guess. Terracotta Sentinel's currently getting his ass kicked, but the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord does need to be careful now that his debuffs have worn off. We talked about this earlier, but he doesn't actually have that incredible of melee stats. This is buffed up by a corpse card, so he needs to get the fuck out of here and refresh his charge bonus, which also isn't that exciting until he has his stuff popped. Yeah. Cryptors are still slogging. Healing cap has appeared for the Astromancer. Miao Ying and the Terracotta Sentinel still have plenty of health left to give. Junks would not have been too strong, since they have strong AP flying. Yeah, I think Sky Junk would have been pretty bad. Vargheists would have torn apart. Does Meow have healing magic? Yup. She has regrowth and Earthblood. Ooh! Ooh! War Compass is terror routing. If he gets isolated, he's gonna die real fast. And it looks like the Vargheists are diving in, even buying some space for him. The undead want him to escape at this point so they can catch him out in the open. Because he's a piss poor melee combatant. And they try to fight this Terracotta Sentinel. Dogs are even on top of the Astromancer, and he should be pushed off the map at this point. Miao Ying throws out another Earthblood. Healing cap appears on this Terracotta Sentinel. Gonna have to kill it all eventually. Invocation to Heck onto an almost healing capped Crypt Horror. I think that could be considered a mistake. Maybe should have used it on these Graveguard. And Miao Ying's in the sky? Why? Whoa, why? Why would you do that? She can't cast her healing spells in this form, and she has a bigger hitbox. The fact that she was on foot was one of the only things keeping her alive. This is a huge opportunity for the vampire counts. They need to hit her right now. I thought Sentinels got nerfed. Did they? I didn't hear this. With boxes, at least I know what I'm watching. Kite has too much going on in a given moment as a viewer. Yeah. They tried for breath attack onto this Terracotta Sentinel. That's going okay, but I really think they need to commit onto Miao Ying while she's not in human form. Because in human form, it's so hard to hit her because of, you know, Footlord things. But when she's like this, she's actually quite hittable. Blood Dragon Lord is diving onto it, looks like the Astromancer, but then he just gets... What the fuck was that? Anyway, he got a bullshit-ass broken charge and just ran straight through everything. Now Vargheists are committing back to the fight. This guy's getting very low. They're also committing on to the Terracotta Sentinels. Please hit Miao Ying. I think Miao Ying has separate HP pool for the dragon form. True, but you can't heal like this. All right, that guy is routed. He's also Terra routed, and I don't think he'll be coming back. We do have a great surround onto this Terracotta Sentinel. The other Terracotta Sentinel's healing cap is within sight. And with this, the Blood Dragon Lord plus the Vargai should be able to grind down this one Terracotta Sentinel. So we'll go down to Miao Ying in a single Terracotta Sentinel rather than Miao Ying in two. But we will see. There's no crumbling or anything, so you do have to kill this thing outright. All of its health. Can this game just end? Yeah. So she can soak damage and revert before dying. Yeah, my point is that she was much tankier as a Foot Lord. She's taken way more damage than she ever took as a Foot Lord in this dragon form because she can actually get surrounded now. Like, look at that. Look at how much damage she's taking as opposed to earlier. Being in a Foot Lord form was bullshit, but I think transforming was a huge mistake because she just got gooned. And green one will be winning this round. Miao Ying shattered, army losses hits. There's no more healing for the Terracotta Sentinels. All right. Permaban Cathay, please remove the faction from the game. I think, yeah, I do think they're poorly designed, but I think they could be like buffed in certain areas and nerfed in the bullshit Harmony box style of play and actually be fun and interactive, but CA just buffed all of the least fun parts about Cathay. Curious on Sentinel value? I don't know. Vargeist did great. Vargulf did well. Crypt Horrors did great. Graveguard struggled. Dogs ran some stuff off. Corpse Cart was just a nice little buff. And the Blood Dragon Lord honestly didn't get that much value. He was important, but he didn't get that much value. Miao Ying, 1,700. Terracotta Sentinels, 3,200 and 1,000. This guy, 1,400. Cannons, 500. Jade Warriors didn't quite get their value back. Iron Hail Gunners didn't really get to shoot very much. And Peasant Long Spearmen did better than the Jade Warriors as far as value goes, because they poke. To see if I'm vindicated calling them garbage? Nah, one of them paid for itself. And more. But yeah, Coops, like, I think right now they just need nerfs, for sure. But I was saying, if you ever want them to be an interactive faction, or like a fun faction that people enjoy, you're gonna need to nerf all the dumb bullshit that they buffed for some reason, like the Harmony things. And then they're gonna need to actually buff fun units, like Jade Lancers, or Celestial Dragon Guard, I guess. I don't know. Cathay needs a DLC to be interesting, because their base faction is filled out. It's just filled out to be boring. Oh, you have a heavily armored front line? That's kind of unbreakable if the Harmony mechanic's left it as it is. Otherwise, it's garbage. Okay. Oh, your ranged units are heavily armored and shielded? Okay. Dwarves. And then their cavalry is all blockers, no damage dealers, so a cav rush isn't super viable. Their flying cav are fine, but kind of limited with flying cav limitations. Not super good against ground units. I don't know. Cathay just currently isn't designed to be very fun. Longbows are good situationally, yeah. Just not all the time. Whoa! Whoa! I'm on my way. All right, we're leaving. We're leaving. We don't give a shit about this anymore. Stream leaving to cover other semifinal. GLHF. Golden Floof defeated Cal Harmon. What the fuck? So in the time it took one matchup to occur, in the time it took us to play Cathay versus Vampire Counts, Golden Floof 2-0'd Cal Harmon. Or 1-0. Maybe Cal had to go. I don't know. I just know he's... I know he's out. And the Floofster is in. Golden Floof versus Yumi. The RR Longmas are good, yeah. I just meant Longmas in general are limited by flying cav things. Like if you charge them into single entities, sometimes they'll just like hover up and down for a long time. So, just saying. All right, apparently Golden Floof won game 1 versus Cal Harmon, and then he conceded defeat because he had to go somewhere. Monkey King with Ninja Buddha Warriors make them more interesting. That would be more interesting. I agree. Again, for anybody joining, here's the bracket. So we were just up there with ODM, Green One, and Dr. Jellyfish. I thought we could finish that series because this one was just starting, but apparently Cal Harmon had to go, so it's just one game and done. And the semifinals are more important than a quarterfinals game, so we'll hop up here and watch Yumi versus Golden Floof. Whoever wins that will go fight Coops. We'll spectate that, and then we'll spectate finals. So there's 3 best of 3s left in the day. So, Golden Floof. And we have Slanesh versus Vampire Counts. How did this happen? I do not think Slanesh will be particularly good into Vampire Counts, but we'll have to see. Maybe Loopy will be correct about that Mortis engine. Maybe. I think if the Vampire Counts go for a Flying Lord, they'll be pretty safe here. I don't know. If they have like Helman Gorse or something, if they have a ground-based Lord, I think they could get sniped out. Because you could get netted by the Slanesh Army ability, or Rampage by the Slanesh Army ability, or netted by Slanesh's net spell, or Rampage by Slanesh's Rampage spell, and then your Footlord's going to get creamed. So I think you kind of need to be up in the sky. Because Slanesh's air game is still pretty weak. It'd be like Azazel and some Harpies, and that's it. Semi's weight, right? Yes, Coop, Semi's weight. Who trained Eshin? We got to get their Cathay antecedent. True. Why are we using an outdated pick ban system like this? I don't know. Take it up with the tournament organizers. Don't ask me. I'm just a caster. I'm just a caster. We're into game 1. Easy breezy cover squirrel. Looks like we have Keeper of Secrets and an Exalted Keeper of Secrets. 1 Chariot, 4 Hellstriders, 4 Skirmish Cav, 3 Marauders. You'll get Cathay versus VC all the time doing this. I don't know. Couldn't you global ban Cathay and Vampire Counts or Warriors of Chaos? I don't know what you spent your global bans on, but that seems like a global ban problem. Will we get Nippon though? Probably not. I think Nippon, if they exist, will get folded into Cathay as like a DLC. Rather than their own faction. Because I don't think there's going to be enough variety between Cathay and Nippon. Like, as far as armies go. Yeah, Hanadans, they have global bans here as well. I was just saying like they weren't using their global bans to ban the OP factions. What if you ban Cathay, but the other person doesn't ban VC? Then when you pick one, ban 2, you can just ban VC. I don't know, man. You're in the game right now. Play the game rather than sit in the chat and complain about it. Hey! Go play your game. I'm putting you in a timeout. Go play your game. God. There. The timeout will wear off by the time this game is over, so then after the game you can come back and type. But for now, you're in there. You go in there and play. Hey, you put your army in the and you protect it, and you put the things in your there. I have expressed my annoyance. Hanadins indeed. All right, I couldn't tell if you're joining the chat or me. I was wondering why the delete message timeout. Oh, yeah, it sucks because the timeout function in YouTube also deletes their past messages, which there wasn't a problem with their past messages. I just timed them out to get them to go play their game. That was Yumi? Yeah, like 99.9% sure. Anyway. We have 5 zombies. 1 Sternsman Graveguard plus a Skeleton Spearman. We have Mortis Engine, Necromancer with the Unholy Lodestone and Vigor. Ooh, also Invocation Heck and Zombie Summon? Oh, wait, is that the lesser Zombie Summon? No, that's 7 uses, so that's a real Zombie Summon. So then this guy has no spells. Wow, Blood Dragon Lord, 0 spells. Interesting. Then we have Vargulf, a couple Cryptors, that's it. On the other side for Golden Floof, we have 3 Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh, 4 Hellstriders of Slaanesh, 4 Skirmish Cav of Slaanesh, Keeper of Secrets, Exalted Keeper of Secrets of Shadows with Pit of Shades only, and then 1 Chariot. So if Golden Floof realizes that the Necromancer has all the spells, that could actually be a huge problem for Yumi. Because that's, like, the Necromancer is infinitely more snipeable than the Dragon Lord. Unless the Dragon Lord lands. If the Dragon Lord lands, then sure, he could get caught up in some stuff and get fucked up. But, like, in the sky, he's much harder to punish than a Necromancer on foot. So the Skirmish Cav have an abundance of good targets. The only thing about fighting Skirmish Cav against Vampire counts is you do need to finish things. You can't, like, spread out your fire. Because there's a lot of good targets, but if you throw... Like, if you do a quarter of everything's health, it's all going to heal back up to full rather than doing 100% of one thing's health. So Floof is going to need to pick a target and really focus it down and force its healing cap and do all that stuff. Don't see the Floofster's build working, but we'll see. I know he's won this in the past when people were taking Helm and Gorst on autopilot, but yeah, Gorst is not a great pick versus Slaanesh because he, like, Golden Floof just sniped him out. So what he is going to try to do is, since there's no opposing cavalry, it's just monstrous infantry, what he's going to try and do is get the Hellstriders to get free infantry charges, and then use Skirmish Cav to punish the Cryptors if they ever countercharge the Cav. But this is a mistake. The Blood Dragon Lord of Yumi lands next to both the Keepers and the Hellstriders, and he gets rampaged. Yes, he is rampaging, he can't get back into the sky, and he's getting completely murdered by the double Keepers of Secrets. Oh no! Oh no, that is a huge misplay! Oh, no, no, no! Yeah, Yumi backs out after that one. That's brutal. Yeah, Blood Dragon Lord left the blob, got rampaged, netted, and just eviscerated by the double Keepers of Secrets plus those Hellstriders. That's a quick GG. Zap. Yeah, that was more of a mistake than a build thing, but that was just kind of funny. I don't think Golden Floof could do it. Boom. Game's over. I think Golden Floof could do it. No. I don't think that was a build diff. I think that is how Golden Floof wanted to play the game, but obviously not that, like, extreme. But it was because he's done this before. Is Humanoid controlling the VC Valkyrie all over again? Got him. But, like, no. Golden Floof did that before with Helm and Gorst. But the idea is the same. Is if the VC go mobile at all, you can try to win. All good Yumi happens to the best of us. Yumi's not new. No, Yumi's not new. They're very good. You missed the game, what the fuck, Cosmo? The Blood Dragon Lord dove on somebody, but then got forgotten and went way outside the formation, and then Slaanesh surrounded them, rampaged them, and killed them. And without a 3,000 gold Dragon Lord, they did the Vampire Counts player conceded, which is like smart. Like, it's just you're down 3,000 gold immediately in the game. You have no Lord. You have no Dragon Breath or anything. It's just like there was no winning. Well, maybe not no winning, but Golden Floof would have to make a pretty big mistake to lose the game at that point, and Yuumi just saved a lot of time. Like that was a fine concede. Yeah. Knighthood, Yuumi beat me earlier in the stream. No, I'm not like the best player alive, but no, Yumi's not new. I don't know. He's been around. I think he was new at the start of Warhammer 3, but he's been playing since the start of Warhammer 3, so it's been 8 or 9 months. Yeah. No. Golden Floof flips over to Skaven. Skaven versus Warriors of Chaos. Alright. Yuumi beat Strat too, yeah. Strat's not an easy person to beat. No, don't sleep on Yuumi, you know. They are good. Skaven vs. Warriors of Chaos. This is a bad matchup for Skaven. It's not unplayable. One of the main problems with it is the Lord diversity. You have to try to prepare for Sigvald and for Be'lakor and for Archaon, which all three require pretty different strategies. That's pretty new. I don't know, man. 9 months doesn't feel that new to me. 8, 9, 8. 8 months doesn't feel that new. Anyway. So for Be'lakor, you need aerial nets and pretty good ranged pressure. Because you can't really fight Be'lakor on the ground, I found. Even Hellpit Abominations struggle to fight him. They just have, like... They have T-posing issues. It's what we discussed earlier in that game I had with Azazel, where it was like, all right, well, the Hellpit and Ikit all got their attacks up, and the Assassin, so Azazel got bursted. That doesn't seem to happen against Be'lakor. I've had Hellpits run up to him, and then they just don't attack. Like, they'll walk around or not be able to hit him. And then he even throws Dark Master on, lowers their melee attack by 40, and then they just can't hit him because of his melee stats. So Be'lakor you need to try to take out with, like, surrounding him with Rat Ogres and then shooting him while he's standing there. But even then it's tough. Like, Be'lakor can one-man army Skaven a lot of the time. So he's usually the best choice. But if you over-prepare for Be'lakor and they whip out Sigvald and you don't have Deathmaster Snitch and, like, a Chieftain on Bonebreaker or something, then you can get fucked up by Sigvald. Plus a wider army. And then Archaon's a different monster altogether because they gave him Spirit Leech, so he can just do Archaon things of running around as a caster and Spirit Leeching. I think he's the least threatening of the three, but he's still there and you have to watch out for him. Because Spirit Leech alone is just a great spell versus Skaven. That's the biggest problem in this matchup, is their diversity. Other than that, Forsaken or Marauder Rush with a bunch of Chaos Spawn is generally pretty good, plus Dogs and Chariots, Manticores, Exalted Heroes. It's just Chaos has a lot of things that are good against Skaven, and while Skaven have tools to answer all of them, you kind of have to figure out what's coming your way. Now, that being said, that's a lot of negativity. Again, Skaven did get some buffs coming into Game 3. With the Ultra Unit size, their front lines can hold a little bit longer than you would expect. Rat Ogres are cheaper, and they're still really good. Skaven have some tools. It's Chaos favored, but not unwinnable.
Why did you go away from the last match? Oh. Yeah. One of the semifinals was ready, and that was a random quarterfinal, so we had to focus on the things. Semifinals are more important. Zarth may still be an okay pick, even. Cause Terror, Mass Barrier Flying. Maybe. I haven't seen it, and I haven't tried it, so this isn't from experience, it's just conjecture. Zarthoria lost Unbreakable, which was a bitch. So he can actually start crumbling now if he gets low. And actually flying might make him easier to target. But he probably still has all the stuff that made him tough to deal with. Lore of Metal's fine against Skaven. Final Transmutation is annoying. He does cause terror. And he has the bullshit bird models that have, like, infinite mass. Zenith Lord with the Spawn Summon could be good, too. Maybe. I know Lenorm tried that against me and it didn't work. I think all these are fine options, but Bellicor, Sigvald, and Archaon are all just better for different reasons. I agree, I think those are fine options, but like after you've like tried to play against Bellicor as Skaven, or after you've tried to play against Sigvald or Archaon as Skaven, I think it's like, oh, thank God they took a Tzeentch Lord. Alright. Anyway, for the Skaven box, it's already formed, so talk about it while Chaos figures their shit out. We have a Gracier of Plague with both Summons and the Pestilent Breath. We also have triple Rat Ogre, double Warplock Jezzails, one of which is the Nebular Sharpshooters. We have the Avalanche Mortars plus double Poison Wind Globes. Council Guard Storm Vermin plus a bunch of Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves. This is the exact same build that they brought against the Tomb Kings. Interesting. On the other side, we have quadruple Hellstride of Slanesh, 2 with Hell Scourges, 2 without. We have Marauder Horsemen and Horse Masters, looks like only 3 of them. 1 Feral Manticore, 1 Chaos Spawn, a front line of Marauders and Forsaken, and then Bellicor. I think Yumi's build is going to take this. I don't know. I'm very concerned about this Skaven build right now. Alea's in the chat. What up, Alea? Sarthoria lost a ton of missile resist. Yeah, he's definitely more snipeable. Faux show. I don't think the Skirmish Cav are going to be particularly useful against Skaven, but they might have been here in case of Hellpit Abomination box or something, because they are pretty fine against Hellpit Abomination, but against this specific build, they're going to act as mostly melee Cav. Hellstrider Surround will be good. Bellicor can do nicely, can really destroy the Gracier, and the Marauder's going to move up. This is a very similar build that I took as Slanesh versus Yumi's Skaven, except instead of Bellicor, I had Azazel, obviously, because I was Slanesh and not Warriors of Chaos. So Sartho is very sad now. Hanadins, you put a sad face on that, but I put a big happy face on that. I fucking hated Sartorial. I hated that guy. Now, it's definitely biased because he was the bane of Skaven. Like, he was absolutely the best Lord into Skaven, and he was so hard to deal with, and I'm obviously a Skaven player. But, yeah, biased opinion? Fuck Sartorial. Anyway. Bellicor is just going to walk in here. I imagine he'll pop his Shadow Shroud after he dives in on the Nebular Sharpshooters and just try to get some free value onto them, assume that the Rat Ogres really can't hurt him that much. But no, he's actually going for the Avalanche Mortars, who have already taken out a Forsaken unit. So he's going to try and kill them off, but we do have Hellstriders already collapsing. The front line is just about to hit some pretty good timing here from Yumi. Very nice collapse. And the Manticore also has already dove in onto the Warplock Jezzails, and you can see Hellstriders piling in. Now they do get caught up on some summons / the Clan Rat backline, but they should largely be able to get in here, and Hellstriders don't get a charge onto the Rat Ogres. They happen to walk into the Rat Ogres. They don't get their charge bonus, which is unfortunate, but they immediately get new attack orders onto the actual targets. It's the weapons teams. Bellicor throws out a Pit of Shades. I talked way earlier in the stream about taking Pit of Shades. Pit of Shades is a great get the fuck off me tool, and as Bellicor groups up the Council Guard, either the Council Guard need to dodge the Pit of Shades and let Bellicor do what he wants to do, or they're going to eat the Pit of Shades, and they opt to eat the entire Pit of Shades. Council Guard is deleted. Avalanche Mortars are running. Nebular Sharpshooters are currently running to get away from some Horsemen. More Jezzails are routing, so we have 1 Globe team and a Jezzail left, and that's about it for the forces of the Skaven. Rat Ogres are terror routing, and this is how you want to take apart a Skaven box. Considering Sigurd, Bellicor, Festus, Kugath, and all those, I forget. I wouldn't call Kugath, Sigurd, Bellicor balanced at all. He was very fine? I don't know, man. I did admit I have a biased opinion, but I did not have a good time playing against Sartorial. That bitch. There were so many times, like, it was this bullshit melee stuff that really bothered me. Is like, you could net him down, and you still couldn't catch him because he would, like, do his charge animation, which would take him halfway across your line. And it's like, okay, I netted you and you moved further than I can move unnetted. What the fuck? Or, like, he would just beat Deathmaster Snitch in melee combat, but he's a quote-unquote caster, and he's unbreakable. Dude, I hated that guy. I hated Sartorial. But it's a biased take. This one feels very doomed? Yep. This was pretty surgical execution of taking out a Skaven box. Dreaded 13th summon comes out. It's going to nuke down some Hellstriders and put a Halberd back on the field, but I still think it's just going to be too little too late. The Skaven are mass routing in every direction. And Bellicor is no Azazel. He ain't going anywhere. So he's going to stand in the fight and kill some stuff. Balance of power is being oddly generous towards the Skaven. And we are going to get another Pit of Shades that will hurt a lot of units, even though these Clan Rats are already terror routing, and these Storm Vermin are also here a little bit. They kind of get caught in the Pit of Shades, but that'll do good damage. The Storm Vermin are even going to terror out already. And they have 30 seconds left on their life before they disappear. That is over. Wasn't a good matchup for Skaven? True. Yerp. Globes, the one that didn't get murdered, got a little bit, got its value back, plus some, but all four other weapons teams got deleted. The Gracier wasn't able to do much. Bellicore, 2,500 value. Manticore paid for itself and still had love left to give. Hellstriders routed off a bunch of stuff. Got pretty good value. Marauders also. Well, Marauder Horsemen, sorry. Basic Marauders got murdered, but it is what it is. We're going to game 3. Boom. If I'm in melee contact with a target, I want to net. I call it my misplay to be on it. What? Knighthood, I'm confused by the comment, but I meant Sartorial. The problem was with Sartorial that you could net him and then get like Deathmaster Snitch on top of him. But if Sartorial did his attack, he would do that flying attack where he would jump like, I don't know how far the distance is, but like an entire unit of Clan Rats side by side. Like he would fly over that whole distance, and then Deathmaster Snitch would be stuck in his own Rat Ogres, while Sartorial just pieced out of being surrounded by Rat Ogres and netted. Like, that to me was bullshit. That happened all the time. Netting Sartorial was entirely worthless. How far are we into this tournament? We are in the first semifinal. The second semifinal hasn't even started. Hasn't even got set up yet, but also hasn't started, and we're in game 3. So one more game here, then a best of 3, then a best of 3. So 2 best of 3s left in the stream, plus this game. Looks like we have Dark Elves versus something. Yuumi was just Warriors of Chaos, so they haven't switched yet. But Golden Floof already still started building his build behind the blocker, so I'm guessing Yuumi has declared their faction and just hasn't switched yet. Don't touch a target you want to net, so they stay still. You talk about netting for shooting? Oh. I don't know if that's a misplay, though. Like, netting something down and then surrounding it with mass is a pretty common play. So Arthuriel just had a very specific animation that was bullshit that let him fly out of anything. He also has, like, the bullshit bird model. In Warhammer 2 and 3, he has the bird model that, like, we've made videos about, but it is definitely not working as intended. Because their stated mass is, like, 2,300, but they walk out of a full Chaos Spawn surround. And then Nurgle or Khorne, like Scarbrand has like 4,000 or 5,000 mass, and when he gets surrounded by Chaos Spawn, he literally can't move. Like, I made a whole video about that. So Sartorial in Warhammer 2 had a broken unit model plus really beneficial animations for just getting out of any situation. He was really annoying. In Warhammer 3, he's not unbreakable anymore, and he lost his missile resist, so you can actually shoot him. But that was not a viable way to kill Sartorial in Warhammer 2, because he had like a fuck ton of missile resist, and he was unbreakable. So now you can at least get him to start doing that demonic crumbling, and ranged units actually do damage. Yeah, Snitch nets targets to beat shit in the face, yeah. And netting Sartorial just didn't do anything. I trapped and killed Scarbrand with Ushabti, lol. Yeah. Which is, like, fine if it's consistent. And that's the problem for me with the bird model, is that it's inconsistent. Like, if CA provided us, and I like this change, CA provided us with the unit masses. That's nice. So you can not intuitively, but like, look at something and be like, okay, if 3 Chaos Spawn with 800 mass apiece, I don't know what it is, just bear with me, 3 Chaos Spawn with 800 mass apiece stand in front of Scarbrand and he's trying to move through them, and he has 1,000 mass, he can't move them, he's stuck. If he has 5,000 mass, he can move them, he pushes them back and he gets through, slowly, but he gets through, right? But that's not how mass works. The mass relies heavily on your model for some reason. So the Tzeentchian models, with their broad wings, the wings actually push people back, and then there's like weird collision errors with them. So they have they have a mass stated in the game, but it's not how they behave at all. They behave like they have the highest mass in the game. They can walk out of anything all the time. And it's really annoying because it's not intuitive. I was talking about this with Scroot one night about war wagons. War wagons are considered overpowered right now by some people, right? I don't want to get into a debate about it. Let's just, like, for the sake of this argument, let's say they're OP. And if they need a nerf. Like, again, there's a whole argument about this, but just pretending that we all agree they're OP. My proposal for how to make war wagons not OP, if you agree that they are, would be correct model collisions. And by that I mean what we saw earlier in the stream with the Kislev Bariots versus vampire counts. Ironically, a Golden Flip game is Blood Knights careened into the side of them and then like didn't land attacks for a while. And Chariots sometimes have broken models where units just don't attack. And my point is like if there's a war wagon and an armor-piercing anti-large duelist lord dives onto a war wagon, a kiting armored chariot unit, your brain tells you that the armor-piercing anti-large lord in melee with a kiting unit is going to deal more damage than the kiting unit. That costs like 1/3 what he does. But that's not what happens. Because almost every armor-piercing lord is either on a horse or a horse-like mount. So when they land, they're not going to land an attack onto that chariot. Now, dragons will, but like horse-sized mounts won't. Because of some broken-ass thing about their hitbox, they can't quite reach it, and they'll just T-pose on them. While they're T-posing, the war wagons are shooting the shit out of them. So you take a shit ton of damage, and whatever. So now, knowing this, you know you shouldn't dive your lord onto a war wagon. But that's hard intuitively. Because intuitively, you're in the middle of the game, you're doing a bunch of shit, and you're like, skirmish unit, caught out, I have an armor-piercing lord, I'm going to go get it. No, don't do that. And that's why, like, the nerf I would propose to war wagons is give them real hitboxes, so that, like, if they get caught out by armor-piercing cav, if they get caught off by an armor-piercing anti-large duelist, they can actually take damage by that unit. Because right now, how you have to get them is either at range or you have to get a full surround so they can't walk away from you. So that was a large conversation about like how unit models can be bullshit. So Tzeentch Lords aren't actually that OP. They're just strong because of their models, but like their stats and their health and all that stuff isn't actually that strong. It's just their models really piss people off. And that's why a lot of people hate Tzeentch. Is like, I try to trap him down and I just can't. He just walks away. And it's like, yeah, it's frustrating to play against because it feels like you did a good play and you got punished for it. Same with war wagons, in my opinion. I don't think their damage is too high. I don't think their stats are very good. I think the main thing about them is when you catch them, you don't get rewarded for catching them. They just walk out. So I think it's a frustrating gameplay loop for a lot of people. And again, you can debate that. There's a whole debate about whether or not they are OP, but I was just talking about one of the reasons I think we could fix them. Anyway. What are we doing here? Skaven versus Dark Elves. I think this is very Dark Elf favored these days, but playable. It's not the worst thing in the world. For Yuumi, yes, Yuumi's the Skaven. We have Deathmaster Snitch, an Assassin, and a Warlock Engineer with Flensing Ruin and Howling Warp Gale. Clan Rats, Clan Rats, some Skaven Slaves on the back line, and it looks like that's about it. Mostly Clan Rats, though. Double Jezzails, one of which is the Nabo Sharpshooters, triple Poison Wind Globes, quadruple Rat Ogres, and one Plague Claw Catapult. Pretty good build. Solid. I like it. I'm not super sure what the Catapult's for, but I don't hate it. I just don't know what this is for. I'd have to ask Yuumi. Nakari gets stuck in a chaos spawn. Well, yeah. The animations are taking the Mickey out of the nets. It's not what we haven't known for years. I know it, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. You know what I mean? Not just because, like, well, they didn't fix it, so I can stop complaining now. It's like, no, I'll complain until they fix it. I've seen Nakari get stopped by Nurgling for several seconds. That fix would help on Kugas sleds a lot. So it makes no sense not to have physics in this game, model-to-model animations, because when two blobs punch each other, it doesn't simulate a real battle. True. Anyway, Dark Elves. We have double Dark Riders, Sorceress of Fire with Fireball and Burning Head. We have Malice Darkblade. I honestly think he is the best pick versus the Skaven. I would prefer Soul Stealer over Fire, but Fire is an excellent choice as well. It's just I think Soul Stealer is slightly better against Skaven weapons teams, but the opposite version of that is Fireball can snipe out Snitch and the Assassin, and Burning Head can clear out the front line so your units can kill the weapons teams, but I personally just prefer to throw a Soul Stealer on the weapons teams and fuck them up that way. Front line of Dread Spears is currently getting murdered. More Dark Riders and Harpies are running off from the distance. We have 4 Dark Shards and triple Bolt Thrower. Wow. Okay. All in on the Bolt Throwers. This used to be better against Skaven than it is now. Recently, I've been struggling to see Bolt Throwers really do good work, so I'm curious how they're going to work for Golden Floof, but I don't know. Ultra unit size feels like the Bolt Throwers just don't do that much versus the Skaven. Not in like a timely fashion, right? Like, yeah, sure, eventually they'll do stuff, but you kind of need them to do stuff quickly. Your Skaven gonna kill your entire front line in that time. Golden Floof really seems to like his Harpies. This guy brought 4 versus Vampire Coast. He's bringing 3 versus Skaven now. So we'll see how that works for him, but currently it's not going well. Dark Shards are getting messed up before they even get close to firing. And the Bolt Throwers are trying to get their vengeance on something, but it doesn't look like they're dealing any damage. I don't know what they're trying to attack. Looks like they've mostly just been shooting at the front line. Deathmaster Snitch and the Assassin do catch out the Sorceress of Fire. Malice Darkblade will have to come back here and help out with that, but it looks like the Dark Shards and Malice Darkblade are busy killing an entire Poison Globe unit just off the bat. Very nice, but a Howling Morpgil cast keeps the Harpies at bay, and the only Harpy that isn't knitted up is coming this way. Sorceress of Fire is routed off, but she's not dead. She will come back, and Malice Darkblade is here, ready to party, and he throws down his buffs. He looks like he's going to attack the Assassin. He might want to go after Snitch first, but oh well. Bolt Throwers really struggling to do anything right now, and it is noticed, it is felt. Skaven up quite a lot, 2,000 damage value this early on. The only Harpy that made it through is already routed off, and that is like 800, 1,400. That's 2,000 gold worth of units already running for the hills. So I don't know. I don't love Harpies in general, but I don't love them this matchup either. Malice Darkblade is still taking it to Snitch and the Assassin for now. He has Rat Ogres to worry about, but Dark Riders are for a moment keeping him safe. And the Firecaster is back. She might want to throw a Fireball or 2 onto Snitch. But overall, the battle is going very poorly for the Dark Elves, the Bolt Throwers. They got to do something. So far, it's not looking like it. Looks like now they're trying to shoot the weapons teams, but might be too little too late. Don't know. Dark Riders dove onto the Plague Claw Catapults. Plague Claw Catapults were knocked off their mounts, but they can get back on it pretty easily. Meanwhile, it's up to Malice to carry this game, and oh no! Floof left his caster here! She rallied a little close to the front line, and then she just stood there and let Deathmaster Snitch hit her. That is a pretty big misplay. And I honestly think the Skaven are going to be able to take it now unless Malice hard carries all by himself, but I don't know if he could do that. Because all the Dark Shards got messed up, the Harpies didn't really get much done, unfortunately, and now they're all almost dead. Bolt Throwers are going to get compromised in just a second here, so Malice is going to have to solo kill Snitch and the Assassin, which he's actually capable of doing, but then he'll have to kill everything else without running out of time onto Zarkin. So we'll see. One of the Giselles is routed off and probably not coming back. Rat Ogres are trying to stop the Dark Riders, but I think they should be able to shatter that unit. And these other Dark Riders, nice little sneaky play to get around everything else and hit the Natty Boy with Sharpshooters. That is good for Golden Floof. He is going to have to try to protect Malice in some way, but he needs to remember to transform him. Malice is getting awful low, and we have seen several times recently where Malice doesn't get transformed before routing or dying outright, and that could be a big mistake. Army losses even coming in, so you might want to just transform to Zarkan now. There you go, before Army losses takes him away from you. But Zarkan is here. He's going to pop Reaper of Souls and start doing some slapping. Bounce power comes back towards the middle-ish with Zarkan, but also with the Natty Boy Sharpshooters going from full health to almost routing and dead. That is a pretty big play to keep the Dark Elves in this game, bounce power-wise. Now, both concealment bombs are popped to the Assassin Deathmatch Snitch. They're running away from Zarkan, and he drops his attack orders because he can't see them anymore. Stuck fighting Rat Ogres for a bit, so we'll see how long it takes him to realize that his prey has left. But at this point, the Skaven just need to survive. Army losses is going to hit pretty soon for the Dark Elves, and then it'll just be about surviving to Zarkan until he bleeds himself to death. Harpies are amazing for 500 gold. People say that, but I haven't seen it. I haven't seen Harpies work. Dread Spears for Ob and Break Swords is so good now. I don't feel like you need the melee defense versus burns for Lord Skaven, yeah. Double Bolt could have been good for Gracie on a Bell, but don't see the big Skaven artillery pieces often enough to invest. Counter-sniping them on globes, avalanche mortars, and jails. Dark Elves want to do full rush. I agree with the full rush, yeah. It just feels weird to have 3 Bolt Throwers that want to accrue their value slowly over time, and the rest of your build wants to hit the Skaven right now. Like, it just seems odd. Because there's a High Elf build that Phoenix King likes to take versus my Skaven a lot, and it's like triple or quadruple Bolt Thrower, but then he uses Ithlamar Chariots a bunch, and then double Birds and Alariel. So his whole thing is cycle charging me a shitload while his Bolt Throwers shoot me, and then that's getting your value slowly over time. But this Dark Elf build wanted to get in there and fuck some shit up right away, and the Bolt Throwers are like, nah bro, give me an hour and a half. So none of them paid for themselves. Malice did okay. The Firecaster also had a couple misplays where she got dropped. She stood and fought Snitch, then she routed, and then when she rallied, she stood where she rallied and waited for Snitch to catch up to her and kill her, so that is a pretty big misplay, unfortunately, for Golden Floof. His Harpies all got netted and murdered. I mean, that's 2,000 gold worth of Harpy, and you got 300 value out of it. No, I'm a Harpy hater, so of course I'm going to be like, bad unit, poopy. But that's generally what I see happen to Harpies. I don't love them. Oh, and they're 500 gold now. Okay, so you're correcting me on that. I thought they were 600 in Warhammer 2. Maybe they got a cost reduction. Dark Riders played really well. Dark Riders were the only thing in this build besides Malice that got its value back. On the other side, Yuumi played great with Death Machination Assassin. Their Jezzails both did excellently. Plague Catapult was just harassing. Rat Ogres did very well. Globes, one of them got murdered. The other two just barely, they just got overpaying for themselves. But, you know, one of them had plenty of health left to give love. So they did fine. Clan Rats were there and stuff. Good play. I have a game up but no opponent yet, Coops. That's fair. Bolt throwers suck. Yumi's back. The victor returns. And Yumi awaits in finals for whoever wins between Coops and Blank. I haven't had a good gameplay with them, honest, yeah. They were 600? I see. The green one and Dr. Jellyfish were on game 3, and we did a best of 3, all 3 games. That's actually, like, Coops is annoyed, and I understand that you have places to be, but that is kind of hilarious objectively that we went... This top one was entering game 3. We went down here, played all 3 games, and this one isn't done yet. Now, the caveat is... Game 1, Yuumi made a quick mistake with their Lord, lost the Lord, and then FF'd because the game wasn't really that playable. That makes sense. Game 2, Golden Floof took a Skaven box versus Warriors of Chaos, and Chaos broke the box, and the game was over very quickly. And then Game 3 was probably the longest of the games, but it was like Deathmatch Snitch sniped out the enemy Lord really fast. Skaven broke the rush of the Dark Elves, and then Golden Floof conceded rather than making us watch Tazarkan run around the battle until he just slowly bled to death. So we had 2 players that like forfeited when the game was lost rather than playing it out to the very end, which there's a debate. Like, I'm not trying to make that sound like a bad thing to forfeit. I personally forfeit when I think the game's over and save everybody some time, but like there's also an argument that you should play everything out and try your very best. I'm a type of person that I'm like, I mean, there's no mathematical way to come back from this, so I'm just gonna FF. That's just me. Anyway, so that's where we're at. I'm gonna message the green one and see what's up. I was talking to Zep. Zep was saying usually they put the patch notes out day before, but I don't know. I've done a lot of streams of like patch note reactions and stuff, and maybe it's just the last couple patches have been like, here are the patch notes. Your game is patching right now, instantaneously, because there have been like times where I wanted to cover the patch notes, but then they just came out right away, and it's like, oh well, shit, I should be playing the game. We'll see. I messaged Green one where they're at in their game. So how long ago was it that we departed? So we departed 37 minutes ago. That's actually not... I mean, that is a long time for one game, don't get me wrong, but it's not like crazy. That was just a very fast best of 3 where both players were like, I picked this, you picked this. I know my build, we're going into game. All right, the game happened. I picked this, you picked this. I know my build, we're going into game. Game happened. I picked this, going to game. Game happened. So I think that was more Yuumi and Golden Floof being decisive than actually like Green one and Dr. Jellyfish shitting their pants. Have some people like Turin already got it, I wonder. I don't know. I would love early access to patch notes so I could make a more well thought out patch notes video. But for now, since I don't get any pre-warning, I just usually do a patch day live stream where I read it along with you and I react in real time, which I guess is fun for different reasons, but it would be nice to know ahead of time and then have like a well thought out, constructed video. Coops, you said you have a game. What's the lobby thing? All right, it sounds like we had VC versus Zinch and VC advanced. So Dr. Jellyfish versus Coops will be our semifinal. Damn it, I did it again. I joined the thing. I gotta remember to exit out of the password thing and not enter a password. All right, we're in. Wait, shit. Earlier in the stream, wasn't there a replay I was going to try and save because it was very funny, but then I didn't end up saving it? Crap, what was that? Oh, no. Oh, no. What didn't I end up saving? Oh, it was the Manticore! No, I didn't save the Manticore! Damn it! I'll have to message whatever dude and Golden Floof. Oh, I need that replay. Damn it, because that was such a funny replay. All right, Dr. Jellyfish is here. I'll change the names in a second. I'm busy chasing a replay around. Did you cast a Cal Harmon game? I did not. I did not. Chat voted to watch Green One versus Dr. Jellyfish, and then Cal Harmon went 1-0 and had to back out and go somewhere, I think. Yeah, I'll message whatever, dude. And Floof. I don't see any Manticore. Well, I was looking back in my own stream and finding the replay I wanted. All right, we'll see if they have it. All right, coming in clutch. Both players saved that replay. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Wherever there's a human boy to forget to save the replay, there are two players who do not. That was so funny. Son of the Mountain, Dr. Jellyfish. Dude, Dr. Jellyfish just hates me. All right, so here's the thing. I have bet on Dr. Jellyfish to win the last 2 tournaments I have seen him in. I'm like, oh, Dr. Jellyfish is probably a favorite here. And then he gets knocked out like round 1 or 2 in what I would consider an upset. And then he comes in the chat and he said, I am old, I am haggard, I am dying, and I can't play video games anymore. I don't even know what video games are anymore. I'm like, all right, Dr. Jellyfish, I'm sorry to hear that. And then the one time I don't bet on this fucking guy, the one time I don't bet on Dr. Jellyfish, he's like, what up, bitch? Just gonna destroy my way through this whole tournament. Gonna get to semifinals and fight Coops, where I probably think Dr. Jellyfish is favored over Coops. I love Coops, but Dr. Jellyfish is probably favored here. He's probably gonna go to finals. If he goes to finals, he's probably gonna win. The one time I don't bet on him. So now I'm starting to think it's just about me. It's just Dr. Jellyfish is like, oh, that bitch bet on me? Well, I can't let him look right. Fucking throws a game or 2, gets knocked out of the tournament. God damn it. What's the abbreviation for SOTM? Son of the Mountain. It's a dwarf clan. Stony Strikes, if you could batch only 3 things, what would you want in the patch? I'm going to throw out an answer that won't count towards the 3 because it's way too complicated to fix that I don't think they're going to fix it in this patch. But Footlords being hittable. The Footlord problem being solved would be my number 1 thing of just like certain Footlords just can't get hit ever. Because that would solve several problems on its own. But since I know that's a bigger problem to fix, I'm just going to skip it. The 3 balance changes I would want would be... Oh boy, if I could only pick 3. The undead leadership needs to be reverted. Or crumbling needs to be increased. And I would personally go for crumbling being increased. So the vampire counts can have their fucking leadership buffs if crumbling actually matters. Like, crumbling is somewhere between where it currently is and the demonic crumbling, because the demonic crumbling is a little too intense for my taste. So, undead actually crumble. Change 1. Change 2, Sigvald nerfs. Sigvald's not very interactive. I would rather watch Be'lakor than Sigvald. That doesn't mean I like watching Be'lakor. I'm just saying Be'lakor is at least more interesting than Sigvald is. So... VC crumbling and or leadership changes, Sigvald nerfs, Cathay Harmony massive reduction. Because again, you asked for 3 specific changes. I think an overall rework of how Cathay works is probably too much to ask for. So I would go with just the Harmony being nerfed into the dirt, and they take the L on this patch, and then next patch fix Cathay, or with the DLC for Cathay fix Cathay. But I don't think they're going to fix Cathay this patch, so I at least hope that they just like, yep, we fucked up on the Harmony thing, sorry. Got it. Because I think they kind of have to do the approach that League of Legends took with Zeri, where Zeri was like terrible in solo queue, but way busted in pro play and boring to watch, and it was hurting viewership. So they were like, oh, nerf her into the dirt. And even in the patch notes of their own game, they said, we are nerfing Zeri, so she won't be at Worlds 2022, and we'll deal with her in January. And I kind of think that CA needs to do the same for Cathay, where they just gut them and go, you know what? We're taking the L on this one. We'll figure it out, but not right now. Yeah. Sons of the Mountain, correct. Coops is winning it all. Coops already won. Coops has to go in 2 hours. He's going to have to speedrun if he's going to win it all. A real dwarf would have named it Sons Under the Mountain. Sons of the Mountain as opposed to elf mains. True. Should have just made knockdown single entities to be able to be targeted and not able to dodge attacks just like from the back. Rossi, that's a good suggestion. How dare you? I'd revert leadership buff and crumbling. Son of the Mountain's ogre faction. Cathay. No Tomb Kings or Hellstriders. Those are things I hope get nerfed for sure. Kiro, I don't want to fuck up your name, but Kironimus. But I was asked what 3 things, and it's like, well, I gotta pick 3. Hope they fix the undead passives too. The cost increase for Hellstriders. Don't love Horsemasters firing in melee. Yeah. And then Dungtran says, rework healing, please. Yeah, these are all great suggestions, but when you can only pick 3, you can only pick 3. We're actually seeing a Hiles vs. Warriors of Chaos game? Fuck yeah, dude. Dr. Jellyfish, Warriors of Chaos, Coops going Hiles. I have 2 messages. What's it about? High Elves, Global Band, Dark Elf. Oh, he, Global Band, Dark Elf, sadly, yeah. All right, while Dr. Jellyfish finishes up his build, I'm gonna show you that Manticore thing that I wanted. This is the replay I wanted. From Golden Flute, from whatever, dude. Kids live in vampire counts? No, it was Skaven Dark Elves, wasn't it? Where was the Manticore? Oh, it was Vampire Coast. Okay, yeah, it was Vampire Coast. There it is, there it is, there it is. So where is the Manticore? So the Manticore chases her, and this is what I wanted to make a video about because I just thought it was very funny. So this Manticore goes. Then he's gonna rampage. In just a second. Yes, yes. Harpy's killing things. Good for you. Manticore's still falling around the Lee. It's going okay. I want to fast forward further, but I don't want to miss it. So I'll just cover all this instead. Manticore's coming for her. Gonna dive down. And then he's going to get Rampage in a second. Those are Depth Guard with pole arms following him, and there's animated Hulks. So he does not want to get Rampaged into those at all. He gets Rampaged. So he gets Rampaged. He's trying to follow Solastra. He gets staggered up by an animated Hulk. He turns and starts fighting him. Now note, this guy is Rampaged. That Manticore's Rampaged. And then he just fucks off from the halberds and the monstrous infantry, and he's like, nope. Gonna kill the real target and just murders Solastra. And you can see me dying up in the top right because I thought it was so funny that he's like rampaged Kappa and just fucks off from a fight he was in. That was very silly. So I wanted to make a video of that. All right, we're in the game. But they only do okay in DOMs, so see, I probably won't nerf. Maybe? Maybe. I think the nerf should nerf the Greater Demon Master, almost impossible to pin down. Yeah, definitely the Zinch ones. Alright. Coop's gonna bust out the Triple Dragon? No. So we do have Imric, though. That's fun. I took on the blocker, right? Yes, I did. Good. So, Imric in the sky with all of his abilities. He is the biggest, bestest boy. We also have a Frostheart Phoenix, 2 Tyranox Chariots. We do have 1 Illyrian Reaver in the back, and that is it. So 4 White Lions, 5 White Lions of Krace in the front. And I thought I saw an Archer. Guess not. Guess I'm just on drugs. And then a Mage of Life with Dwellers Below, Earthblood, Regrowth. That is all, ladies and gentlemen. It's Imric, Frostheart Phoenix, and some Chariots going to try to carry this whole game. On the other side, for Dr. Jellyfish, we have a much more meta composition. We have 3 Marauder Horsemen, 2 Marauder Horse Masters, triple Hellstrider of Slaanesh, double Chaos Warhounds with Poison. We have an Exalted Hero of Nurgle. First time seeing him today, but this guy has been really strong recently. People just haven't been taking him. But, yeah, Exalted Heroes and Nurgles are fucking workhorses. Be'lakor up in the sky, and then a front line of pure Marauders. Okay. Sorry, I was answering a quick message. A Nukes Coops was gonna bring him. Someone alert Black got an Imric game. I thought Black Knight was just here. Yeah, he is. He said I sense Imric earlier on, so I think Black Knight's around. Black already knows, yeah. He has such a risky name that I can't like abbreviate it. I have to say his Black Knight signal was triggered. You can't shorten that name. Anyway. Imric's flying forward to me, Be'lakor. Dr. Jellyfish is like, ah. Be'lakor needs to move. Wait, no, he didn't go, ah. Be'lakor needs to run. Nope. Alright, Imric's just gonna back off. The skirmish cav weren't in position to actually punish that fight if it started, so I am curious. Quick little Star Dragon Breath onto Be'lakor. Most of it looks like it hits him, but it doesn't honestly do that much damage. Tyrannok Chariots counter skirmishing with the Marauder Horsemasters, doing a lot more damage than I would have assumed. But then in melee, they do 0 damage to these Marauders. That's a funny juxtaposition. Oh wow, they're doing all right. Never mind. So these two Chariots are about to get charged by a whole bunch of cavalry. They take a crap ton of damage, and they're both about to rout. One, in fact, is terror routing. The other one is just getting murdered. And Be'lakor might, in fact, terror rout him. But Imrik's gonna land, baby! And he didn't pop any of his buffs, so he didn't have the Star Lance to improve his charge bonus. He also hasn't popped the Dragon Horn or anything like that. Dark Master onto Imrik brings him down to 34 melee attack, but now the Dragon Horn is popped. I wonder if he pops his other buffs. Not entirely sure. As the White Lions try and get involved, the Lyran Reavers drop their micro a little bit as there's a bunch going on in this blob fight, and the dogs will catch him. White Lions ending up in a bit of a blob. Thankfully, they're not close enough that one Pit of Shades could hit all three of them, but it is looking tough. Shadow Shroud plus Lord of Dragons onto Be'lakor makes his melee stats meh, but 40% damage resist is a hell of a drug. And meanwhile, Imrik is getting out debuffed with Enfeebling Foe plus the Dark Master had lowered him by 64 melee attack, and he's getting shot by Skirmish Cav on all sides. I do think this is going to be a quick GG to the side of Chaos as Imrik is getting bodied right now. I think he has a regrowth. An overcasted regrowth is barely keeping him stable, and an Earthblood cast onto him, but the Skirmish Cav got their value back in spades. You can see a big jump up in the damage value for Dr. Jellyfish. Both the Chariots are routing. I don't think Dr. Jellyfish will let them come back. Also, Lyran Reavers are routing, so it's really just the White Lion Infantry and a Frostheart Phoenix versus the world. Imrik is still getting shot. Imrik is still getting stabbed. That's going down. That's going down. Don't ban him, human boy. Don't ban who? What happened? I knew it, but I had to answer the door, and I come back to this. What up, Black Knight? Ha! Son of Kiernan. I see that. Ha. Spelling it is different than saying it. GG. GG. High Elves OP. Poor Chaos couldn't do anything. Imrik, 700 value. Frostheart Phoenix, 600. Imrik, Ilfamar Chariots. Oh, wait, those are the Tyrannok Chariots. Tyrannok Chariots just did not get a lot of value on that charge for some reason. Like, they just didn't do any damage to Marauders. Be'lakor did fine. Skirmish Cav and Hellstriders did great versus Imrik when he landed, and Dogs and Marauders chased some stuff. Boop. Jellyfish 1-0. Current standings. Okay. Be'lakor balanced terror routing Imrik when routing him again. Oh, that's right. He did terror out Imrik. That's pretty funny. Because of his anti-ITP aura. Looks like Dr. Jellyfish is on Tomb Kings. Mirror match? Oh wow, it is looking like a mirror match. God damn. I sense Ark in the Black versus Ark in the Black coming in hot. Be strong, Coops. That was just a warm up. Whoever Spirit Leeches Arkin will win. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, all right, there's some spice. It's so spicy, I'm actually gonna BRB, but it is spicy, ladies and gentlemen. All right, there's some spice, I'll be right back. Did I miss anything? Ugh. I'm back. Pumpkin Spice, Warhammer, I like it. Can we just have two Setras duking in the middle? All skeletons wearing scarves. Alright, I'm coming back to some hippie shit. Also, it is not Ark in the Black. It's not. Oh. I got some popcorn to annoyingly eat in your ear. Have fun with that. Dr. Jellyfish, bringing in Cetra, the goddamn imperishable. Can Coops even defeat one so spicy? But that is not where the spice ends unless the build's changed massively from when I was here. Because Coops, well, he brought Arkin. All right. Hold the fucking booze. Hold the booze. One, we don't boo Coops on this fucking channel. He is a friend of the show. If he brings 8 Skirmish Cav as Chaos for the rest of his life, we will still never boo Coops. So shut it down. But also, he brought Necropolis Knights, Necro Knights, plus some Nehekar Horsemen, Carrions, the Kepler Guard, a whole bunch of Skeleton Spearmen, and some Tomb Guard with Halberds. Carrion, Necrotech to heal up the Necropolis Knights or the Sippy Stocks, and Ark in the Black with just Spirit Leech. Cool. Eyes of the Desert, also here. Did Coops bring the Chad Kotep? No, he didn't. Coops is down 0-1. He just wants to... He wants to win. He's a winner. On the other side, for Dr. Jellyfish, we have triple Skeleton Horse Archer, double Skeleton Horseman. We also have the Kepler Guard. We have Ushapti Great Bows, plus the Eyes of the Desert. Double Ushapti Great Bows, sorry. Cetron, his kitty cat. with no lore passives. There's no rule break. Perfect, perfect. Then we have Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Spearmen, and more Skeleton Warriors and Spearmen in the back. Coops loses sadly. Snake Knights are bad. Snake Knights are pretty trash, yeah. But so is Cetra, so... Just 2 constructs, not looking good. Coops has 2 constructs, his opponent has 3, so if you're going by purely constructs, then Dr. Jellyfish wins, easy. 4 constructs, where's the 4th? Oh, Cetra riding a thing? I mean, I don't think he technically counts as a construct as far as, like, the game is concerned, but, like, yes, he is riding a construct as far as you and I are concerned. It's just the video game, for some reason, doesn't let you heal him, which is stupid! If you could heal Cetra while he's on his kitty cat, because he's a construct, then that would maybe make the kitty cat worth it, but generally, it's trash. Cetra's trash. God, I hate Cetra. Like, I just hate him. I saw enough games of him doing literally nothing and losing that now it's just my whole thing. My whole thing is hating Cetra. Okay. The popcorn to my left calls for me because I am the hunger, but I will hold off until at least we're just chilling in a lobby, so I'll hang in there. Carrion for Coops are advancing on these horsemen. I don't think that is the best idea. They don't really want to go into melee this early. They're just gonna get shot. No, Cooperton! And the Carrion are also going for the Shop to Grave, trying to muck them up, but this is kind of what we talked about earlier in the day, where like, yeah, the Carrion are gonna muck up some of the ranged assets, but for what? Like, the rest of your army isn't there yet, so you're mucking them up too early, and you're just gonna lose the Carrion for free. So I'm a little worried about this. Kitty Cat Cetra getting involved. Kitty Cat Cetra charging one specific Carrion, but he is going to start to get Spirit Leeched. He has no spell resist, so that is something. Was it End who just posted a video about how Cetra on a kitty is much better than on the Chariot? I don't know. I don't really watch too many videos. Alright, one Carrion is down, the other Carrion is on its way out as well. Shop to Great Bows. They're shooting at some stuff. Looks like they're shooting at the... Oh my god, those Necronites are getting fucked up. God damn, Joe Rogan. Those are some dead-ass Necronites. Anyway. Coops is keeping up-ish in the damage value. Getting some trades back. Killing some Skelly Horsemen. Skelly Horsemen on the other side also charging in. Didn't one side have Nekar Horsemen? Where did they go? There they are. They're in the middle. Coops with a slightly superior horseman, meanwhile, Arkin the Black and his... Oh, that's a Tomb Prince! That's not a Necrotech, that's a Tomb Prince! There's no healing for these Necropolis Knights! And Cetra is going to use his blast, try and save himself a little bit. Necromites, plus the Tomb Prince, plus Arkin the Black, all surrounding Cetra. Even summon a Skeleton Warrior just behind, trying to save themselves. But this does mean that W Shop to Great Bow should be able to fire in freely, and even the Sepulchral Stalkers might come by soon. Where are Coops' Sepulchral Stalkers? No! The Eyes of the Desert were abandoned! No! The Eyes of the Desert! Skeleton Horsemen fighting Skeleton Horsemen in the back, but these Nehekara Horsemen do need to get involved, and it looks like they may rear charge some Sepulchral Stalkers, but Cetra is going to walk away. He's lost about half his HP-ish, and the Seppi Stalks are now remembered. They're coming in now, but are they too late? I don't know. The Tomb Guard Skeleton front lines are grinding against each other, but it looks like we have some overlapping fields of fire. Thankfully, Tomb Kings don't have like Burning Head or Pendulum or anything that can really punish blobs too much. But the Tomb Prince is following around Cetra the Imperishable, really trying to make him pay, along with the Necro Knights. Cetra is officially down to half HP. What up, Robert N? How you doing? Wasn't here, must have been Ent. Tactical Reserve. Yep, Coops is catching up on the balance, on the damage value from where the game started. But it is looking a little rough. Sepulchral Stalkers and Tomb Guard are just messing up these Nekara Horsemen. But Cetra's not having a good day at all. This Tomb Prince plus the Spirit Leech plus the Necro Knights are making him regret being alive or unalive or whatever you want to call what he currently is. Plus Coop's front line does have a lot more troops and is slowly making their way through, but they do suffer from just blobbing up on each other, not getting a ton of damage value out all at once. Sepulchral Stalkers finally here, starting to tee off onto the Shop to Great Bows, but both the Shop to Great Bows go, you what, bruh? And turn to fire on them. They do have 25% missile resist, though, so they might do okay. Okay. Tomb Prince is finally getting worked on by Cetra. Cetra isolated him and can get a little bit of some good loving. And the Necro Knights are almost dead. They're now fighting Sparkle Stalkers, who have probably gotten a crazy value from killing an entire Nekar Horseman and a Necro Knight, but looks like not really, not as much. Someone's summoning a new Shopti? I don't really know who it is. I don't know. Skeleton Warriors are spawned here. Cetra has rampaged, and there it is. It is Koops' Ushopti, so you might actually get a successful Lord Snipe here. You never know. You never know. Kepler Guard fighting Skeleton Spearmen. Sparkle Stalkers somehow ended up in melee with Skeleton Spearmen. That is a mistake. Koops has to get them out of there. But Cetra's going down. He's still rampaging. He's going down. What are you gonna do without a caster and a Lord, huh? What you gonna do? Ushopti, melee Ushopti are just in this blob fighting something, but the Tomb Prince and Arkan are really focusing on Cetra, really trying to take him down. Can they do it? Hazel's upset. Popcorn is calling to me, but I will not fall to its siren song. I will stay strong as another Spirit Leech is gonna take Cetra down below 1,000 HP. His leadership is negative. He is crumbling. He is running. He has physical resistance that doesn't help against crumbling or Spirit Leech at all, my friend. He's at -3 leadership. Can he rally? It does not look like he will. It looks like he's probably just gonna crumble all the way to dead, as now Dr. Jellyfish gets his summon out, and Cetra does rally that bitch. He's now back into Tomb Guard, where he crumbles a little bit, then he rallies, then he crumbles, then he rallies. How is his leadership this good? How is his leadership this good? Seppi Stalks need to turn and fire at Cetra. They're just dying anyway. They need to turn and fire at Cetra and finish him off. Sparkle Stalkers are getting ground down by the Ushopti and the Skeleton Summons. Both of them are leaving, and that will soon leave just Arkan the Black and his Tomb Prince versus the world. And Cetra is dead. A Spirit Leech tracks him to the ground. The purple hand appears over him and drags him down. Ushopti Greatbow got caught by Nekar Horseman while we're watching the drama of Cetra the Imperishable finally perishing. And Arkan's going to need to free himself from the situation. His Tomb Prince might be a lost cause, but Arkan himself needs to get out of here from the Sparkle Stalkers, I think. Nekar Horsemen now abandon the fight against the Ushopti and instead are going to move against the more healthy Ushopti, hoping that these guys will just crumble on their own. Skeleton Horsemen with the Archer variant are running out of ammunition for Dr. Jellyfish, so they'll eventually become useless. And these Sparkle Stalkers are just crumbling away to nothingness, so I really wish Koops would just sit and fire with them since they're going to die anyway, but shit happens. Bounce power slightly favoring the Reds. Why do you hate Cetra so much? I just think he's a bad lord. I don't know. I never see him do damage. He's very expensive. His casting isn't that great. Like, the lore of Nekar isn't that good. It just buffs your whole army, but then he's... like, if you want a buff lord for your whole army, then you want to take a cheap lord so you can have a wider army. But Cetra is the most expensive motherfucker on the planet. So then it's like, okay, well, why are you taking the most expensive motherfucker on the planet, taking away from your army just to buff your army? But he himself is a terrible duelist. Like, he's just dog shit. He fought a Tomb Prince and lost. Like, come on. I don't know. I just hate him. Arkan is basically no damage, just sitting in a blob. Yeah. It's 50 melee defense. He's a strong boy. Tomb Prince is about dead, but so are the red Sparkle Stalkers, and the balance of power is creeping back towards Koops a little bit here, as the leadership debuff from losing Cetra might make this army of Dr. Jellyfish crumble a little harder. Damage value has largely equaled up. And the Tomb Prince is actually holding on. He might finish off the Seppi Stocks before he himself goes. But what quality of infantry is left? Some 2 guards with halberds are pretty much dead, so they don't really count. I think one of the main problems is going to be that Kepler Guard. The Kepler Guard are way better than anything Koops has left. And Koops is running out of stuff, actually. Arkan is a heavy hitter on the balance of power, but he could get ground down here. He is terrible on that Sphinx. I don't know why people insist on using that, but he's good on his chariot and the horse. His chariot, he gets caught really easily. Like, he gets stuck. He has no mass on his chariot, so he can get surrounded and gooned. And also he has janky chariot problems of, like, not being able to attack someone directly in front of him, but he does attack stuff directly in front of him. Holy shit, there's a whole Ushopti Greatbow I didn't even see. Yeah, I think Koops is a little doomed here. The Kepler Guard plus this full health Ushopti Greatbow is going to probably carry this entire game. Yeah. I don't know. Also, there's things like Fireball, Shem's Burning Gaze, Hand of the Gods double hitting Cetra on his chariots, then he just gets nuked out. And again, he's more expensive than Jesus, so it's just... if Cetra was cheaper or better, I would like him, but right now he's expensive and meh. Dude's almost 3,000 gold. He's about as expensive as Bellicor. Come on. All right. Arkan's still grinded. He's got some Summon Skeleton Warriors. but I don't think it's going to matter. Everything else Koops has is just dying slowly. And Arkin's got to be running a little low on Winds of Magic. I suppose he has just been spamming Spirit Leech, so maybe he hasn't actually spent that much Winds of Magic, but I don't know. Just wait till they fix that lore passive. Did Koops remember the Tactical Reserve? Yeah, it died. Cool Umbrella, when the lore passive worked, I cast a lot of games of Scepter of the Imperishable losing, and I am ready to cast more games of Scepter of the Imperishable losing. Fight me. Alright, Ushapti Gatling gunning down Arkin the Black as he charges at them, but now they will get into melee combat. They still have armor-piercing weapon strength, but Arkin sees no other option. You can't just leave them alone. You can't just let them, you know, shoot him. Fall free. That being said, Dr. Jellyfish, that Skeleton Spearman is about doomed. That Skeleton Horseman is about doomed. Crumbling-wise, it will eventually die. But this is why I said in the patch notes that I wanted Crumbling fixed. Look at how fucking pathetic that health loss is. Like, that's worthless. That is completely worthless. Compared to demons. Like, compared to demons. And, oh, my Furies took 3 damage out of their 10,000 HP? Well, they're dead, and they just die. I think that, like, both those factions need to meet somewhere in the middle. Demonic Instability needs to chill the fuck out, but also Crumbling has to mean something. Like, this unit's been crumbling this whole time. Look at that. Like, look at that. Look at it! That's just, it's just unbreakable at this point. Like, crumbling's not even real. It's not a thing. Look at that. Look at that. How is that fine? There. Took that long for something that injured to die. Crumbling's bullshit. Crumbling needs to be fixed. I don't care about any of the other undead buffs, just Crumbling. Crumbling's dumb. And it was dumb in Warhammer 2. It's just they buffed the undead in a bunch of places and it made Crumbling even more dumb. But it's like, come on, guys. Can we just make Crumbling a real mechanic? A toenail fell off after 20 minutes, yeah. Because, like, the other unintentional buff, but we're on ultra unit size, so there's just a larger health pool for these units to crumble through. This is one of the reasons it's getting even more noticed. So. Or at least, I wish Crumbling would at least scale with your leadership. But, so, like, Crumbling, there is no damage, and then there is Disintegrating, which the unit instantly disappears. Those are the only 2 settings. It's not like Crumbling, if you're at negative 1 HP, you take a little bit of damage, but if you're at negative 40, you take a lot. It's just like, I don't know. You're at negative 54, but negative 55 is the threshold for disintegrating. So you're going to take no damage. Just none. Aging and dying so slow. Yeah. And I'll rant about that more in a second, but Arkin the Black, great value. Tomb Prince honestly did very well. Necro Knights did just like nothing. Sporkle Stalkers got forgotten for a bit, but when they got remembered, they did all right. Mostly got shot, but shot to great bows. Tomb Guard did well. Skeletons did well versus other skeletons, but Netcar Horsemen did fine, and the Carrion were unfortunately killed right away. Scepter of the Imperishable, 1,300 value. About as much as the Tomb Prince, and he costs like 5 times as much. Sparkle Stalkers did fine. Ushapti Greatbows did great. Kepler Guard did great. Skeleton Horse Archers did very well. Skeleton Basic Horsemen did fine. And Skeleton Frontline did Skeleton Frontline things. So GG. Well played. We'll go on to finals with Yumi versus Dr. Jellyfish. But and on top of that, they buffed the leadership. Yeah. So that is true, Scroot. But like also the kicker about the Crumbling stuff is, if Crumbling worked how it currently did on a roster like Beastmen, right? Beastmen have no healing, but all 3 of the factions that interact with the Crumbling mechanic have passive healing. In that the Vampire Coast have Depth Guard have regen, they have an ROR Crab that has regen, they have Lords that have regen, their heroes have regen if they're vampiric, Morgul's have regen through the hunger, and then you have the army-wide passive of whenever you cast a spell from the lore of vampires, you get a heal. Now, that's not currently active because of the ammo bug, but let's presume the ammo bug doesn't exist. So crumbling's kind of a joke when you have a global heal. Well, what do the Tomb Kings have? Just taking damage charges up their army passive, which is a global heal. Okay? And then they have the lore of Nakara, where if you cast from there, you get global heal over time. Okay? Vampire Counts, you all know the story of Vampire Counts. So the problem is also this, like, you know, the Undead got buffed in several ways that made crumbling even more of a joke. Then we went to Ultra unit size, which made crumbling even more of a joke. It was already a joke in Warhammer 2. And all the factions that interact with it have passive healing that is way more than crumbling ever is. So that's like, all of these things have just put nails in the coffin of crumbling being a useful or interactive mechanic. So Undead are all just essentially unbreakable now. Like, you just have to kill every single one of their units completely. And that's why people are so annoyed at Undead. And that's why, like, not all you see, but a lot of what you see is Vampire Counts, Tomb Kings, and Vampirates, is it's like, yeah, you get pretty much you get an army passive that is be unbreakable. Of course you're going to take those factions. So that's like, earlier when you were asking what 3 things I really wanted out of the next patch, I want crumbling to become an interactive mechanic in some way that Undead are real. And it's not even that hard to fix. Like I said, Footlords need to be fixed, but that's a harder thing to fix. That's way harder to fix, so it's a lot to ask for. But crumbling, you can just up the numbers. You can just take the numbers from being dog shit to dog shit to dog shit to actually something good. Like, that's just a numbers change. You go in there, when crumbling is active, do 0.00001 damage. All right, let's turn that to 3 damage. Counts got shit stats as a trade-off. Horrors should be mortals. Counts don't have shit stats, though. They're really good. We compared Crypt Horrors to Croxigors earlier. Crypt Horrors have, like, 50% more melee attack than Croxigors. And they got stat buffs. And they have, like, a 200 gold corpse cart that gives everything around them, like, a shit ton of melee defense, melee attack. Fucking Yumi. Yumi named the lobby Pick 1 Ban 2 bad. I think they have an opinion on the pick and ban. Shit, I joined as a player again. God damn it. Okay, spectate. Do it correctly this time. Where's Jelly? I thought I'd messaged Jelly today. Oh, there he is. All right, finals is a best of 5. It's pick 1, ban 2 until game 5. Then it's pick 3, ban 1. Sorry, I'm reading a thing. Alright. Wait on Dr. Jellyfish sent an invite to this, but he might have taken a break after that last game or something. Take a breather. Don't know. Where is Dr. Jellyfish? All right. Hey, Dr. Jellyfish is here. Let's go. What up, Coops? Not Coops. Murphlurf joining in and saying Coops really loud. I just adored the decision to slash monster championship cost, but it needs to be game wide. Don't forget to play player scores. Yeah. There's some guy. Sorry, I got distracted. There's some guy just being a dickhead in one of the discords, and I had to deal with that. He was claiming I hate domination players, so I ban domination players from playing in my tournaments. And I'm like, what the actual fuck are you talking about? When have I ever done that? And he's like, you banned Mofet. And I'm like, Mofet and I had a personal issue, and I just didn't want to deal with him anymore. It had nothing to do with the fact that he plays domination. What are you on, drugs? What an asshole. Just messaged him, told him I'm hosting 2 of the Warhammer World Cups qualifiers on Dom, so stop talking in Turin and the Warhammer World Cup Discord that I hate domination mode, and I'm banning people because I hate domination mode. I'm not banning people because I hate domination mode. I'm hosting a couple domination mode fucking events. How does that make any sense, dude? This guy was also in our Discord, and he wanted us He wanted us to use mods for the Vermin League ladder. He wanted us to use all these mods. I forget which ones. I think they were like rebalancing mods or something. And I said, people generally don't like mods. And he's like, why don't you just try it? I'm like, I have tried mods in the past, and we just like, it doesn't work out. People don't sign up for a lot of those tournaments. Not everyone wants to get mods. And he's like, who the fuck doesn't want to get mods? I'm like, dude, I don't use mods. Like, I'm sure there are other people that don't, but like, I know me, I don't use mods. I don't have any mods on right now. And he's like, well, you're an idiot for not using mods, God. And he gets all mad. And then like a couple of my admins had to step in and be like, dude, we said no, just like calm the fuck down. And now I find out he's just talking shit about me in a bunch of other channels. What an asshole. Whatever. Big love to the syrup suckers though. Talking about Canadians? That's fair. All right, what are we doing here? You're a leafer? He just knows that Dom sucks and he's struggling with it. It sucks for my viewership, that's for sure. But I don't hate Dom. Like, Dom is a fundamentally different game. Which isn't a bad thing. So there's people that are going to like it more than they like land battles, because land battles isn't for everybody. Domination isn't for everybody. Oh, you hate domination mode so much you're hosting 2 of the qualifiers for the Warhammer World Cup. Oh my god. Such a fucking hater. What do we have here? I saw Yumi was hovering Nurgle. Dr. Jellyfish go Warriors of Chaos. He did. Alright. I heard Strat Game struggled with this Yumi round 1, so it looks like it's the same build as Kugath. Kugath, triple Exalted Plague Bear. We have 1 Plague Toad, double Soul Grinder, and Exalted Hero Nurgle. It's a pretty small build. I think if we have 6 Skirmish Cav, we should be alright. Only 5. Alright, GG. Well played. Jokes aside. Marauder Horsemen, Horsemasters, Horsemen, Horsemen, Horsemasters. So 5 Skirmish Cav, 2 of which are Horsemasters. We have a couple Hellstriders, or just one. Chaos War Shrine of Slanesh for a counter Mortis engine. Again, I don't love it because you have to get kills nearby, and Nurgle doesn't even have that many models. He has 300 models. So I don't know how many combatants you're gonna have to kill, but you're not gonna get a full Mortis engine. So tricky. Marauders in the front line. We also have an Exalted Hero of Nurgle and Bellicor up in the sky with the Soul of Damnation. Cannon we have not seen for a very long time. Mods for campaign are dank. Dude sounds angry. Yeah. Like, mods are fine. I'm just saying, like, you shouldn't force them on people. And when, like, his argument was, who the fuck doesn't like mods? I was like, me? I'm allowed to not like mods? And then he's like, I don't know, he was all butthurt that I just didn't want to play with mods. I'm like, it is completely a personal choice. I'm not forcing you to play with mods. It's deaths, not kills. Okay, but still, like, the point being, Loopy, is that there's not a lot of things that can die around it. I'm worried that these Exalted Plague Bears aren't going to charge it up. And even if they do charge it up, what's it going to Mortis engine down? A couple single entities? Eh. Dominator vanishes from a list of things to think about once they take it out of quick play queue. I've heard that's coming in the next patch. Split queue, because people are tired of getting dodged. I replied to someone yesterday and I told them how factions get banned in single dom mat. He has seen the light. You red-pilled someone, sorry. I thought you meant replied. Told him how many factions get banned, dom match. He's seen the light, yeah. I think they need some faction balance stuff. I think dom just needs more maps though. Which they're currently fixing through mods, but I don't know. They need some CA support and stuff. Well done, Pooji. I don't know. I think the ideal is people play both and like both for different reasons. Like I compared it earlier on. We're gonna have some Nurgle kites. There's not a lot interesting to talk about here, but I explained it early on. Like it's like capture the flag versus team deathmatch in like Halo, and it's very strange to me that our community is stuck on this like. And I know why it happened. Like, CA kind of said Team Deathmatch is not going to be allowed anymore, or like we're quitting Team Deathmatch and we're going all Capture the Flag, and then a bunch of streamers told you had to play Capture the Flag. Like, I get that, but it's so weird to me that we have like this situation in our community where it's not like, oh hey, we got a cool new mode. It's like, you know, fuck capture the flag, I hope it dies, or fuck team deathmatch, I hope it dies. It's like, why was this handled in such a way that it couldn't be celebrated as another mode, and instead it had to be a competition, which it turned into? It just sucks. Like, it's the competition that sucks. The game modes are different. They're extremely different ways of playing the game, and then different people like them, and it's like, okay, but why did it one have to die for the other to live? That was a weird way of marketing this CA. Oh god. And yeah. How many factions get banned? In a lot of domination tournaments recently, I've seen, I think the Warhammer World Cup is doing 3 global bans per player before a best of 3. So 6 factions are getting global banned. Better cam mod is in the game, but cool with debug cam now. Oh, I do that, yeah. I have a debug cam. So that's kind of a mod, because I modified my game. People get upset, yeah. Wow, that was a lot of... What the fuck? Oh, there's technically a crew. Okay, yeah, there's a crew. I thought that much damage was on the model itself from these things. I was like, what the shit? But yeah, the crew, the Chaos Dwarves are getting murdered. Because they attacked one like I am defending it? Yeah. Yeah, Cyrus. I'm not saying the community is being wrong. It was pitched to us in a way of, you know, Dom is the only mode and land battles are dead. And then the community responded in kind, where either there's people that are like excited about the new thing, or the people like, wait, why is the old thing dying? And like, of course some people are going to be toxic about it, but I think the overall community isn't toxic about it. They're just stuck in a situation of they have to fight for one or the other. And it sucks that we can't just have both. Yeah. That is a huge amount of bans. It's true. All right. Bellacor's fighting. Ooh, Be'lakor diving in really deep. But he doesn't. Okay, he has Shadow Shroud. He's fine. He's chilling. 40% damage resist. He's just gonna vibe out of here while the Festering Stooges take a ton of damage from the Skirmish Fire. But what sucks about this is the Skirmish Fire is being used on multi-entity models that the Mortis engine can. Like, the Mortis engine's only thing it can kill is multi-entity models, and the limited multi-entity models that are here are getting killed by the ranged assets that are needed to kill the single-entity models. So the single-entity model killers are getting used on the multi-entity models that are around. Also, they're clumping up and getting multi-shot by the Soul Grinder of Nurgle, so they do need to spread the fuck out. Anyway, Pit of Shades is cast on the Festering Stooges, so another spell also taking out mass money units. I don't know. I don't think the Mortis engine should have been taken in this matchup, because there's so much stuff that's getting used to clear out the multi-entity models. The Mortis engine is just a waste of single entity. The CA itself did not put it like that officially. See how it happened. Yes, a stranger I remain. I'm not sure which part of that you were talking about, but yeah. It was like the whole process was saying, this is the game mode now, land battles are dead, domination is here, was generally what people were fed, and some people pushed back on that. And it wasn't handled like, look at this exciting, shiny new toy. It was like, your old toy is bullshit and dead, and you should feel bad for liking it. All right, Be'lakor dove in and got Be'lakored. This happens in Kislev a lot, where he would dive on somebody and then he gets surrounded by a bear blob. Now he's just getting surrounded by 3 single entities and plague toads. Though the plague toads aren't probably doing that much. Yeah, not really. It's just the single entities. So that's pretty rough. Balance of power goes pretty heavily in the favor of Nurgle, as the Skirmish Cav is running a little low on ammunition. A little bit. I'm worried about how healthy Kugoth and the Soul Grinders are. Way too much of the skirmish ammunition has been used on the Exalted Plague Bearers. Eek. Grenades teeing off onto some of the Marauder Horsemasters, and I think this might be over, ladies and gentlemen. I think Nurgle will prevail this day. Option to place Spike like Bretonnian to stop undead. Cosmo, I'm confused by that one. Oh, big stream of corruption. hitting all these Marauders. Didn't do that much damage. It must have been undercasted, but still, 3 for 1. Nice value on that. Submit to the grandfather of being dirty. Yeah. Unfortunately, skirmish cav ammunition didn't quite go where it needed to. That was 1 volley from all of them onto Kugath. Yeah, it could be good. Slaanesh Shrine trying to charge up. It's almost 25% charged. Bellacor's back. He's diving on Kugath. Might want to dive on the Soul Grinder that's caught out all on its own, maybe. But he's getting decent work done onto Kugath. I don't know if he can really solo him out like this, but you kind of have to go all in. All your skirmish cav is routing. The Hell Cannon lost its entire crew. It's looking brutal. Missed, rather, Knighthood. Nice. Alright. What is this? A Pit of Shades cast by Be'lakor around this area. It's going to catch a couple Plague Toads and some Exalted Plague Bears, but it's mostly just trying to help Be'lakor get freed up, as these Plague Toads are going to crumble away pretty soon. Festering Stooges are also crumbling away. Soul thingy of Slaanesh is up almost to its full value, but there's only one not Festering Stooge, only one Exalted Plague Bear left, but that'll do good Mortis damage to that one. Does it have healing of any kind? I forget what these other passives are on this thing. AoE leadership is pretty good. That's it, though. Be'lakor's trying to get away from Kugath for a little bit. The Skirmish Cav have rallied. Now they're throwing at the Soul Grinder. Unfortunately for them, the Soul Grinder has 90 armor. And it is just going to countershoot back at them. But they're almost out of ammo / out of health. It is the Be'lakor show. The Be'lakor and the Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Though he's on Chaos now, so he doesn't have healing. Oof. Be'lakor dives back in, again trying to hit Kugath, but he's doing that dumb thing flying units do where they can't land appropriately, then he finally lands. But you're fighting Kugath, dude. That's a gigantic health pool you're trying to work your way through. He's doing his best about it, but he's outnumbered in the health pool about 2 to 1 right now. And Kugath casts big-ass heal spell on himself. It's coming. There it is. Fleshy Abundance. Bounce power shifts actually closer to the middle once again as the last Exalted Plague Bearer fades away. And the Exalted Hero of Nurgle honestly ain't looking so hot either. But I think this is over. Everything's too low, so Kugath's AoE Mortis Engine is going to kill anything that comes near him, and Be'lakor and the Exalted Hero of Nurgle are too low to fight the way out. Yeah. Windfather wins again. I think this was a bit of a build diff. The Hell Cannon, I think the Hell Cannon on paper looks smart, but then like you saw in 2 or 3 volleys from Kugath and the Soul Grinders, it just completely fucked up that Hell Cannon. And I don't think Dr. Jellyfish was expecting that, because I sure as hell was not expecting that. Oh, so then that sucks. Then your Skirmish Cav couldn't quite get on the right target, and meanwhile, while they were trying to get on the right target, the Soul Grinders were shooting them, so they all got very low. As Strat Game was saying, he ran into in his game, so yeah, that's pretty tough. Then Marauders, I mean, there were barely any Marauders, but they were just obligatory infantry. Not super excited about it. So the Exalted Hero of Nurgle that actually has healing is still not doing that great, because the Exalted Hero of Nurgle on the other side either has really good RNG or just better fights, or like Be'lakor's been buffing him up, but this Exalted Hero of Nurgle is actually already terror routing. Both are terror routing at the same time. Be'lakor's back in. That's very funny. This guy did what he could. Did his absolute best. Shadow Shroud's back, but it looks like Be'lakor has attack orders onto the routing Exalted Hero of Nurgle, but now he is caught up on Kugath. He can't move. He's slowed by his own units. Now he's getting out. Bap! That was funny. Exalted Hero charges back in all heroic, and he just gets bapped by Be'lakor in the fucking face. And he's gone. But Kugath's still here. He's gonna even throw a grenade into Be'lakor's butt. Didn't do that much damage, but damage by damage. Getting taken out. War Shrine of Slaanesh getting pushed off. 1300 value on it, though. Not bad, all things considered, how late it came into the fight. Medieval Total War armies could erect a specific amount of blocking terrain like spikes to slow advance. There's a Bretonnium mod. Allows this, but see, I can introduce it. Huh. That sounds interesting. I never played Rome 2 or Medieval, so I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds interesting enough. All right, Be'lakor is still fighting Kugath and getting a lot of damage out. He's doing his best. Marauder Horsemen are back. They're throwing a few shots, but Army Losses is gonna hit, and Kugath reigns supreme. That Hell Cannon was cool. It is such a shame it got bopped. All right. Be'lakor, 2,000 value. Did his best cycle charging. 1,400 on the Mortis Engine. 1,000 on the Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Marauder Horsemen and Horsemasters did fine. Hellstriders did okay, but couldn't quite overcome from the healing, and Marauders got ganked. Kugath, 3,200. Other Exalted Hero, about 1,000 as well. Soul Grinders, 2,100 and 1,800. And then Festering Stooges and the Plague Bears and the Toads didn't quite pay for themselves. They did fine. All right. Thanks for putting on a good show. Thanks, Connor D. Thank you very much for the tip. It is definitely appreciated. Without it, I could not feed my starving kids and family. This is our only source of income. We are all going to die. Jokes aside, thank you, though. That is very nice. I was talking to Platypus about it last night. My biggest problem with Dom right now is that it's not AI supported, so I can't load into a game with AI and check some stuff out. Bother with me. Put AI in the goddamn game mode. Foot Stinger might be a better translation. What? Oh, you're talking about the spikes. These things are just called spikes? Yeah, those look like spikes. Call them crow feet? That's interesting. Son of Kieran with $20. Holy shit! Thank you, man. This is to beat Control. Connor D. That's pretty funny. Thank you. Husband, what are you eating? Popcorn? No. It's not your sour cream and onion chips. I just have a little bit of popcorn. Because we've been streaming since 10 in the morning. So we blew through lunch. And we're trying to stay conscious. Freaking zap me. Nice work. Got him. I'll be full-time tomorrow. Knighthood, I could joke and say sure, because I do have the next 2 weeks off of work, so I'll be streaming a lot more than usual. Should be nice. Next weekend, I'll be gone at a cabin for my friend's birthday from Thursday through Sunday morning, so I'll be gone those days, but probably stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday, Monday through Friday. Imagine all the cool terrain obstacles and stuff they could have escape and use. I think this is not what you're talking about, but just spitballing. A very interesting game mode would be getting a completely flat map. Completely flat. And it's kind of how this works on tabletop. I was playing a tabletop game called Rune Wars with my friend M. Roverlord, if you've seen him on this channel. And at the start of the game, you draw 4 obstacles. And each player gets to pick 2. First player picks 1, next player picks 2, last player picks the last one left. And then you place them around the map, and they have to be a certain distance from other obstacles. But that's kind of fun, like build your own map. Anyone ready for another 20 minutes of grinding thanks to this pick and ban system? Nurgle versus vampire counts. Oh, God. All right. Hit me. The Druchii have bad ones. I feel like Wood Elves have the worst ones. Crow's feet? Vampire Counts is already ready. Yeah, it's a pretty solid build. Only somebody had called the mega damage resulting from nerfing AoE spells. What up, Tactical Lich? How you doing, dude? Meta damage. Funny final with grinding games only when? I guess now? I don't know, man. You guys got some fucked up pick and bans if we keep getting into grinding matchups, right? Because there is some, like... I don't know what your global bans were. And then... Yumi, you specifically play a lot of blob games. Like, you even played Skaven in a blob, alright? So you're kind of a biased source. You have to admit that. You play blobs a lot. And then I don't know what Dr. Jellyfish is doing, but like if you pick vampire counts, and then I don't know what your bans were, but if his only response is Nurgle, that seems odd, because there are a lot of ranged factions that can deal with vampire counts, or there's more interesting factions than Nurgle that can deal with vampire counts. And I also think that Nurgle might actually lose this after the vampire counts buffs, and he got nerfed a little bit, but we will see. So that is like, this is the first time we're seeing all of this grinding is whenever Yumi's playing. And then Yumi's in the chat saying this only incentivizes grinding. But like no one else is doing that. So I'm... Well, also Dr. Jellyfish is doing that against ODM's the green one a little bit, but... I don't think it's a pick and ban problem. I think it's a player thing. Because Voidlaw's won an entire tournament off of skirmishing things. Which I think it was Grieven in chat saying I'd rather watch blobs than the kiting, but I'm just saying that, like, there are other players playing different styles. So I think it's the way you play the game. You have two players that like to play blobs and grind, and then you're complaining that you keep seeing blobs and grind, and it's like, well, that sounds like a player issue. That might just be my opinion on it, though. Nurgle could have been banned from multiplayer, then they put in the Dwarves and Grand Cathay and VC to shame in terms of how unfun they are. Yeah. I can't play Wood Elves, don't want to. Oh, yeah. Alright. So, the Nurgle build is small, I'll deal with that. We have the Barons of the Bog, Poxrider ROR, if you don't remember them, because it has been a while. They have an AoE Vigor Regeneration aura? What? Yeah, Vigor Regeneration, AoE, to keep everyone perfect Vigor. And then they have a mass and armor, mass and weapon damage reduction of 1/4 when they're in melee. Great. On the other side, we have Demon Spew, Festering Stooges, Forsaken, Exalted Plague Bearers. Then we have Kugoth Plaguefather, Exalted Hero of Nurgle, and Occultist of Nurgle with his double Warrior's Bane and the Icon of Eternal Virulence. So we have like the minus 50% damage Aura Blob. On the other side, Mortis Engine, that is going to drain down that entire blob, so that'll be really good. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord to Cycle Charge and Breath Attack the blob, which will be very good. Necromancer with spells is going to be solid. Then we have Direwolves, Crypt Horrors, Skeleton Warriors, Vargulf, and Zombies. I think the Vampire counts are going to win this pretty handedly. I think this build's outdated, but we'll see. Alright. Go watch clips of medieval Total War archers using stakes to skewer charging cav. Ugh. That sounds broke. First time I see a box of Forsaken? Yeah. I think the box is in for a bad time. Because the Mortis Engine plus the breath attacks are going to be really brutal. Yeah, I think Yuumi just has to not overcommit. We're like, just send in a Mortis Engine and enough infantry to keep the Mortis Engine safe, and then when those infantry die, send in the next one, and send in the next one. But, yeah. Alright, Blob's moving up. Kugoth is shooting at stuff. Alright, dealt with some stuff. Alright. Use the fruit wheels for these? Yes. Destructible terrain is bay. Imagine warp grinders can actually tunnel through the earth. Oh god, that would be hilarious. Kind of like Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun, where they have those Nod has the subterranean APCs. You could just tunnel into the earth and appear somewhere else. That'd be pretty funny. Fruit rules are very simple. Leave it alone until ethanol happens. Stop leaving it alone. When a human boy goes to a forum due to blobs. Nah, I'm just arguing with some guy in DMs. Yeah. Drama. He's going to a bunch of different forums and talking shit about my Discord and LAN battles in general, and he's just saying stuff that's not true. And I'm just like, what is your problem? And he's like, because you ban people for no reason. And then I give him a reason, and he's like, you hate domination. And then I tell him I'm hosting 2 of the Warhammer World Cup qualifiers. And he's like, well, you ban people for no reason. I'm like, I gave you the reason. Well, you hate domination. It's like, are you broken? Anyway, I should just ignore him, but it's hard, man. It's hard when, like, they're trying to do damage to your brand and your product, and I'm supposed to just sit here and take it. Fuck that shit. Anyway, Nurgle Blob got split up, which is pretty bad for the Nurgle Blob. Now the Barons of the Bog aren't giving an AoE debuff to the entire army. They're giving an AoE debuff just to these direwolves. So they will need to be pulled over. The Cultist is also having a hard time getting into melee combat with anybody and doing his good work. Now, spreading out the Nurgle Blob does help versus the Mortis engine, but I don't know if that's going to matter too much. We have 2 Forsaken here already getting rather low. They're probably going to rout soon. Direwolves committing to fight the Exalted Plaguebearers of Nurgle. I don't know if it was worth it. They stopped them from throwing their grenades at the Crypt Horrors, I guess, but maybe should have kept the dogs for running off these Forsaken. Meanwhile, Blood Dragon Vampire Lord dives onto... Wow, that was a broken flying charge. Alright, he tried to dive onto the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, then he just T-posed on him for a little bit, but he's doing his best. Festering Stooges getting Mortis Engine down. Both the Demon Spew and the Forsaken are running away. Hi, Bubba. You heading out to your lunch?
Yeah, coffee, yeah.
Have fun, baby. Tell her I say hello. She'll be like, who's that? And she won't know. I wonder if Blood Knights would have been good here. No. Blood Knights into Blob's not a good idea. Never mind. Scratch that. Crypt Horrors crumbling a little bit, trying to get away, as now the Nurgle Blob is reforming, though it might be a little too late. They lost 2 of their Forsaken. Third one's half health. Festering Stooges are not feeling so good. The Mortis Engine is draining down. Now all these guys are walking into a Mortis Engine drain, so I think Yumi's in a pretty good spot. Vampire Count's just tearing apart the Nurgle Blob. It's my fault. Wait. It's not my fault. Blame my parents. Doom Sage, I blame your parents for everything, even before I met you. A lot of venomous snakes and spiders that aren't bears or hippos or Taliban. Australian scariest... Ooh, we're gonna get a breath attack? Oh, breath attack! Who was it even on? That was mostly on Kugath. Okay. Dude, Australia sounds scary as shit. I honestly don't know if I could hang. I'm not a fan of spiders. Harvesting Root. It's funny because they'd wipe us out. Aren't kangaroos strangely aggressive? Or is that an internet rumor, Doomsage? Alright, Forsaken were allowed to rally, so they are coming back to the blob a little bit. Exalted Plague is fighting a metric shit ton of Crypt Horrors. But maybe 2 Crypt Horrors fighting a random Exalted Plaguebearer is probably too many. As right about now, Blood Dragon Lord is going to want to back off, but can he even? He's kind of surrounded by Froggos. No, he has some ways out. He could be okay. My dad has a few uses, but the Scapegoat is one of them, much to his dismay. Alright. Blood Dragon Lord's fine. He's healthy, he's happy. Speaking of healthy and happy, so is the Mortis Engine. Necromancer got in a little too deep. He needs to back off. He needs to get out of here, run away, but he has plenty of passive healing. Unlike the Cathay versus Vampire Counts game, we have two different AoE passive healing sources, so the Necromancers can have a hard time being punished. Meanwhile, Festering Stooges' heal cap is rapidly approaching, so are the Forsaken, honestly. Barons of the Bog, don't know where their heal cap is, but it's probably getting close. Typing. 6:30, so volume is down low. Oh, I was asking, are kangaroos actually violent, or is that an internet rumor? Australia been there for like 6 months, but I don't agree with them forbidding to feed the dangerous. The dangerous. Forsaken are back out. They're running away. Spider scared me once. I was in Italy cleaning a pool of a house we rented for vacation. Pulled out the lead. Suddenly, a foot-sized spider on my hand just screamed and jumped in the pool. Oh my god. Yeah, I would do it. You say you're 14. You were 14 when that happened? Dude, I would do that right now, and I'm 28. Not a fan. I live in Minnesota. We have wolf spiders, but they're like the size of a quarter at like best for them. That is the biggest spider we have in Minnesota, because our winters are really cold. And not like the coldest on the planet, but like they're cold enough that our climate doesn't really facilitate large bugs. Not really, which is a fucking blessing about living in Minnesota. Minnesota blessed. Barons of the Bog are heel capped, Festering Stooges are heel capped, Necromancer's trying to go away from Kugath and his exalted buddies. These other exalted plague bearers are just about doomed. 90% of the time they'll hop away. The males are genuinely death machines. Ugh. Spook City. Alright. Not too much to say, honestly. I don't have witty criticisms of this right now. It's just like, yep, Mortis Engine is Mortis Engineing down things. We did predict it earlier. I think the Vampire Counts had a better build for this sort of thing. I think the Nurgle Blob is a little outdated. What happened to the game audio? I clicked off of it. Sorry. I felt my joke was not understood, but such has been my fate many a year in writing instead of talking. Oh yeah. Context is lost on... Not context, I'm having a brain fart. Vocal affect, I guess we'll go with. Exalted Hero of Nurgle actually got routed. That's pretty brutal for Nurgle. He's gonna get pushed off. Yee. Step away for 4 years and this game is still going. What did I miss? It's only 9 minutes, but not much. Superior Vampire Counts build. Better at grinding. Oh. All right. All right. Done. Miss anything? No. Faster Choosers are just about dead. Kugath's last thing left, and he is going to die shortly. I actually have my work laptop on a Sunday and did some work. There was more entertaining than this Blobfest. I agree. Kugath is surrounded, Kugath is going down, and he's fine. I love you regardless of if it became a blob. Oh, yeah. We haven't gotten to the demonic instability stage. This game for so long. Oh wait, it's just half of a dumb match. Yeah. All right, it's over. This fucking guy, dude. Jesus Christ. Man, I just do not like this person. Hey, Mortis Engine, 4,800 value. Maybe Nurgle aren't a good idea versus Vampire Cans. Just maybe. Kugoth, 4,600 value, but the Blood Dragon Lord with his breath attacks and cycle charging at 4,200, and then 4,800 on the other Mortis Engine. The rest of this didn't even matter. It was just Mortis and Blood Dragon Lord doing good work. Cryptors did fine, though. Oh, Jellyfish is out. It's best of 5, but I don't know if he knows that. I'm trying to get Duck Jellyfish back. Already back. He didn't know it was best of 5. All right, Yumi's up. 2-0. GG, sorry you played. It was Son of the Mountain, Dr. Jellyfish, and Yumi, but he didn't, it wasn't a rage quit or anything. He just literally didn't know it was best of 5. He's back. Has anyone fell asleep yet? Do people like chili snack? It's hairy and laced with wart dust. Is that salted or sweet popcorn? It's this really gross cheddar seasoning that we obviously didn't know was really gross when we got it. But it's really gross. Now I'm just eating it because I'm not wasteful, but this shit sucks. Hazel, you want some shitty popcorn? There you go. She loves shitty popcorn. Plot twist, it's unseasoned and we all unsub. Oh, God. wonder what they're gonna do now. They're running out of blob factions. Unless they literally global ban nothing. And then there's still Grand Cathar. You want more popcorn? That's too bad. That's too bad. No popcorn for ladies. Okay, popcorn for ladies. Because little blob's still possible? Still possible. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, I have to go to work after this and it sucks and I don't want to do it. Do you know what they global banned? No idea. Not chaos or vampire counts though. Boop. Village barrier blob? Let's go. Dwarves versus what? Dwarves versus what? Dwarves versus what? Grace is out on a date. I think I'm getting dumped. Well, shit, Hazel, we're getting dumped. Grace says, why can't you be a Stardew Valley streamer? And I say, because it's a poopy game. And she says, well, fuck you. And then she goes on dates with other people. And she leaves us behind. Human boy, none of that's real. You're making shit up. Yeah. All right. Maybe I am. It's like when we said combined unit tactics. That's not what we meant. Bobbing happen when people don't global ban. Don't do global OP factions ban. Okay. Yumi, what's your faction? You just played Vampire Count, so you gotta switch. So what are you playing? Oh my god. Yumi, I'm putting you in another timeout so you pick your fucking faction and move on. Quit typing here. Play the game. If you were readied up and typing, that would be different. But the fact that you're here instead of switching your goddamn faction to whatever you're playing and building your build, you're timed out again. The timeout will wear off around the time you pick your goddamn army. Is this a best of 5? Yeah, it's a best of 5. What up, Rame? How you doing? All right, it's corn. Corn versus dwarves. Corn? That's a wild pick. Corn. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for corn there. Yeah. And I know the timeout function on YouTube annoys me because it deletes all of their previous messages. I'm not timing them out because their messages were inappropriate. I was timing them out because they're in the fucking game and I need them to move this forward. I'm not. So I don't care about their previous messages. They didn't say anything incorrect. They didn't even say anything bad. I just timed them out so they would stop typing here and pick their army. Corn is spicy though. Like, a part of me hopes that Corn wins just because I want to see Corn win. Corn is generally considered such a haggard faction, dude. No magic game? Hey, that's true, Mossy. There's no magic. I mean, no magic. Thoric Ironbrow doesn't do magic, but we'll see. Maybe they take Belagar, and there is truly no magic. Corn isn't spicy. That was whiter than alabaster. What? What? How's corn not spicy? Corn's spicy. Oh. Oh, you're talking about the literal food corn. God damn it, Doomsage. You got me again. Corn is very hard. Corn's not been having a good time. Yumi was threatening a blob fight, but I don't know. I don't know how this is going to turn into a blob. Corn doesn't do well with blobs. So I don't see how he can force a blob fight. Maybe the dwarves will blob? Maybe, but I don't know if dwarven blobs are even that good. Because they don't have good single entities. Dwarves might box, but boxing and blobbing are different. Not by a lot, but they're different by like a little bit. I enjoy corn conceptually. I don't enjoy how corn was implemented. They just feel worse than most people at everything. They need better lords. Scarbrand's a good lord, but he's the only good lord, in my opinion. And their cavalry needs cost reductions. Their cavalry is stupid expensive for what they do, which is not a lot. Hazel Basil. See all this popcorn? See all this popcorn? Puppy popcorn! There. Puppy popcorn. Ooh, Valkia is decent. I honestly forgot Valkia existed, Coops, but you win that round. Valkia is decent. Yeah. Not great, but she is decent. All right, we're in. Corn versus dwarves. Thoric Ironbrow, double Thane. Hell yeah. Double Thunder, Cannon as well. Warriors, Dragonfire Pass. Longbeards, minus blasting charges, and triple Slayer. Look at that corn army. How does that cost the same amount of money? Like, how does that cost the same amount of money as the dwarves? Look at it. It's so small. It's so small. Why does corn cost so much? Oh my god, dude. Corn makes me sad. All right, to the lockdown, right? Yep. All bets on Thoric. It's Thoric. Demons went on strike for higher wages. Dwarves didn't. Yeah. I don't think dwarves are overpriced. All right. Take medium infantry for 800, please. Yeah. All right. We're going to do the builds. I already covered all the dwarves. For corn, we have 2 corn dogs, a marauder horseman with throwing axes, 1 chaos chariot of corn, 2 exalted bloodletters? No, 1 exalted bloodletter, 2 bloodletters, 3 chaos warriors of corn, 2 furies, a herald of corn, and a cultist of corn. But don't worry, there's more in the back corner. 4 minotaurs and a giant and a jabberscythe and Grimgor, and is that Sigvald the Magnificent? Wow, suddenly this corn army looks huge. Oh wait, that was just a meme. Dwarf game will be grinding for sure. Got him. I don't know, man. Miner's blasting charge is gonna hit those blood letters, light them up. Unless they throw their blasting charges at the Chaos Warriors of Corn, then it probably won't do that much damage. But does Thoric have Rune of Wrath and Ruin? Oh, he does. Oh, he does. And these guys don't even have fire resist? Fucking GG. Also, wait, they have spell resist? Does this count as a spell? Hold on. Does Khorne get resistance to the rune magic or not? Because that would be kind of funny if they didn't. Where are the spawn? No spawn. Belikar shows up to laugh. Yeah. Dude, Khorne is so overcosted. Like this this build is tiny. And it's just normal ass shit. I don't know. I hate it. I hate Khorne. See, I need to fix this in the next patch, but like, there's so much stuff to fix in the next patch that I don't even put Khorne in my top 10. Because I think Khorne being bad sucks for Khorne, but it's not like destructive to the game overall. But there's a lot of factions that are actually hurting people's gameplay experience, so it's like, eh. Yeah. Khorne's setting up a surround for now. We'll balance them not having any spells by increasing all of their prices by 1 to 200. Son of Kiernan, that's actually really funny. And kind of true. Listen, they have to be expensive because they have no spells. Wait. So Dr. Jellyfish is pulling away his miners with blasting charges and moving up a Slayer. He doesn't want his miners to get stuck in melee combat. He really wants them to throw out these bloodletters that are on the approach, and now he's probably just chucked them on guard mode and is going to throw his blasting charges anyway as the Slayers run forward to try and fight the cultist. Blasting charges are out! Not that much damage, honestly. All right, bloodletters, you're hanging in there. Fleshhounds of Khorne pile on to the Thunderers, but Dragonback Slayers will have words to say about that. Other Slayers are fighting Fleshhounds of Khorne. Everybody gets 24 melee attack. Let's go! Fleshhounds of Khorne are getting mulched through. Meanwhile, the Chaos Furies are taking out the cannon. So rip cannon, but Thoric and his Double Thane are here to have words. To have words, even. Frontline is trying to hold, whereas Dragonfire Pass fighting Chaos Warriors of Khorne. But now Slayers and Miners with Blasting Charges are fighting Bloodletters and the Cults of Khorne. And it is a hard time in general. 1 Throwing Axe Cav coming in. Dr. Jellyfish is currently up on the damage value, and the balance of power is creeping slightly in his direction. Though, to be fair to Khorne, he starts out the game at almost army losses, so balance of power is constantly going to be against him, poor guy. Oh, hey, real crumbling is here. Furies are fading away with real crumbling, and not having a good time. Goodbye to them, though it looks like the cannon also said goodbye to this world. Khorne did bring the damage value very close when the cannon outright died. That was a lot of good value. But now the Herald of Khorne is about to meet the power of Double Thane and Thoric. Oh god, Double Thane and Thoric. That is a dead Herald of Khorne. Cultists of Khorne's fighting some Slayers. Slayers are also fighting the Bloodletters. Bloodletters' armor piercing is wasted on the Slayers. Yeah, Slayers still don't really want to fight them. They just want to fight the cultists and get the hell out of here. Khorne is having troubles breaking through the front line. One of their Chaos Warriors did walk through, though. And the Herald of Khorne, now you see him, now you don't. Down to half HP, down to just about a third. Couldn't quite get to the third. Slayers are still chasing around. Thanes are still chasing around. Down to 1/3, down to less than a third. He's starting to crumble. Can I get some crumbling damage? How about a lot of crumbling damage? How about disintegration damage? How about the Herald is gone and Khorne has lost the entire game? Jesus Christ! Okay, not yet, but pretty much. Herald of Khorne is gone, which will make the other Khorne units start to crumble a little bit faster. Chariot mucks up 1 Thunder. Other Thunder is going to shoot it, and when it goes to that other Thunder, this Thunder is going to shoot it. Though, honestly, nice micro there from Yumi. not leaving a chariot in combat, just stopping the Thunders from shooting and running around. But at this point, I don't see what can kill Thoric in the double Thane. And I do think that is going to be over. How do they assassinate? Isn't Khorne's faction just go, what? 24/7? Khorne doesn't have any infantry-sized hound units? Yeah, they do. They have one. Chaos Warhounds, but they're still... I mean, Chaos Warhounds are just basic Warhounds that you've known and loved forever. Low leadership, not a lot of AP damage and stuff. Fleshhounds are a fine unit. They're just not enough to carry the whole roster. Global melee attack buff coming in from Thoric. And we are down to the Exalted Bloodletters. Another Bloodletter. Oh, that's a summon, though. Ooh, that's a summon, though. Yeah, it's really just the Exalted Bloodletters and this Cultist of Khorne versus everything. Because this Chariot's not really doing a whole lot of damage, I don't think. No, it's actually doing all right. Good for you, Chariot. Good for you. But there are plenty of Slayers that would love to have words with it. And Thoric and the Double Thane. Throwing axes are throwing their axes. I actually do love the flaming axes that they throw. They look cool. Big fan of that. Yep, it does not look like the spell resist worked for our poor friend, the Exalted Bloodletters. That was a lot of damage from that Rune of Wrath and Ruin. Their crumbling army losses is gonna hit, and then we're going to game 4. They rebalanced Khorne's high cost by giving every unit 26 speed. Son of Kieran, you're on a roll, and I'm kind of loving it. Like, I need this to become a series. Hold on. We'll do a mock. We'll do a mock series in a second. Thanes did okay. Thoric did fine. Slayers did well. Cannon got shut down really nicely. Thunderers honestly also didn't get a ton of time to shoot, but they did. They had to. Minus Blast Charges did just great. Herald of Khorne got nothing done. All the Bloodletters did well. Cultists of Khorne did fine. Chaos Warriors ground with the best of them, couldn't quite do it. Chariot paid for itself. Bloodletters did okay. Fleshhounds of Khorne did eh. Marauder Throwing Axes did eh. And Furies did fine. All right. Time for the bet. So here's a bet. CA meeting when designing Khorne for game 3. All right, lads, what do you got? What do you got? Well, Khorne has no spells, right? Shouldn't have spells. That should be his thing. Yeah, that is pretty overpowered. Increase all their units' cost by 1 or 200. Wait, sir, isn't that... Wait, is not having spells a bad thing? Why are we increasing their cost? You're right. You're right. We almost made a fuck up. Make all their units 26 speed. Sir, wait, so they're more expensive and slow for not having spells? How could that possibly make any sense? You're right. You're right. Don't give them magic resist. Give them spell resist. Sir, wait, but that's worse. Now magic damage can just do a lot of damage to them, and there's more magic damage in the game. You're right. One flying lord. The other lords are on the ground for some reason. And no flying pressure whatsoever. No ranged units. Actually, no ranged units. Khorne can't have ranged units. Sir. Sir. I must insist this is a stupid decision. This faction has no magic, slow units, expensive units, spell resist, not magic resist, no ranged units, and limited flying capacity. Sir, this sounds terrible. You're right. Make their cavalry super expensive and have a hard time doing any damage whatsoever. There's no cheap cav. Sir, you have to stop. You can't do all these things to one faction. That's not fair. You're right. Johnson, I fucking hear you. Khorne is in a bad spot. They need some help. Don't worry. Lower their presence on the balance of power so that they get army lost even when they're potentially winning in a close game. There, we fixed it! We fixed it! We fixed Khorne, you guys. Fire Johnson. Fire Johnson immediately. That piece of shit doesn't know what he's doing. So where are we at with Cathay? Oh yeah, formation attack. Buffs. Buffs. Buffs for formation attack. Can't forget lower their melee defense with Mark of Khorne for balance purposes, of course. God damn it, Boojilicious. How are there always more things about Khorne that I forget that nerf him? Yes, the Mark of Khorne lowers your melee defense. Jesus Christ. Vertical cliff, no healing. Another thing. How are there always more things? God, Khorne needs a break, man. Think at -5 melee defense? Yeah. Korn got the shaft on the design front. They need a pretty serious rework. Forsaken of Korn are beautiful that they're a downgrade for more price. That's so sad. Also, give them a legendary lord that's just their generic one, but less useful. Yes. Also, their second army ability doesn't work. The one that makes you unbreakable and you can't lose any unit models. That one doesn't work. Sometimes it does, but sometimes you still lose the unit models. Because, I don't know. Fuck you. Skaven versus Slanesh. Skaven versus Slanesh and Yumi instant ready up. You know what the build is. You know what the build is. We saw this. I got wrecked. Doesn't Korn have Marauder Horseman as a ranged unit like the other Chaos factions? Mark, you're correct. He didn't on release. But you are correct. He does now. I was just joking. On release, he didn't. But none of them had the Marauder Horseman on release, to be fair. Guys, you're being dramatic. Their single target assassin lord does slightly more damage if he spends 10 minutes fighting Chad. I feel like Korn just got OP campaign mechanics and is mediocre in battle. Maybe. No cap. Scarbrand has some of the best animations in the whole game. I don't know about, like, meta-wise. I don't know if they help him, but they're gorgeous. Scarbrand's animations are top tier. They are excellent. The one where he sprints up and chucks one of his axes into the ground is just great. I swoon every time. Legitimately awesome. Give the Sword of Korn first army ability. I think you're memeing, but I'm partially down for that, Yumi. I think instead of the Horn of Korn, which kind of blows, like, 24 melee attack is nice, but your whole faction is designed around buffing melee attack out the roof, so you usually don't need more melee attack. I think Korn's first option should be, like, a damage spell of some kind. Or a blob punishment spell, I guess. Or maybe an area effect debuff. Like, what about Aura of the Skull Throne? And you throw it down, and the animation is like this cloud, and as it goes up, you see like a bunch of skulls that lead to a throne. And then the effect is like -8 leadership and like -10 melee attack. Or something. Or minus melee defense. Or something, right? Because Korn doesn't need more melee attack. It needs a way to break through a goddamn blob. Horn of Korn is decent. It's decent, but I don't think it's what he needs. Somebody messaged me and said, I found a bug. And these are the kind of messages I need. I love bugs. Bugs make me happy. I've never seen Cord reach the third army ability except to fight against Skaven or Undead. Yeah. Because it's telegraphed. It's not like Slanesh where if a unit routes, you get the army passive and stuff. Or it has the leadership layer targeting it. That's really hard to like play around. But Korn's is just flat out kills give him power. And it's like, oh, well, just won't take a lot of models. Get wrecked, Korn. I don't know. The counterpoint, though, is do you really want Korn to be strong? And what I mean by that, the obvious answer is like, yeah. But if you really think about it, Korn, if Korn was ever S tier, that would be toxic. Because of his playstyle, which is what I'm talking about. Like, he has so little variety where it's like no healing, very, very, very limited range, not a lot of flying options, slow-ass infantry, no spells, all the stuff we just went through. If Korn was somehow good, it would mean his stats are so overkitted that he just wasn't fun to fight. Where it's like, oh, well, the only way to play against Korn is to, like, hyper kite or do some cheese-ass bullshit because his base units are so goddamn strong. Because, I don't know, when your whole faction identity is, I want to walk at you and club you in face, no variety. You don't really want that to win. So that's why I wish his elite cavalry was better. or his monstrous infantry was better, or his single entity monsters were better. So that if he was strong, it was like a variety rather than right now. If Khorne was strong, it would just be because his Bloodletters and Chaos Warriors just had the stats. They just had enough stats to walk at you and kill you, and that's not a very fun way to play the game. Sacred Incense, High Elf Noble missile resist item does not work. Really? That's kind of fucked up. They fixed the Pipes of Piebald, though, for Skaven, so. They charge her for free moves, including a single target nuke and the best AoE spell in the game. Son of Kieran, yeah. So I think Khorne's design needs another looking at, you know, of like, what are we actually doing with this faction? And what do we want him to achieve? Because if it is just like heavy infantry slowly walk at the enemy, that's the only way you can play the game. And if you are to win, they need to have such ridiculous stats that the game isn't fun for the other player, then I think that's a bad faction. And I think there's a lot more they could do with them. Like if you had to worry about, man, what about a Chaos Warrior slow push or a Mino Bus charge or like, you know, Blood Crusher and Skull Crusher, Cav Rush with Fleshhound supporting them. Man, if I have to worry about all these things, Khorne's an interesting interactive faction. Anyway. The builds, we saw the Yuumi build earlier. It trashed on Hummus Boy, trash. Double Poison Wind Globes, Ikit Claw, Assassin, Hell Pit Abomination, 4 Storm Vermin with Halberds, one of which is the ROR Council Guard, and the other one is Blightscap's Plague Pack. Plague Sensory Bearers, but they give the entire blob ITP. For Dr. Jellyfish, we have triple Chaos Fury. We have an Allurus of Slanesh with Phantasmagoria and Slicing Shards, a spell I was missing. We'll see if it is enough to break the box. We have Prince Sigvald, some Chaos Spawn, some Forsaken, some Marauders, a couple Marauder Horsemen, and Hellstriders. Overall, a very solid Slanesh build. Core just needs some magic. Oh, sorry, runes. Got him. Slicing Shards is coming in, but is there the surround necessary to really make it work? Not really. The Slicing Shards is going to miss. Still does decent damage, but that was what I was worried about, is they can miss. So it has to either be paired with Phantasmagoria or cast after the melee fight starts, so the Skaven have nowhere to run to. Now, Warp Grinders are going to use their first net and AoE ability. Other Warp Grinder is backing up to do the same on this side. I suspect Sigvald is currently slapping an Assassin. Ikit Claw is not nearby to help. Furies almost dive in, but then decide against it. Maybe they should just be held in reserve to chase off globes. Don't really know. Slanesh is currently up on the damage value, which is probably promising for them, but now we get the Flensing Ruin upgraded. This was a big part in our last game that we saw this build. Ikit Claw got 2,600 value off of one cast event. It looks like he might get the same again. This is currently hitting Sigvald, Nalurus, and a whole bunch of cavalry and spawn and such and such and such. We have a Brass Orb also landing onto Hellstriders and Forsaken that will do a lot of damage, a lot of blob punishment spells being used by this Skaven. Slanesh falls deeply behind on the balance of power as we saw before. And it is looking like the tough time. The Allurus of Slanesh does need to back off. Looks like she's trying to get somewhere to stop crumbling, but it's not going to work as the Flensing Ruin upgrade is still on her, and she is just going to outright crumble away to dust. Without a caster, without the blob punishment spells of Slicing Shards, I don't think Sigvald's going to be enough to beat this whole blob. I do think Yuumi will go up 3-1, winning the whole thing. Wasn't Ikit Claw overpriced? He was in Game 2. In Game 3, he's great. Ikit Claw's great in Game 3. YouTube deleting everything I wrote before my emote twice. Fight the power. E. Siggy is going to get ground down, or he's just going to get another Flensing Ruin cast onto his head. Meanwhile, the rest of the Slanesh blob is moving away. Unfortunately, that Slicing Shards getting dodged was a pretty huge deal. E. Alright, that last message is from Schnaz. I do think army losses is about to hit. Unless something wild happens. Like, Sigvald one-shots Ikit Claw. We do have some big routes coming in now, it's just too little too late. Warp Grinders are running, both Globes are running, Storm Vermin Halberds were really close to running, but there's not enough to really guarantee that. We have 2 Marauder Horsemen of Slanesh just firing in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And what is this getting cast? Another overcasted Flensing Ruin from Ikit Claw. That is going to seal the deal, because it's going to take Sigvald pretty low. Yeah, 3,400 value on that. Slicing shards is a pretty debilitating disease. Trudeau. That is going to be GG. Well played to Dr. Jellyfish. Congrats on making it to finals. Yumi is going to be our winner of the day with a 3-1. Yeah, there's not a lot of good value, unfortunately, on the Sunrush roster. 3,900 Naked Claw. Stormvermin Halberds, not getting a ton. Globe's not really getting anything, but it was just like every AoE ability they could throw down, they threw down to punish the blob. GG, well played. And that is it for today's stream. What do I have going on tomorrow? Probably a campaign stream. Probably the buff rat thing. Probably. Right now I gotta go to work. And then after that I gotta give people some prizes. Groots, how would you break this? I think my build could have broken it, but I played poorly. So I had Azazel. I had the Lash of Slanesh and Phantasmagoria, but I think you should take Slicing Shards. I think that was a correct choice by Dr. Jellyfish. I think he just shot it off too early, and like Yumi was able to dodge it rather than waiting for the melee to start and then throwing it on a melee thing, where it's like your choices are either get hit by the Slicing Shards or back up and let the Slanesh units rear charge you and get into the box and get the warp grinders and all that stuff. So Azazel worked pretty good for me. He also like got some bad RNG, not all RNG obviously, but like there's some bad RNG if he got hit by every single thing and none of the models got caught on each other. So the Helpet Abomination, Iga Claw, and the Assassin all worked together to hit him at the same time rather than get in each other's way like units sometimes do. So my Azazel went from 100 to 0 straight up right away. So I lost my Lord outright, but yeah. Then I had 2 of these. I had 4 of these. Triple spawn. Some of these, and I had 1 Forsaken, so that, and then with the Slicing Shards instead of the Lash of Slanesh, I'm down 100 gold, so I do need to find somewhere to put this extra 100 gold. Forsaken are okay. Yeah, Forsaken are okay. Because you can't just prepare for the blob, right? You also have to prepare for a normal Skaven build. So I think maybe get the Mirror Guard by selling a Marauder. Or something like that. Because my build worked pretty well. I just didn't have Slicing Shards to punish the blob as hard as I should have. And I had that one incident with Azazel getting caught. So I probably shouldn't have dove in with Azazel so aggressively or something. But aside from those things, we actually did all right. We routed their entire force except for the Council Guard and then the 3 single entities. My Marauder Horsemen were chipping down on Ikit Claw. Ikit Claw got to like half health. And the Hell Pit was taking some damage too. But my Lord getting sniped out. And I overcommitted with stuff that all got hit by those blob punishment spells. So I do think Yumi's build is a really strong way of playing this. And maybe even the best way of playing this matchup. But I don't think it's unbeatable. You don't have enough mana with Net and Slicing Shard? It's 14 and 12. That's 26 Winds of Magic. That's not even a Heart of Winter. Thanks for streaming, Humi. Thanks, Anodins. Thanks, Anodins, for running this tournament, as always. Pit of Shades. Pit of Shades could be good. The only problem with Pit of Shades is, again, what I was talking about, like, this happens in a lot of matchups, not just Slanesh versus Skaven. But when looking at, like, random Nicks used to take this, like, Tzeentch build versus Khorne before Immortal Empires. We had, like, an Exalted Lord of Change. No. He had, like, a Herald of Tzeentch, then he had a shit ton of Forsaken and Spawn. And he literally had them all sit on the top of each other while he cast Transmutation of Lead on the blob, and he just sat in this blob and just cast Transmutation of Lead, right? It was very strong against a lot of Khorne builds. And people were like, well, why doesn't Khorne just take, like, this ridiculously specific one build to beat that build? Well, because that very specific Khorne build couldn't beat anything else, right? So you gotta try, in, like, the Skaven versus Slanesh matchup, you gotta build a build of Slanesh that still can work against a normal Skaven build. in case your opponent doesn't go with the extremely specific blob, right? So the next time you face Yuumi, you might take something that can beat their very specific blob. But then if you're fighting someone random, if they saw Yuumi bring it, they might copy the build, because it's a smart build, but you're not ready for them to do Yumi's exact build. So it's like, it's much more, in my opinion, it's much more worthy of your time to find a build that has the potential of beating the Yuumi build, but also can still beat a regular Skaven build, rather than just coin flipping on, hope they bring the exact Yuumi build or I'm out. But yes, Pit of Shades would be really good versus the Yuumi build, but Pit of Shades versus a normal Skaven build is going to be nearly worthless. So, I don't know. Compared to the Slanesh stuff I'm normally taking, like the Phantasmagoria is an incredible spell versus Skaven. And it's very hard to give it up just because you're worried about that stuff. Uh-huh. Yeah. It would be hilarious final transmutation value on that blob. I wonder, is Nakari any good there? Probably not. Nakari doesn't do anything special that Azazel doesn't do for that. I don't know. It's not a very interactive build, but it is a solid build. Alrighty. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.